these groups who may or may not have worked with the Wells children or maybe helped them in some way, in any way at all, or other agencies, okay? How is it possible that these girls are meddling in that way and pulling people who probably need Andy soon?
Y'all, I'm not sure what's going on over here on TMs, but I don't know. She can strike me for it if she wants, but I'm gonna play this, just have us here, and then I'm gonna make it private. But, I'm gonna grab some coffee. And so, I'm just gonna play this wherever it's at right now. I think it's been going a while.
Like, I just have a feeling that his daughter is gonna need him. Do you know what I mean? And I don't know, it's just a feeling I've been having. And, I take that back. I don't stand by that statement any longer. I do not believe Andy Bernard is fit at all to take care of his children, ever, ever. Not at all. Jody's daughter is fine right where she is. Yeah. I don't. All right, so Jody says here, and I think this is a very important comment. Thank you for writing it. She says the kids are all witnesses, and I fear they are being targeted. That's another thing, okay? Thank you for bringing that up, because Adrian seems to have this fixation with the Isaiah House. You notice that? It was Summer's Day, the Isaiah House, which is a wonderful organization. I've looked into all the wonderful things that they do and how they service their community. And wow, like for real, they are saving children. But there's connections to people that work with these groups who may or may not have worked with the Wells children or maybe helped them in some way, in any way at all, or other agencies, okay? How is it possible that these girls are meddling in that way and pulling people who work for groups or volunteer agencies that help so when Jody says she believes they're all being targeted, I actually agree with that, because as the boys get older too, people are going to swarm like fucking flies. And that's scary. Look at what people have done this far, and then think about the Wells boys and the targets that they're going to have on their backs. I honestly feel so terrible for them. And I don't know how they would even ever be able to avoid being targeted this way. Terrible for them. At the end of the day, Jody's children were targeted. I saw with my own eyes. So you're actually seeing it right here on the live stream that I'm playing. That's not fair. So if it's okay to do it to Jody's kids, then it's okay to do it to all the kids. And it's just never going to be okay. Nobody's kids. It doesn't matter if it was Joe Schmo's kid. It doesn't matter. The kids are supposed to be left the fuck alone. You know, Dana, they really did break down my walls around the kid topic, right? Because I started letting more and more slide. It's always been very cut and dry here. But I did make exceptions, and for that I apologize to Jody Sue and to her daughter and to her son, because there were things that took place on my panels. There were conversations that I was privy to where I heard people say things, but I guess I didn't take them as seriously. Like, I really thought these were well-intended people, and maybe they're I'm not saying that anybody's a horrible person or that, I don't know. I don't know Jenny from Adam. I don't know Adrian from Adam. And I don't know Penny from Adam, right? They're all strangers to me. But I made exceptions, right? And I took part in just the effort to come together for summer and accepted a lot of things I normally wouldn't. And for that, I'm sorry and I apologize. It was wrong and it's a learning lesson, but unfortunately, there's people that got hurt in the process and I can't fix that. So that's something I have to carry around with me. And hopefully, at some point, maybe I won't feel as guilty for that, but I do feel guilty. I mean, clearly there's no one feeling any guilt anywhere else in that situation. No one really gives a fuck. But I do. And many people here do also. I've had conversations about this, and it's not okay. Annabella, I've been accused of things that were not true. I also called a liar when I was diagnosed with cancer again. Annabella, let me clear something up for you. I don't know if you need a hearing aid. I'm not sure. But when I told you you were lying, it wasn't about being diagnosed with cancer. You need to go back and listen to your live stream, honey. Okay? Okay. I didn't accuse you of anything, Annabella. Let's not get carried away. Nor did I say you were lying about cancer. Don't even fucking please. Don't. Just don't. Like, I have no patience for any of you people. I really don't. Don't come in here trying to get pity party and shit. No one said you were lying about your cancer. I said you were lying on that panel that I went up, and you booted my ass off. Get out of my chat. Someone block her. She has nothing to offer this chat in terms of anything. She just wants sympathy and to cry in the chat. Fuck you too. Okay. Like, you guys want to see me as a bitch, I'll be a bitch all day long because I'm done. And I'm over all of this bullshit. It's got to stop. It's unbelievable to me. And this is just one of many lives that's going to take place because I know I'm not going to get through all of this today. And I apologize, I'm in a shitty mood, but I can't fucking believe that this has gone on. And I feel like I can't fix it. So bear with me. It's just getting started. And this is just a small little modicum of the shit that I've been peeling back the layers on for several weeks.
No, I'm gonna pause it because I'm a little behind. But, I typed over here a couple of things, that I find it odd that all the creators that were involved with the fuckery involved in my little and the false bullshit and the stuff they twisted on what I even believe to be certain monsters. I think even they took what maybe was said and twisted that, right? But, and maybe even monsters had no idea the shenanigans Penny and the rest would get up to with it. However, I find it odd that every fucking creator almost that was involved in this shit with targeting my little and doing what Jenny and Adrian and the rest, and those two were mostly at the helm of it with Penny, that they then just a couple weeks later were given the invite to go to Ben Hill, right? And then it was a setup to also cut off Benny even though he'd paid for the shit. Nobody else finds that weird? It's almost as if they were given favors if they... But do remember that in a couple days leading up to this, the plan was, and we have proof of, to make me look crazy and do a 5150 hold type shit on me. Then they get this little bit the night before on the 28th, and I think that's where TM's wrong. There's several calls, but it's because it's a known to us, right? Even eldest, everybody else, we all know that there's a risk there. There was even in person if certain people around certain people. So it wasn't new anyway, right? It wasn't fucking new. It was known to all of us as a family type thing. Nobody ever told Little to hurt herself, otherwise it's all stupid. Hell, Enhanced just told y'all herself she was on the damn phone with us for hours. There was nothing wrong here, man. Right? Regardless, I just find it weird that it seems to be all the children have been targeted. It seems like all the children around Summer. The thing about all the children is there's no way to them unless you break all of us or you put them somewhere, you have them placed somewhere, or you just annihilate them in their lives, right? But they're all witnesses. They're not the adults, right? They're all just friends with someone. They're all witnesses to, etc. I find it a little fucking odd, right? That systematically, as a last stretch, it seems like each one of them's being messed with. But I find it odd that all of the fucking creators involved in targeting my Little with that false ass call, including Adrian, Jenny, etc., were then invited to and went to, and Annabelle as well. Because remember, all the shit where they were just terrorizing and tormenting my kid for Christmas too, and her list up here and the whole nine. But all of them ended up down there getting the invites, didn't they? Right after they did that to my child. Nobody finds it odd. I find it. Anyway, y'all, I look like hot shit. I just got up to this. I was taking a nap. So we're gonna play it and see where the hell this goes.
Weeks. And I'm very thankful that things went the way that.
And since everybody else has got their shit going on mine and my children's name, I'm just gonna put it home. Because they'll all be tragedy and whatever the hell. And oh well, if she is going after Jenny and Adrian, which is what this seems like, let her run them fucking apps all day. Because fuck Jenny and Adrian for real. And what they've done. Shit. I put shit. I am. Oh well. I accidentally put that in fucking DM's chat. My bad, girl. Anyway, I asked her Ron's to erase it. Because I was trying to put it in here and I copied and pasted that bitch straight into DM's. Whoops. That's what I get for not having enough coffee. That girl, they have openly stated that's their goal. I mean, out of their own mouths. On live panels, on phone calls, I've heard it, y'all have heard it, there's been videos made about it. Even CZ, when she was behaving, had a bunch of vids up with them saying that exact thing. Keys, Adrian, the rest, all saying their goal was to annihilate me as a human being and to break my spirit, to break me down as a human being. Others have heard it repeatedly. They're targeting the shit out of me for many reasons. A lot to do with Summer, for sure. A lot because I won't give everything. And because I wouldn't talk to him. Because I won't give him everything around Summer. Because I won't cooperate. I won't let him be the Jennas. I won't let him be all that shit, right? And I never would be buddies with them or talk to them. Also, I kept breaking down their scamathons, their Brad with Sean bullshits, the fucking phone calls, the blackmail shit. I kept standing up. You know what monsters like the least? When you keep standing up and you don't break. And your voice remains. So. Here it goes. Oh, it's still. Well, hopefully they deleted it because. Anyway, so I'm going to skip ahead. I don't know what said, but.
They did, because had they not, my eyes would not be open to all of the things that were surrounding me, myself, with the people that I was involved with, who I thought were helping these ladies who, say they have the best of intentions. This puts me in a very, very bad position, but not just puts me in a bad position, but puts children who have already been through hell in a really bad position too. And to be faced with and confronted by authoritative figures because someone on the internet is saying that their mom is going to take them out. I mean, wow. Go to confession. Go talk to a priest. You need a fucking exorcism. I don't know. I really don't. Who would inflict harm on someone's child? Dana says the Amber Alert. Greensboro, North Carolina, 9-month-old Kason Oziah Monk. The victim is believed to be with Dion Lamar Monk. The vehicle is a burgundy or red Saturn Vue with a North Carolina license plate. Dana, do you have the link I can share? Is there a photo of this child? Because we have a lot of people watching. So Greensboro, North Carolina. Let me look. Hold on a sec. Let me grab the Amber Alert. I'll go straight to NCMEC. Hold on.
Yeah. They've made millions and millions and millions on all of us. And the torment and the drama. And that goes all the way from Summer's name to Candace and Dawn, all the neighbors, the community, everything they've done.
Let's see.
And that does include my own children's names and torment. They've made millions and millions on it.
So here is
millions and
Let
millions.
me just interrupt this live for just a moment. You guys have been Amber Alert in Greensboro, North Carolina, and the child's name is Kason Monk. Okay, hold on. Kason Monk. So this is from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Grab this, share it out. If you're local to Greensboro, North Carolina, be on the lookout for burgundy or red Saturn Vue with North Carolina license plate. Is there a license plate number? Okay, let me pull this up. So just a moment. Bear with me here. Let me share this little baby's info. 9 months old. Okay. Let me take my banner.
I swear to God, like a minute ago, I commented on it
because
Gavel was in her chat, right, being like, no, Tim, why didn't you just ask privately? You know, with her gaslighting bullshit. Yeah, at least she can keep it out of the fucking public and keep looking like her blue-haired Muppet self. But during the initial day that they were targeting my child, Gavel was up on TMs going, Jody's trying to run that 20-hour live she did. She was mentioning money in this area and to run. She's trying to run. Bitch, I was not. And the only reason they took advantage because that 20-hour live went down. They knew it was too long and it wouldn't be kept over here, right? And so, anyway, they knew they could basically tell the public whatever the fuck they wanted to. BK even looked at the screens like, oh yeah, that's right, bitch, we got it, but you don't. Yeah, I do. And there wasn't anything in that 20-hour live to try to make it this thing. But there was Gavel line on her fucking panel saying I was over here trying to get running money. I'm like, you lying, bitch. But I mentioned it a minute ago. I tapped in chat. I was like, that was a fucking lie, too. And it was. I mean, them bitches did a hell of an acting job that day, but if you know what you're looking at, they really didn't. Judy, you can come to me. It's horse shit, bro.
Including Annabella. I know, Jody. I know. Let me just share this information for this Amber Alert. Okay, I'm going to read this to you. I shared the link in the chat. I'll share it one more time. Put this on your Facebook or wherever you might think that it's helpful. Kaysen Monk, he's missing as of today from Greensboro, North.
And I mentioned Annabelle because she was one of the ones that got the invite. And then for months after, she spent all that time tormenting and all that shit, doing another nickname, voting on that shit for my little, making fun of her, and then targeting her Christmas list, which we changed into Little's list thing up here, but, you know, as Little's way of fighting back. It's like, fuck Annabella and BK and all them. Keep it up to the priest. But now she wants to act like she didn't do none of that and do the same shit like Gavel. I mean, it's monster shit, man.
North Carolina. He's 9 months old, male. He's black. His hair color is black. His eye color is brown. His height is 1 foot 6 inches. His weight is 30 pounds. He was last.
I wish I could screen share, but there is an Amber Alert, and as y'all can hear, if you all get the info, share it. And thank you, Fuffy. That'll definitely help with bill money and such. Next month.
Seen wearing a white shirt, gray pants, and gray jacket. He has curly hair. Amber Alert. The Greensboro Police Department is searching for a missing child, Kaysen Oziah Monk. I hope I said his name right. The victim is believed to be with Dion Lamar Monk. The vehicle is burgundy or red, unknown Saturn Vue with North Carolina license tag, and the number is unknown. The vehicle is described as heavy throughout the body and a broken rear window. So that's really important. The vehicle is described as heavy throughout the body and a broken rear window. So keep that in mind. If you guys might be driving out on the road or on the highway, you know, it's really helpful to get this information in the very beginning is so important to get out. So share this out. Vehicle information is a Saturn Vue. The vehicle is burgundy or red, unknown Saturn Vue with a North Carolina license tag. The number is unknown. The vehicle is described as heavy throughout the body and broken rear window. Okay. Dion Monk, he's 23. No photo available for him either. Okay, so he's 23 years old, black, hair color black, eye color brown, 6'3", 170 pounds, and he was last seen wearing an unknown shirt. Everything's unknown here, like unknown tag number, unknown shirt.
Amen to that, Penny Lane.
Hopefully they got more information soon. A multicolored shorts and a gray jacket. His hairstyle is an afro. Very interesting that they would write that here on. Okay. Welcome to America, people. All right. So thank you, Dana and Zip, for bringing that in, and for you guys being patient. Hold on one sec. So, yeah, the guy that has the baby is 6'3" tall. Yeah. All right. So hold on, let me put this back up. Go back to the live. All right. I'm going to continue to play it. It's like it's really hard, and I really am sorry because I know people. I would be like, just tell us. Of course, I don't. So I don't. That is the fear. I could say that is the fear right now, and that did not come from her lives. Okay. Right. So that came from that place. You know, it's really weird because for the last couple of days I've been saying I have a feeling she's gonna probably need Andy soon. Like I just have a feeling that his daughter is gonna need him. Do you know what I mean? And I don't know. It's just a feeling I've been having. And yeah. I just I don't I it's like it's really hard, and I really am sorry because I know people.
I mean, do you hear this gross bitch in this initial live they did? The day the call was going in, alright? All the rooms set up from Benny to Anna to Lips to TM to Shay to the whole nine. They run in an order, right? After they'd all been on all these calls all night long planning it. But you hear her acting like it was a sudden, they just now found out, and then here she's going, like there's something just so profound she wants to say. I mean, Jenny is one gross ass, manipulative, con artist piece of shit monster, y'all. And that we had somebody on the phone with us that I can show in real time. It's like there's nothing. They were on the phone when the cops knocked, y'all. You just cannot imagine what it was like watching this film in real time. And then still knowing what it's done in our real life. What these fucking tragedy pimp bitches have done and are still doing. Let's make that clear. And it looks like TM at some point from the comments mentioned that what I did yesterday or day before, that on Deets, Jenny's over melting down about people going real life on her and so JLR doing this here and contacting people around her. Boo-hoo.
I would be like, just tell us. No. You know what I pick up there? Jenny's nervous laughter. Jenny, why were you so shook? Yeah, the giggling though. Yeah, Sarah. Jenny was nervous for herself. That's why. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. So Jenny was giggling like that because she was nervous. I think I've listened to her talk long enough to know that she has a little bit of nervous laughter. We all do, right, at times. But I think she was shook for her own reasons. I don't think it was because
she knew she was lying, bro.
Jody's daughter was being held hostage or anything like that. Hold on. And I'm going to share some other things when I'm done with this. So, and I'm going to try to keep this one condensed. So we're at like 1:48. Probably, well, see what I can get through. Hey, Kimberly Michalski, how are you? I'm supposed to be green. I've been a member. Oh, my memberships are on pause because I hid my channel. I don't even know if I have to turn them on. I have no clue. Don't worry about the green, hun. I'm not, listen, I'm not like a lot of other people. Don't worry about the membership. Oh, and my Discord is open to the public. I have opened it up again because let me tell you something. The first time that Penny came through my community and basically poached and lied to all these people, I shut my Discord down to the public and locked it all up. Now it's happened a second time. So she's sitting in my Discord for months, trying to shuffle people into hers to watch Jody. It's the weirdest shit. Hold on.
It is the weirdest shit considering what she's using Penny as the Discord I turned into Feds, right? But Penny was editing and doing shit to it in real time. Only maybe she has the real, but. And I've got the recording the other night where she's on a call in Discord and has to admit to Jenny she ain't even showed her all of everything either. But the thing is that she's using a fucking Discord to bring in people and money to sign up and do all the shit in her Discord and everybody else is around that crew. But she's literally showing you the fucking example of why you should not be found anywhere near their Discords. If you think she's showing you a fucking Discord where she created a fake Fed and inserted herself in the life of someone around, and opened an active investigation, was lying, manipulating, and they made up a fake Fed that set up a real person in a real active and ongoing investigation, and the real FBI, TBI, around the summer. Boy, ain't that a hell of an advertisement. But Penny thinks it's oh yeah, here it's a draw-in to come make some more money on Jody Sue. But actually it's a shining example of why you shouldn't be fucking around with Penny or any of them in Discords. If they're gonna do that to us, what the hell do you think they're gonna do to you all in those Discords? Here's your sign, says Billingsley.
I'm looking.
And yeah, y'all, I'm still sporting. I don't care. It's comfortable.
Jody, whatever it is, here, take it out. Erase what you need to for a second. I'll take that away in a moment. I don't know what you see. If you need to, I put it in here instead of mine. See. You take it out. I give you a wrench. I'll take it away in a minute. Just what you need to remove. Go ahead. Okay. There is a photo of Case and Mink in your mod chat. Oh, thank you, Zip. Let me check. So, I'm in the wrong damn one again. Oh my god, he's so cute.
Apparently, I do have one.
Oh my god, he's so adorable.
Okay.
Hold on. Look at him. Oh. You guys, look at this baby.
Mountain Cat, this live.
Jason Monk.
TM is live right now, but she's going back over the live that Jenny and all them come on the day that they were making that false swatting bullshit call targeting Little. So, last year is the live she's going over, but she is live going over it right now. You know what I mean? Holy shit, what was that? Hold on. Guys, I'm just gonna let this play.
Check him out.
I'll be right back.
Oh, sweetie. Okay, so let me pin this. I'll fix it too to say Amber Alert. Did whatever needed to get erased, get erased? I was in Penny's Discord, but then I went to see what's going on and I was kicked out. It says Reese Jam. Well, don't worry. She made a room just for my girls, right? It was called Friends. And only my girls, right, are the ones. That's it. She made a room just for them. Like, that's not weird, right? And then when everything came to a head, She wrote in the public chat for people not to talk in there. Like, what the fuck, Benny? Why did you come in my Discord in the first place? Like, you're that desperate for people in your Discord that you need to come into mine to grab people? Like, why don't you just hit them up on the side? So weird. So weird. All right. Thank you, Zep. All right, we're going to get right back to this. Y'all know if you can't see her, that means you're like, yeah, but Jody might have a lot of people blocked over here. Can't blame her. I'm surprised she even came in here, truthfully. So, I mean, we have done some things here, so it's understandable. I don't know what she needed deleted, but I'll figure it out. I gave her a wrench to delete whatever it was. Okay. Oh, because even so, it's important that we know something serious is going on so that we're not provoking or instigating or antagonizing at a really important time, like a dangerous time, or to set her off. Because, you know, I have been worried more so lately, especially when her sister came up and Andy together. I was thinking, you know, it was a worry. Oh, I'm a worry ward. So I'm like, no, this might send her over the edge, or God forbid, right? So I do think about those things. I do think, you know, how could this affect the household or whatever? And we try to be careful, of course, but sometimes it's hard. And with that, with her sister coming up, Andy being on the same panel, certain things being discussed, then it kind of like it amps it up a little bit. It's going to make her panic. She's going to feel even more backed into a corner, embarrassed, right, or ashamed, etc. How do I get out of this, or whatever? And sometimes people feel there's nowhere to turn to. And like I said, none of us want to see anything happen to Jody. I don't. I certainly don't. And nobody that I know in my chat would ever want to see her harmed. Can we do in the chat, please? Aside from all of the craziness and all of the bullshit that's going on, is there anybody here who wants or wishes harm on Jody? Please put a 1 in the chat if you would like to see Jody harmed, or a 2 if you do not want Jody harmed. I want to know if you guys can help out with that, because I think it's important to show that while we may not be crazy about her, nobody wishes harm.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You don't have to like someone.
Now, I watched Jody react to this, I think, a couple days ago, and it was not to boost the algorithm. And honestly, I didn't even know that putting 1s in the chat did that, but okay. I really did want people to see that nobody wanted anybody harmed. Like, I wanted a show of hands that she would know nobody wanted, you know, or wished ill intent on her. I don't come here to hurt people, so, you know, that's important to me. But I just want to make sure that it's made known that there is absolutely, oh, you don't have to do it now. This is my old stream. You guys are so funny. You can't tell the difference between the other one and me. So I did that.
And y'all apparently accidentally let Pickle out a minute ago. Yikes! So, if you heard me calling for her, I seen her out over here in the grass near the dairy, and she was like, oh my god, and it was like, oh, and you have to talk to her like the whole world's falling. She comes right to you. She's like, oh my gosh, what happened to you? And she comes like that every time, because Princess is like, yes, it was terrible. So, yeah, if she ever gets out, I'm like, oh my gosh, what happened to you? And she's like, Mom. And comes right. She's fucking spoiled. My goodness. And now I had to get her 11s. Because, you know, she's had it hard out there for 10 days. She's super hungry. And she knows, though, she'll do that. Because she knows then I have to bring her in and give her her bougie food. She manipulates me very badly. I do. But anyway, I think I heard while I was taking care of Bougie over, TM say, about that panel with my sister and others, whatever on it. Man, I've still never watched that whole thing. I have no need to. Fuck it, right? I knew. Tells point. And in that, you can clearly hear holidays only. But nobody caught on to it. And then you clearly hear at one point someone verify to the other one, no, I definitely abused him more than that. And that should really be all you need to know. How certain monsters can manipulate all kinds of people and insert themselves in the lives of survivors. That there are many types of abuse and strings and boxes, and how they play out for sometimes decades, and why people keep seeking safety and clear severance from. But I've still never listened to all the panels anywhere with that stuff. Thank you, Di. I appreciate that. That will definitely help with the bills next month. Alright, we're gonna carry on.
You don't have to do it now. I did that before because I wanted her to know that we didn't want anybody to hurt her. And we weren't trying to hurt her children. But lo and behold,
I mean, do you know what kind of fucking surprise it was to get off the phone? Well, sort of, because I left the phone laying there with the hand still on it listening. As soon as the knock came, I opened the door. The whole yard's filled with fucking police and all this shit. I'm like, what in the fuck, man? And they told me, about the call. They were kind of pissed. They were like, we shouldn't have taken calls. Like, this is like the third time they've been out here saying that exact same thing, that they thought it was bullshit. But within a minute or two, I let them talk to us. So you can talk to her alone, whatever, Just after a while, eldest comes and goes within a couple minutes. They stay here for a while. Nothing's fucking wrong, man. Right? But do you know how fucking shocking it is to open a door to a yard full of fucking police going, oh yeah, well, some dumbass we probably shouldn't have taken a call for it. Like, this is infuriating, right? Right. Because by this point, you gotta think, Floppy himself had also called in a bunch of swatting calls on me that they knew was bullshit, they didn't want a part of, and it wasted their time. Man, do you know how shocking it is as a mom to open the door and hear that? It's not true, but that's what's being said. Just, it went from everything being okay here to it not being okay. And it went to not being okay because of these people. But we were fine and happy and laughing just minutes before. And that this is still playing out in real life for us. It had an effect on my children, their bond, family, the whole nine, because of what Jenny and Adrian and the rest have done and did. And yet she's up here whining about JLR the past couple days.
The devil was hard at work that day, trying to get, all the authoritative agencies over there to take her daughter away. So that's interesting. Here I am, like a fucking idiot, sitting here saying nobody would ever try to hurt you. No one would ever. Okay. I'm like, I don't have an obligation to sit here right now and talk about this, Jenny, Adrian, Penny. I can't with you guys. Like, I can't. There's no excuse that will ever be good enough to me.
And it
ever.
shows.
I mean, you could try to explain it away to the.
It looks like TM showed the same screenshots I got a hold of the other day that show Penny being in the lead of this. Penny is the one starting to send the text messages out to everybody saying that not only is, if I guess said whatever it was to Little, but then also saying it's a fucking hostage situation. So it's Penny once again at the head. Amazing, isn't it? Penny, Penny, Penny since the beginning.
Community, and maybe they won't care because it's Jody, right? Is she less than a person? Are children less important?
And you gotta think, Penny with Squall and the rest, within days of coming in contact, as I was breaking down that scamathon, right? Penny and 423 and all them, and Squall target my son and start making him look like a murderer, kidnapper, if I don't cooperate. That was the thing, right? Penny has repeatedly been at the head of the targeting and terrorization and torment of my children and myself, creating fake feds, creating this, doing that. It's Penny. And then Jenny and Adrian doing whatever it is they're doing. It's Penny.
Because they're important. To me, I don't want to be a part of this shit. Especially knowing it didn't happen. Like, wow. When I found out that the call that they used to get me on that 13-hour call was done 8 months before, just found this out like a week and a half ago.
And that's the thing. I have the calls from way back, right? They're getting stuff mixed up. I guarantee there was actually a call the night before, around the 28th, right? But I can tell you it still did not contain what they say they. Nor did I ever tell my Little to do anything. She was not even present for mine and my son's conversation. What was discussed between myself and my son is nothing different than was discussed at home on Ben Hill for years, and what danger and things and damage certain people were doing to them and how it made me afraid for their safety. And eldest holds the same fears. We all do. It's nothing new. I've shown receipts for that, for even saying that to certain monsters around everything, right? Being like, I'm afraid to go to bed at night because I'm afraid sometimes that something could happen to them because of the damage done to them. And what's been done by, and so it's nothing new. That's why almost a year prior, there's also another recording that exists saying the same fucking thing that was probably said the night before, right? And we have proof of it, including recordings of my eldest being like, yeah, that's kind of said to someone, but not that you told Little to do this there, but that, the same thing we all knew to be true, and what dangers were presented by what monsters, right? And the safety of others. And so there was nothing new, right? He just said what we all knew to be true. That was it. And there were recordings and such, and everything else that show he did not say what they are saying he said, and he has no idea how Adrian came to that conclusion and then ran with it, tried to be pissed out, because he never said it, and he says so himself. And I've played that for you all before. It's garbage. What they did to my little is fucking horrifying.
Livid. That's when I started really going back through things and watching. And I get it now. I know why this happened. They needed me to sign off on what they were doing. I don't sign off on that, and I don't support it. You know, who would bring that to YouTube? It's a hostage situation. That's bullshit anyway to begin with. Like, how fucking stupid am I sitting there next to these people believing it? That's embarrassing. Like Jenny in here earlier, like, what's embarrassing? All of this is embarrassing. All of it.
When to recognize that they're human beings, and you know,
Not a single person has put a one in my chat. Randy W. says, who was it that called Ellie and or CPS on Jody Sue? I was told on the phone call, and I don't have proof of this because I didn't record it. I thought Jenny was recording, and I know she was. It was Adrian. Adrian called. And I believe it was CPS that she said she called. I don't know. Maybe Jenny can provide all of the proof of what happened on that phone call so that we can all know. She told me she had it. I said, who's recording this? I've got it. That's what she said. I believe she did. 110% believe that Jenny has that whole call. It's up to her to put out the proof. I don't have the answers. So, what was the end game in my opinion? I think there's a lot of reasons when Evil entered. I think that maybe curiosity. I think that getting close to Andy and Becca, Jody's sister, things like that. Knowing things that others might not be able to know. Like curiosity, basically. And I also believe that the line was crossed between...
The thing is here, they're still getting nothing. None of those people know me. And all they ever hear are what they can get with strings. Whatever I choose to say to see if it goes back at this point. Quite a bit. But yeah, when I say I cut myself off from everyone, I did anyway, but so they think they have some sort of line on my life, whatever else, but I'm very cautious about what comes and goes to everyone. So it's little, and we have to be, which is sad, right? Can't open up and be free even, and it's because of Jenny and Adrian. And fizzling them, inserted in families and everything else in the way they are. And so it keeps the healing and the bonds broke, which is part of their witness intimidation letter I have up here on the vid, thing. Follows the blackmail pattern and the threats, right? To break down the family bonds, child support will be owed or given, blah, 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 entire destruction of, etc., right? They're following it to a T. But at the same time, they're trying to get all the info they can for my family and others on me. But they got people that I was never in their purview and they don't know anything about me. And others that holidays only. So, yeah, whatever. Whatever.
Speculating, discussing, talking about certain things, and it just went way too far. And people's boundaries just disappeared. Because, and listen, I'm not saying that I've never crossed a boundary before, but to what end? Like, to what end? I don't get down like that. I'm sorry. No, people's kids. Hell no. Hell no. I'm a mother before I'm anything in this world, and I don't agree with it. So, listen, if there was an actual situation going on, now, this is another thing. When I listen back to this, it's Jenny saying, well, I don't know. If you don't know, then how is it a hostage situation? Why was Fizzle telling me there was a hostage situation at Jody's? That doesn't make any sense. So where did that come from? It wasn't Andy, because Andy was sleeping, right? He was sleeping. I'm like, well, where's Andy? He's taking a nap. So
somebody's asking where Luke works. Amazingly, his family, people, they own a construction type business that has ties to.
yeah, you want me to believe this happened when Andy was sleeping and taking a nap? Sure, Jan. Sure.
Right. And I wanted to say too, just watching Judy and I think Tiffany Marie and Angel and Luda and Gigi too. You guys probably know this as well. If there's like contacting her or being like overly sappy may not be the right thing.
Before I take this comment down, because I didn't finish answering you when Evil entered, I also believe that they wanted to place Jody's daughter with Andy. It was a very big goal of theirs, which I had listened to them talk about, for Jody's daughter to go back with her father or to have visitation and all these things. This is not the area for YouTube creators to be. It's just not. Like, that's crazy. That's absolutely insane. And I mean, whatever, but yeah, no, how is that accepted in this community? Are we supposed to accept it? It wasn't even fucking real. This didn't even happen. Like, the situation that everybody thought was actually happening wasn't. Oh my God. 13-hour phone call. Literally. I think I was on the phone with these people until like 4 a.m.
See?
All over a lie. You know how many lies there are? I could never even begin to get through them all. It would take me weeks.
And so it stands to reason, if for 14 hours prior, they were on a phone call about all this stuff, right? It means it was being planned before fucking anything even set up. The plan initially was to try to do some 5150 shit on me, some crazy shit. Then they get wind of this, and then they twist and make it into something to target my look with. It's even better, right? There's proof of both these things. But if you're on a 14-hour call with this shit, talking about my little, you then can't get up on a goddamn panel and act like and panic in front of all of you all subs and chats, right, and members, and go, oh my gosh, we're getting word from family, friends, and community and all this, and Jody, it's a hostage situation, we're just now getting word in, guys, oh my God. Bullshit. It's soap operaville at the torment, terrorization, and harassment, slander, lie, I mean, just annihilation of my daughter. So that's what the fuck it is. Just targeting. But here they were playing. I mean, you hear Judy's voice on this older live from then, that day. It's, oh my gosh, this is happening now. But yet, 14 hours they were in the background.
But we'll keep going. The end game, in my opinion, was probably to get her daughter taken away from her when Evil entered. Most likely. That's my opinion. and my assessment of it. They've gone to great extreme lengths. And that teenage girl is old enough to make decisions for herself. She's probably old enough to be emancipated. So what is the urgency for a teenager who can speak, who can relay to the police when they show up what's going on? I'm pretty sure that if what was going on my stream that was said to be going on was happening, things would have been much different. So please tell me again, Jenny, how true it is. It's all lies. For what is the question? For what? And I guarantee you there will be no proof. She won't show proof. It's okay. I'll just sit here with questions and wait forever for all the answers. Per usual, because these people cannot be honest. 13 hours was the phone call that they got me on with Linda, the Linda phone call. The Linda phone call where I interrogated Linda for hours over all the things that they, had issues with, that I took issue with, and then realized that Linda was also used. She was also targeted. Her emotions were played on like crazy. I had never heard that live that Penny did until about a week and a half ago. That live stream that Penny did about Linda's son really sparked a lot of my going back through things.
Yeah, you can, Design.
And
you absolutely can.
I don't want that in here.
And
don't write his name in my chat, please. Thank you.
And here's the thing about this. Jenny and Adrian already did a plaything earlier before when Fizzle handed over the Discord to them and they thought they had something. And they're like, oh, she's an informant, but it can really get somebody killed to release this information, wink, wink, so we're not going to. It can really get somebody murdered and targeted, so we can't release it. And then a few days later, what do? I mean, look, y'all, they think that they thought they held something real that could get me murdered and targeted by what you all would consider the real cornbread mafia. And Jenny and Adrian did it anyway. And it was the same. They did that. I don't guess that managed to end up in my murder or whatever yet. And then, they chose releasing that shit. Even if it could have brought those things, right? And then they do this to my daughter a few months later. And then they get the invite. They're the ones invited just a few weeks later to go walk about. Weird, huh? But that's at least twice I've watched Jenny on a live. This could really, and we don't want to give out who it is and all this, but we just came in and said, and it's so important to summer, but it could get this person murdered or hurt. And then they did it anyway a couple days later, and so it was about me and Sarah. And with the very stupid grasp on, they were never handed all those Discords, all the rooms, all the recordings, all the everything to even remotely see the truth of what went down and who they were associating with and playing with. But also, they didn't care if it really ended up with me getting murdered or hurt, or my daughter murdered or hurt. And the thing is that you have to be a special kind of stupid to know that I turned that in to the feds very quickly. The devices are hot as fuck anyway. We all know all of them are being, everything on them's always, you know what I mean? We've been told this to our fucking face, okay? Alright, I ain't like tinfoiling it. I'm telling you. Alright? Telling you. So regardless of whether I picked up the phone or not, that shit's being seen. But I picked up the phone and turned that Discord in. And for some dumbass like Jenny to be like, here's this woman that knows that she's turned us into the FBI. And maybe what she's been saying out in public about this Discord, about saying and whatever needs to be to keep these motherfuckers in there talking, be it, yeah, maybe it's not a thing. She didn't care. Tragedy pimping seemed better for him, targeting and doing whatever. Her and Adrian both for biz, and they have no bounds. They knew releasing that could get me murdered or hurt. Even though it wasn't true, it could get me murdered and hurt. They didn't care. Just like they didn't care to target and torment with that fucking fake bullshit call, and to get up on another panel and pretend they cared. It's a thing with them. And they are very bad actors.
Yeah.
With her personality. Even though you mean well, you may mean well to reach out, she tends to get very aggravated about this.
I don't think anybody should reach out to her. And also, don't take this as, oh my God, we can't discuss her anymore. We can't talk about anything. Just put it on hold. You don't need to go back on your feelings about her. You don't need to change your feelings about her. Don't see this as, oh my God, now something serious is going on. We can never say another word. But for the time being, we'll just back off a little bit. All right? Don't go crazy with, oh my God, something's going to happen, because I don't want anybody to know. I don't want anybody to think, well, shit, now we are not allowed to speak on her or anything. We'll just take a little break for a couple days or whatever.
Right.
So things calm down.
And creators are allowed, to do whatever they want. It just,
yeah, of course. Anybody can go live in an hour and go crazy on her, but I'm just saying, like, for me, for myself, I could totally back off. I don't need to do this today. I don't need to do it tomorrow,
You got
for daughters.
Which shows you, during that period, all of them. That's what it had been. It was days and days. And we hold proof here. Absolute proof. The plan was to drive me batshit, to just press in hard, and then to try to come in with basically what was going to be the same type of swatting call, but it was going to be geared towards me, trying to say I was crazy, I needed 50, all that, and then this came along. They changed lanes. But that was planned, so they were going to take a break, right? But really it didn't, because that's pretty fucking extreme when you do something like that to another human being.
Well, it's funny because I was going to take the whole day to go lay in the sun, but it was gray skies till the second I pressed. Because the second I pressed live, the sun came right out. I was like, are you kidding me?
Oh my God. Did you were you able to watch any of that, Tiffany, last night for Mulan?
Her live?
Mm-hmm.
I watched some of it, but I didn't watch all of it. In fact, I think I fell asleep watching Benny's live because he was reacting to her. Didn't even tell you.
And do y'all know, most of that 20-hour live, the main thing, I wasn't even present for. I was wandering around, doing what I normally do, pausing out, taking care of my little, doing whatever, right? But that is not the longest live I've ever done anyway. But on top of that, you know what most of that live was about? It was about domestic violence. Who wouldn't have wanted that to be done?
you, I was exhausted because I was live yesterday. I woke up.
And mind you, while they're all at this time, at this point in history, they're all, oh my gosh, 2011. They're doing 14-hour fucking phone calls, staying up around the clock, and then running all these rooms the next day in clockwork timing to do this. What were they on? Were they having mental breakdowns? What the fuck? Give me a break, y'all. But people don't see what the fuck they're doing right in front of their faces.
Yeah. Still in his, like, with his chat there. Like, I woke up, like...
Well, we were on Friday. Friday, we kept you up very late.
What is it?
On Friday, we kept you up really late.
Yes, you did.
Girl,
I got up at panel and it was straight sad. I got up and I was like, geez, I'm so late. I stayed till the end. I think I stayed to the end of your live, actually. In the chat.
Yeah, pretty close. Yeah, you did.
I couldn't.
It was just, it was really weird because it all happened organically. Like, it was just supposed to be Tiffany up there talking.
I know, and I know that she said she thought it was planned. No, it wasn't. It was planned at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon when I messaged Jenny on Facebook and I was like, hey, it's Friday. You want to go live tonight? And then I was like, come on. I was like, no pressure. And I didn't even know Adrian. I didn't even know Adrian was going to be there. I literally just said on a whim if Jenny wanted to go live because I thought we've never gone live before and how fun it would be. And I was kind of like in the mood to talk some shit. And but I had no clue. Even Adrian was going to be there, or Andy was not even a thought.
No, and neither was Amy. I had no idea.
No,
I
would never even
ask her to come on.
That.
I mean, you know, we didn't ask her to do that, but there was other things going on with their family, things we're not privy to, where she felt like.
Yeah, you were. You knew good and damn well where everybody was located and around each other at night for a celebration party. You damn well knew, because you've been told in advance, and then certain things were there to where it could get manipulated, to where everybody could jump up on panel. The drawing was also Scott's face being shown for the first time. This was not very long after the blackmail threat letter I have over here in the video format. Y'all seen with pink gloves writing it. Yeah, ain't none of us stupid over here, y'all. These motherfuckers thinking they're spy versus spy. Fucking don't fuck with cats, motherfuckers. Manipulative ass monster pieces of shit.
And so she came up to address that. I'm sorry, I'm trying to keep it straight right now. I'm so sorry. But what I was saying last night in that long live, at one point it starts getting very disjointed.
It did not get disjointed.
Where there's like she's talking. For me it seemed to really start.
And see, this was the bullshit, right? They knew that 20-hour live was not up. It couldn't be viewed. Much like the John Q thing. Like, I mean, you can go back and cut it up and do whatever, but they knew it wasn't up. It wouldn't have been up at this period yet anyway. It could have been uploaded. And they knew they could get by with telling whatever to whoever. Keith pretty much admits that in his room that goes live that morning, starting the bullshit for this, right? And here she is telling the public, though, it was very disjointed and all this shit, like Jody's trying to get back to run. Run from what? I ain't got shit to run from anyway. Other than like DV shit, crazy shit, tragedy pimps inserted in my family shit. You know? But I ain't trying to run. Wasn't trying to run then. See how it makes me look sus and all this other bullshit. And they knew that 20-hour live was down, so they could just come and say whatever the fuck they wanted and spin a narrative that it was very disjointed. I'd been up. Oh my god. It's horse shit, y'all.
Around where she's talking about Carly Trent.
Okay.
And her part in the Carly Trent case.
Her part.
And then, yeah, she had to call, it's pieces. You know how she does the part of a sentence and then she goes into another story?
Yep.
And people, it's easy to misunderstand her because.
And see, this is what really pisses Jenny and Adrian and the rest of this place off. She's like, yeah, her part in the Carly Trent is her. I didn't have a part in anything, right? She's pissed because she has no idea what I'm talking about referring to because I won't give them all of everything. There is nothing disjointed about that. I've said the same thing. When Carly disappeared, they were searching Beach Creek. It's that simple. Candace was at home alone with the kids. Summer was a new baby, right? And she was scared. Neither of us had phone signal. I contacted people I knew that could directly get police and contact Lawson and them to get somebody out there to search one of the buildings that Candace was worried the sounds were coming from. We were all concerned, because obviously they were searching for Carly. And we wanted to be sure that nobody was in those buildings and Carly wasn't. So I helped make sure by way of messaging that night that what Candace asked of me was able to be done, and that building searched down there, and that Carly wasn't in it, nor was whoever took her, which was the Simpson guy. And the cops did come out and search very shortly after I messaged someone, and it was as simple as that. But Jenny's dumbass couldn't make sense of that and the pieces I was leaving out. So that's what really pisses off Blue Funky here, right? She can't get all of everything. She feels like she's fucking entitled, and a little psychopath wants to insert herself in everything around me and destroy it. She's sick as fuck, y'all.
She's not tying things together.
She's on 4 different subjects in one sentence, yeah.
She's not tying them together for us so we can understand. She's not giving us everything. Yeah, it ain't none of your goddamn business, you crazy psychos. See what I'm saying about these people?
Yeah.
But
tell me about it.
it was more than usual. She talked about the smelling hay, and then she was talking about summer.
And she's like, then it gets even more unusual, and she's talking about smelling hay and summer, and yeah, smelling hay on my dogs that kept disappearing during Peeping Tom incidents, and they would come back smelling like fucking hay. Like they were being kept somewhere. And they were being kept somewhere. Make no mistake about that. They were too clean. But Jenny can make it sound nefarious and like I'm losing my mind because I mentioned hay in the fucking country. Oh my gosh. But she knew that 20-hour live wasn't up. To where people would be like, man, Jenny's full of shit. Jody Sue mentioned the dogs smell like hay for the 4 billionth time. But Jenny can go over here and tragedy pimp and pull the narrative shit on, right? That's exactly what she was doing.
And it seems like she was talking possibly about the night after the police and everybody went home. She thought someone was hiding there. She turned her back, and they must have gotten away. It was.
She had no idea what the fuck she said. It wasn't odd.
It was very it was very disturbing.
It wasn't disturbing, and it wasn't the night after, and see, it's this shit. She just made up whatever the fuck she wanted to, pieced and parted, threw shit together, because she doesn't understand, because she doesn't hold the pieces, because we won't say all of everything, and it's not disturbing. It's this fucking crazy psycho inserted so far inside of a case that's open and active and targeting the shit out of people that, I mean, They're crazy, man. They're crazy. Okay?
Right. And to hear that.
And y'all, before that 20-hour live, I'd also talked about, just like I did the other day, the same incident. Right? The sliding movement, somebody hitting the chain, blah, blah, blah. There's a police fucking call on it. Police responded. You know, and there really was something going on because others made calls during that time as well. For the shit going on in there, it was like a 2-3-parter type thing. Alright, so no, Jody Sue wasn't crazy. No, I mean, but Jenny makes it sound that way, right? To make it sound like I'm crazy, I need a 5150, my little's in danger. I just want them all held accountable, man, for what they've done. I just want them all held accountable.
And she tells us that she called 911 in Somers case. I heard that.
I never said that.
I've only listened to it maybe 3 times at this point.
Never
And,
said that.
you know, a lot of times that's enough to be able to understand everything. But this, like, you have to get this right? There was a thing about the, what do you call that, the peeper that she talks about. What do you call it? I can't even think of what you call that, someone who looks into the windows.
A peeping Tom?
A peeping Tom. I was like, peeper. She was talking about like the peeping Tom, and it was a little bit different reference than what we
said Don was the peeping Tom.
She said that before, and we had the other perspective with Andy was there one of those nights and almost caught him. It's not the same, these stories. So I don't know what she was trying to get across that saying, or what she was trying to get out. And I'm not saying that Andy's telling the truth and she's not telling the truth. I don't know. But it's a very different take.
Is Andy aware of the situation?
Oh, yes.
Okay, good.
His parents, Jody Sue's mother,
Okay,
grandmother,
good.
her son. There are some other friends. Her sister is aware. Yes, it's not like someone called us and we came straight here. We made all the calls. We made all the calls that we need to make.
Oh dear.
Trish, great point. So you bring up a great point.
No, and here's the thing.
Why were they intent on getting Jody Sue on her own? Was it because...
Here's the thing. No, they didn't. Alright? And you can see this in Adrian's text on her own fucking community wall. It's messages released. And in it, everybody's like, well, what about this family member? What about that family member? Nobody knew. These bitches hadn't called anybody. Nobody been called. Nobody knew. And by the way, I never once ever said I was the one to call the police the day Summer vanished. There's another fucking lie. Jenny is a whole hot piece of garbage. There's no fixing it. There's something wrong with her. And Adrian, and we all know it, and we all hold proof of it, and what they've done in our real lives, and are still doing. I'm sick of it.
Because of the fake bed, the illegality surrounding it. So I can't answer that question, obviously. I know you're putting it out there
And yeah, they're trying to discredit, trying to target, trying to do all this shit. And if they can try to discredit or make me look crazy and all sorts, but I mean, I hate to tell you this. It's not like the feds don't know what the fuck happened with Stacey Slee. Like, they are not gonna skirt the way out of the criminal bullshit they've done around Summers' case and to the people around it. By getting on YouTube and trying to discredit me or making me look like a fucking liar or crazy or like I would do something to children. It's not how it works in court, man, or with federal charges for doing that shit. You ain't gonna skirt out of it by public fucking opinion. You did the shit, bro. But PFIS has repeatedly used all of these people, manipulated, lied to them, sucked them into, and they're their own versions of crazy. And they're willing to do it for whatever needful thing that they want, right? And so it's all like a little monster mash, you know? And it's all because Penny wants to skirt away and make me look like, woo. And I've done nothing but tell the fucking truth on their scamathons, their bullshit, their cons, the criminal shit they've done to all of us, the way they're inserted around Summers. I mean, and they don't like that shit. Oh well. Oh well. But there's so much more behind it. So much more. And at a certain point, Jenny and Adrian obviously joined the crew. Right? Oh, I know, Don. They've admitted that on panel, too, and guess who is supposed to be responsible for fucking up their database? Linda. And that, I mean, but look how many times they keep fucking with her, right? Make that make sense. You know why? Because Linda ain't a victim. Linda's part of this bullshit. Linda is part of whatever's going on. Has been since the very beginning. And she is very much wrapped around Scott and Penny. And here locally. And you don't go from way before this shit last year, them having Linda up on panel wanting to know why she fucked up their database, to them working with her again a few months later to plan and plot this shit against my little. And then grilling her, pretending like none of the other things had happened. You know, give me a break. Quit trying to mindfuck all of us already. Linda ain't a victim. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Linda's part of this and has been since day one. Somewhere along the way. Yup. She is the daycare thing. Oh, among other things. Allegedly.
Speculative. The fake Fed situation is a whole nother story for a different day because it's too much to tackle at the moment. I am not prepared for that at the moment, and I have no problem saying that because the lengths of that, the fake Fed situation, is so dark and so deep and so wide, and it's so disgusting also. So again, you've got, and Penny is the one who's responsible for the fake Fed stuff. Yeah. She was the one introducing the fake Fed, Stacey Slay. Stacey Tollison Slay was the name of this person. I will be handling that also. I just won't be today is all. So, get prepared because this shit's disgusting. But, I missed you too, Moonchild Pink. Good to see you, hun. And even said it was true and thought it was DW and that he almost caught him one night. Oh, the peeping Tom? Well, yeah. I don't know. He was aware but sleeping. Yeah, right? Make sense of that. So, let me pull up while we're doing this. I mean, you guys get the point with Jenny, right? Give me 1 sec. I want to pull up the post that Adrian made.
That shows her to actually be a liar. Oh, please
So,
let her pull
did I
up
send this to myself
that
already?
post.
I hope.
So she,
Okay. So here, somebody is talking about this post. Let me share it for you. So Adrian posted this to, I believe it's still up, 1 month ago.
and it's
Now it says
edited.
edited. I don't know when it was edited. I don't know what was taken out or added. No clue. So this was posted to Krama Mama, Mama Sassy. Now her name is Sassy. This was posted to her community post. She says, is this on full screen? Let me check. Yeah. All right. Let me take this banner down. Okay. I was told a child was
Okay, I think we're back.
is this on full screen? Let me check. Yeah. All right. Let me take this banner down.
This is Adrian's post a
Okay.
month ago that's been
I
edited.
was told a child was in danger. No one was helping her. No one wanted to help this child, so I did what I thought was the right thing to do. Everyone around me thought it was the right thing because what I was told that happened is dangerous and severe mental abuse of that child. I heard it from Boog's mouth and Andy's. Okay, Mama Sassy, this is where I have a problem.
And she further says, I stayed quiet when Jesby played the recording of her son saying he never said. He lied. No, he didn't. And he doesn't even say in those text messages or otherwise. And even Monster and them don't tell Adrian or any of the others that Lil had been told to unalive her. See, there's the fucking lie. And Adrian, by way of this post, proved herself. What she was saying behind the scenes and what she was saying to the public at the time last year that she hoped they had forgotten and all the material was put away to prove by the point she made this post a month ago was that she's a hot ass fucking liar. Alright? And she shut her mouth. She sent Enhanced a message saying that I told Little to whatever twice. And then, when she's immediately notified there's proof otherwise, she shuts the fuck up. Until a month ago, guys, when she hopes everything's been put away, blah, blah, blah. Then she outs herself as a fucking liar. It doesn't even add up. This post she puts up shows what she was saying at the very first was a goddamn lie. Well, but they're so convincing, aren't they?
Krama Mama, Sassy, I don't even know. Whatever she wants to go by. This is the thing. You heard it from Boog and Andy's mouths, right? That's what she said. So you're telling me, Adrian, that you heard from Andy that Jody Sue was going to harm her daughter and he went to bed. Because when you got on the phone call with all of us.
And the thing is about getting proof, even Monster didn't tell these motherfuckers that. And then later on, certain monsters are pissed because these bitches, including Liv Sorrells, just twisted and went with it. Yeah. Real weird, huh? Real weird, that. Seems like they played certain monsters, too. No matter who went with the ball after doesn't make a shit. But what they were actually told was not what they said to you all. Fucking liars.
And I kept saying, where's Andy? Where's Andy? He's taking a nap. I don't believe you. I'm just going to tell you straight up. I don't believe you. This is bullshit. Sorry. But I cannot draw a rational conclusion here with this situation because Andy was literally sleeping. So you heard it from Boog in Andy's mouth and then Andy went to bed. You're telling me his daughter's being held hostage and he just went to bed. That never sat well with me. That never made sense to me, but I was so overwhelmed on that call. There's so much I didn't notice. I cannot even imagine what that phone call would sound like today. Jenny, have you listened back to it? All 13 hours? You should put it out. So she says, I stayed quiet when Jody Sue played the recording of her son saying he never said it. He lied. So
Really?
now she says, Boog lied. Jody's son. She said he lied. I've stayed quiet in all the lies. I stayed quiet because I knew what I did was the right thing to do to protect a child, but you had no proof, Adrian. So, Adrian, were you set up by Andy? Is that what you're saying here? I don't get it. How could you make a call like that without...
And see, here's the thing she's not counting on. I have those calls. The illegally recorded ones from other people recording them that makes them entirely illegal to have recorded in the first place between them as they spoke, but definitely to send tragedy pimps to ever play in public. But I've got them. And they don't say what they say. Try me, ho.
Proof. And wouldn't you think, okay, I've got a brother and an ex-boyfriend who are telling me this, but neither one of them are calling. Something stinks.
Yeah.
I think it's you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I stayed quiet because I knew what I did was the right thing to do to protect a child. I would have never made any call if I hadn't heard it with my own ears, and no one in her real life was doing anything to help her. How do you know that? She says this. No one was helping her. No one wanted to help this child. Again, she says.
Enhance. How did my child spend that day for all the hours you and I were on the phone? Again? Mm-hmm. How did she sound? Hold on. Do you care if I send a screenshot of how you describe my daughter being that day around the streets? That way it's in real time that day as those events occurred. Your testimony as to how my daughter sounded that day for all those hours. Because I think the streets need to see that. Hold on, watch this shit. And it looks like I had the recording of my son by 7 that night. Showing that he had not said that. You know, this was in real time. That evening. Oh. Mm. Oh. I heard your daughter today. She sounded present and thoughtful, not traumatized by you in any way, and able to speak her mind and heart about an injustice done to someone else. This is not a kid in danger where she is, with you. What is she saying? This is all kinds of wrong. Did you see the privacy laws? And then, of course, Adrian, what is she saying? Right? August 28th, 7:50. 7:25. So, that's, as you can see, it's enhanced talking about in real time. In real time. And the proof was already there that my eldest had not said it. And that they were fucking lying and everybody was fucking confused. And by the way, the police weren't even here when they started up the rooms and were saying police were here. Because Tiffany in that live mentioned it was 1 o'clock. Right? Jenny was on her panel around 1 or 2 o'clock. Fucking police didn't get here until 4 something, close to 5. Weird, huh? Weird.
No one in her real life was doing anything to help her. Help her with what? The situation wasn't even happening. What you told me wasn't even occurring. Do you have a FOIA request for it? Adrian, have you put in any documentation whatsoever to prove this happened? You guys get FOIA requests for everything else. Where's this one? I'd like to see it. I think maybe a lot of the people in this community would like to see it. Doesn't exist, though. There is no file at the police department of Jody trying to have her daughter end her life. This is why you'll never see it. Okay? I have been lied about and accused of some serious crimes over this and anything else I've done for Summer since then. But this wasn't for Summer.
You ain't
Adrian.
done shit for Summer.
This was your own gripe with Jody.
Yep.
Jenny's own gripe with Jody. Penny, I have no idea what part she played in it all. She had had magistrates' wives getting on the phone to call judges. She had a counselor. She had all the people. A judge's wife, she needed to get on the phone. They don't want you to know that. They don't want you to know all these things.
Now, here, tell it, Penny brought in a judge's wife, counselor, all these other people that she stuck in this call with them, but nobody else had any idea who they were. I'd love to know if those are fake too, just like the Fed was. Because Penny has a habit of fake Chris McDonoughs, fake feds, fake artists, fake polygraph experts, fake everything, really. But if she is saying it, and I've seen the names on her fucking counselor and judge's wife and all that shit, right? Can't really place some of it. I'm being real honest with ya. Alright? And since I know most of those around here personally, I don't know. But if it happens to be that there are real people around those types of services and courtrooms here that are playing with the Tragedy Pimp group here to help target me, there's a real fucking problem. But I'm gonna go on the bets that they've just created more. You know how Penny made you all think that the channel over there, I forget what it is, but that it was for months run by the Jeff Bobo? But it wasn't. It's a woman with the last name. But for months and months, in most of Summer's case, she made people think that was the real Bobo. That way, tips about Summer and people wanting to talk to the media and trusting Jeff Bobo here on the ground to help Summer might go to that channel instead. Penny has a habit. A really bad habit.
I don't think you should have ever added me to that call. None of you. I really don't.
And she ain't learning.
I have no idea.
She ain't learning.
But yeah, good luck with all this. It looks really promising that you're going to be able to clear up all your lies. Doubtful. So she says, I have proof that I did everything I was supposed to do as a human being and didn't break any laws. So she's worried about this. She's worried about breaking the law. She's worried about being a human being. So she has to reinforce that she's a human being to everybody here in this post because she knows what she did was fucked up.
Yep.
Basically, is my opinion or my takeaway from it. And I didn't break any laws ever. It was not a swatting call. You know what, though? Kind of looks that way, Adrian. Because while I was on my live stream, guess what was happening to Jody? While we were discussing Jody, the cops were going there, right? Bitch, you think for 1 second you will ever set me up that way? You've got the wrong one. This shit is out of control. You need to be stopped. You need to stop and pull back, pull away, and really reevaluate the situation. It's gone way too far, going to hurt somebody. You could literally have gotten somebody killed.
Yep. And, you know, Penny Latasha is living currently in another state. Not far, but, you know, about 6-8 hours. But,
this is gross. So, she says it was not a swatting call. I don't know why she would even say that. But it looks that way, and it appears that way. So it doesn't really matter what you say, Adrian, because not everything you say is going to be taken for 100. Like, that's solid. I don't believe a word you say. I don't believe a word any of you have said.
I don't believe any of you.
You're not honest people.
You're always up to fuck shit.
And I can't even say you're good people. I thought you were.
None of you are. You're all
I don't feel that way anymore. That phone call was 8 months old. Not the day before, not the day of. 8 months old. That's sick.
And that's the thing. I think the one they put out mostly to the back and the creators was very old. However, a conversation did happen, or something was said the night before to certain monsters and things. But it was not what was said later on by these assholes, including Penny and Adrian. And they knew it. They knew what they were putting out and twisting was a goddamn lie.
So obviously something was going on that they needed to create this diversion, and they needed all these people on these phone calls. So what is it? What is the end game? Is it simple or is it complicated? What was the reason for this? I say, I don't hate Jodi. I don't like some of the things that Jodi has said. I find it to be very irritating that I have sat here as long as I have, listening and trying to dig for answers. But what I find to be so inappropriate is the fact that the people that we here have thought to be good people who care and have the best of intentions really turn out to be busybody, nosy people who have no boundaries and no limits, and they don't care who they hurt. And that's not me. Even when people hurt me, I don't try to hurt them. So you can talk about, speculate, whatever, but this is a whole different monster. This is not going live to talk about Summer's case. This was a whole invasion on a whole family's life, right? Jodi or not Jodi, these are real people. So, yeah, no. So she says, it was not a swatting call, as you can see. No, we can't see. I didn't see a goddamn thing from that day. I never saw a picture, never heard a call, never saw text messages between anybody except one with Andy. That's it.
Hey, you know what I saw? I saw the tragedy pimp stalkers coming by because they knew Adrian and him had called, and we watched them sit here and film and go back behind his hair. So did the police. That's what we watched, because they were watching to see what would happen with their bullshit that they'd pull. Got it on camera. Plain as fucking day.
So we didn't see that it wasn't a swatting. Was it a swatting, Adrian? Did you swat Jodi? I don't know. I would like to know what information that they got and in what form, and I'd like them to show it. I would like them to be honest about what led them to do this. If it's legitimate, I'll totally take it into consideration. I'll be waiting to see that proof, though, along with probably a lot of other people as well. And I'll be the enemy. I don't care. So she says, so what if I wouldn't have and something happened to her? I would never forgive myself for not trying to get that kid some help. It's interesting how you distance yourself from Jodi Sue's daughter by calling her that kid, but you care about her so much. But that kid, get that kid some help, first of all, is offensive as fuck. Okay, it's not your kid. It's not my kid. It's not anybody's kid here. It's Jodi's. You don't need to get anybody's kid help. Yeah. You have your own kids, Adrian. Why don't you worry about them?
Yeah, that are modding in your fucking rooms.
Putting your nose all over the place.
Let's bring that up. That Adrian's special needs child, who she admits does not have the comprehension to understand what's occurring and things, that she's taught Rita Sarah, is modding in her and Gavel's chats, watching them and subs and members torment, terrorize, and bully the shit out of me, my family, insert themselves in our lives, talking about the worst things to ever happen around other crimes. You know what I mean? Real life, open and active investigations, things that happen to other children. I mean, that should not be occurring. Well, they talk shit about my child. My child ain't modding in other rooms and shit. Not special needs. Does have comprehension skills to understand what's occurring. But she's worried about my kid. Are you kidding me? But finds it appropriate to let her own in all these rooms to mod, saying, well, my kid thinks I'm cool, not an embarrassment like Jody probably does. Yeah, really? No. My children think all of y'all are fucking monsters, dude, and they hate each and every one of you with a passion you can't imagine. Right? You have no idea how they've been abused, trained by monsters, or taught to talk shit and all kinds of stuff, or what happens personally between all of us. You have no idea, right? So for you to continue to do this to my children, or the recordings, or the bullshit, or any of that, is a special topic. And to talk shit about my children while you have yours who you admit do not hold the skill set needed to understand even what's occurring around them, but you find it appropriate to have them modding in the rooms and around you in real life while you plan, plot, talk shit about, and bully myself, them, my children, whatever. That's a special type of fucked up. You know. That's what you're teaching. It's what you're letting them see and hear. It's fucked up, bro. And let's make no mistake, homeschool is just fine for Adrian's. But it's not okay for the children she's putting out online, lying about, putting in danger, and totally just terrorizing and tormenting. Homeschool is not okay for that child, but it's okay for her child. She has modding in chats. Weird, huh? Weird.
The Isaiah House business and the Casa people and all these organizations you're trying to plant yourself in with people that work there or volunteer there. You're a weirdo. You are a weirdo. This shit is crazy. This is so crazy.
And see, it's weird the Audrey room comes up, the telling their fake bullshit stories that popped up at the same time around Adrian and Jenny. That room started, the channel did. This person proclaims to be Casa. And then they put out nothing but video after video after video after video about me. And there are certain abusers just hanging out in there with Jenny and Adrian and such too. But that channel comes live and goes up at the same time as SWAT and shit happens. And here tell this person had been in Facebook groups with Jenny and Adrian for years prior, giving them private information out of the system. On other cases, illegally. Weird, huh? Weird. Whether it's real or not, can't tell you whether it's a fake player pretending to be a Casa, pretending to be this, pretending to be... Can't fucking do it. I know certain things lead back to certain things that look real, but does that mean it is? Nope, it doesn't. Does it mean they're not using a fake name, taking on somebody else's Facebook identity or anything like that? Nope. It doesn't mean any of that. That would be for law enforcement. But, that it magically popped up and a channel was built as soon as the SWAT call was put in, and that channel's doing nothing but putting out video after video and calling my domestic violence and calling all these things around us and saying blah blah blah. That's kind of concern. But there you go. That's tragedy pimping at its finest, friend.
So she says, what would you have done? Well, what would you all have done? Not what you did, but hold on. So basically, this is all just to reaffirm to her own self that what she did was good. That's what this is. Hey, trophy wife. How you doing, girl? I miss you. Why chicken-headed fools always messing with you? Well, it's not really, they don't really mess with me. They just kind of lied a little bit. So it's more so what they're doing to kids surrounding this case. We've always had to leave the kids alone. I don't know when that changed. So
somewhere around the time Cam got up on your
so
panel.
She says, what would you have done? Oh, not my business, right? That's why we have so many missing and murder kid cases, because it's no.
And I'm gonna call for this. Here, we'll see if TM access. I want the panel where Cam gets up on it, says they've confirmed it's not my son, then he drops down, and within 3 minutes is on another one, swearing the opposite. I want that piece. Not even the whole fucking live. I just want that piece. TM wants to put it up, that's up to her. I want that piece. And the original dates he tried to give before he's moved them to these newest ones, which, by the way, we have proof also that I paid and had myself and my children not here and somewhere else hidden. Right? But I want that piece. And I know it's on Tiffany Marie's. Also, I do hold the Facebook of Cam and Allie from months prior to even that, where they'd already debunked that and said outright it wasn't my son as well. Cam and Allie need to keep that in mind for later on in civil court. Fuckers.
Nobody's business. Yeah, Adrian? So if Andy was a psychopath that Jody says he is, and he turned around and wanted to go kill them all, we'd be covering another murdered kid case, right? But you don't think about that, right? Like, oh, if I wouldn't have called the police on Jody because her child wasn't being held hostage, we might have been covering another case. What happens if Andy really does pop off? What if he really does? And it's because of your fuck shit.
Y'all, I'm gonna
You're
mute
dealing
out
with
there.
someone who on paper is a...
I'm gonna mute that out. I don't want that. And y'all, here very shortly, I will be opening back up at least the 14 or 1500 lives on my channel. So the voice speaks. The time capsule is getting awful tired.
Not Andy's family. You're not these kids. Fuck. So, yeah, we have so many missing and murdered kid cases because it was nobody's business, she says. No, it's not your business, actually. Why don't you focus on Summer and get out of Jody's household? Because that's all a distraction from Summer. I always said that was a distraction from Summer. Every time it'd be Jody this, Jody that, her daughter, her son, but this is happening. No, that, and I would say that's a distraction from Summer. Like, Jody's stuff is Jody's stuff. Like, we don't know what goes on with that. And I felt it should be left alone. Maybe if there wasn't all that meddling going on and talking with Andy every day and Becca and the sister and this one and that one and sticking your nose everywhere it should be except your own life, everything would have been much different. Are you going to stop at any point, or you're going to keep going? Like, where does this all go? Do you guys stop now? Is it over? Because I'm not going to cover Jody anymore. Everything I've said is said and done. After this, I refuse. Unless something really, really important comes up. I am not covering Jody in a negative manner anymore.
Praise Jesus.
Everything that's been said has been said. I have put it all out there. All my lives are there. They're just on private at the moment because I'm focusing on only the things that you see on my channel right now. That's the fake fed shit, this stuff, and that will take as long as they have to. But when are these people going to stop it? Now, you're going to pull out of the situation and stop going real life on her, because who's going to be next after Jody? Whose life is going to be impeded upon after Jody? That's all I'm asking. When does it end?
It looks like they're back to doing another number on the babysitter neighbor in Leilani and Billy Joe and Quentin's case too. They're back on and on. I mean, they never leave any of us. They're always going real life in every case, and tormenting, targeting, harassing. They're doing the same shit over and over again. I mean, Leilani's in goddamn jail, for God's sakes, and they're still terrorizing the shit out of the fucking babysitter. It ain't gonna end as long as you all tolerate.
So she says, I'm not getting clicks and views. Why does this matter? Look, all this extra added here. I'm not getting clicks and views. I'm not getting super chats. I'm not looking for recognition or pats on the fucking back. I'm not here for that. I'm here for Summer. Well, if you weren't here for that, you probably wouldn't have had to say it.
Right?
Right? You guys know so much about deception.
That was creepy as hell.
All of these things, right? You're all got your books. You're learning about all of these, the Steve Johnson course and all of these things. Penny does that, by the way. She has to learn about deception so she can be perfect at it.
What?
She wants to perfect the art of deception. And let me tell you, she does a great job. If there ever was a 40-pound snakehead, Penny would be it. So anyway, so she says, but I'm also not sticking my neck out anymore. I'm not taking the heat anymore. I'm not being lied about anymore by anyone, especially that horrid, miserable woman. Okay, well then maybe you should stop talking about her. See, here she is worried about herself. You know what? Jody pisses them off just as much as they piss her off, and it's just toxic and unhealthy. You're not going to get anything out of it. It's like...
I was not laughing at what TM just said. I was laughing. I just looked up what the Steve Johnson course is. Okay.
Like trying to get something out of a stone. Going around in circles on this merry-go-round nonstop. Until what? Until someone really gets hurt. Jody Sue Brown, your son is a liar, she says. Either he lied to Andy or he lied to you. So she puts it on the son. He reached out to tell what you allegedly directed your daughter to do. That's on him if it's not true. That's what Adrian.
Thing is, she's trying to put it on my son, but here's the thing. Even Adrian and Lips and all them were not told what they later put out, and I can prove that. So they're laying it back on certain monsters and my son. Even Monster at one point looks like he was like, fuck these bitches. They've got shit twisted on purpose. Wonder why Monster would say that. So in defense of Monster, I'm telling you, you bitches lied. You bitches lied on everybody. Whether people went along with it or not afterwards, a different story. However, what you were told and then what you put out are entirely different things. I hate having to defend that.
Never mistake my silence for weakness or lack of receipts, because there's plenty and they ain't blurry. Oh.
And I'm also going to tell you here now, Penny, Adrian, Jenny, that it's been said, even that one didn't make recordings, you all think, well, so I'm telling you, you better watch where you fucking tread. Or I have a feeling that one's gonna be replaced. That being said, y'all just fucking with everybody and tampering with everybody. For sure. It's also been stated clearly who sent those recordings to the background. And there's proof of it. And it wasn't necessarily certain monsters. Penny, Adrian, and Jenny are some hot ass liars, and they're trying to wrap up and set up everybody, and it's horseshit.
Speaking of blurry, Adrian, you lie too much. Just like that picture that I got a picture of that car that was chasing us, but it was blurry. They chased us for 8 minutes at the rate of 100 miles per hour, going crazy. We got chased out of Beach Creek, but the picture was blurry. So you mean to tell me that all these smart women
at 100 miles an hour if they tried.
who literally cover true crime all the time didn't get a photo of this vehicle that was chasing? That makes me I'm stumped.
Bullshit.
There's never any proof, right? But this isn't blurry. Okay, good. I'm glad. So, she's got a missed call. This is what she shows for proof. Hold on. Let me take this down here. I have all these tabs open. Okay, so this one here is the screenshot, and this is all up on her channel right now. Like, this is on her community post. Kramas, right? So, this is a screenshot, missed audio call. And it says, Boog says that Jody Sue. So, this is from Andy. Correct?
No.
Hold on.
All right. Which things? Hold on.
Okay. Boog says that Jody Sue. So this isn't proof. This is somebody saying, right? I could text anybody. I could text Luda or Emergency Me or Michelle, and I could say, or Sage.
But that's the thing with the message, right? That it looks like it's coming from certain places to Adrian. But what is told to Lips, that's then told to Linda, that's then told to this group, is not that same exact thing. So what you have, it looks like, is a certain camp of starting. And I can tell that's not the texting of certain monsters. That's not monster. That's somebody else. That's not him typing. It's not. And it's entirely different than what was initially put out at first. So it transforms and starts. There's proof.
Sleuth. And I could say, hey, on my live stream right now, I'm doing a giveaway.
Wonder who's
but
typing.
That doesn't mean it happened or that it's happening right now. Do you understand? This is just what someone's saying. It's just what someone's saying. So that's not proof. This is not proof. Boog says that Jody Sue has told her to kill herself. If I get her, he tried to talk to me last night, but was done in bed. Done in bed, okay. But he told her he had been hanging out with me since May, and she said he couldn't see sis or talk to her anymore. This is, okay, so It says call me. Now this is at 2:21 p.m., 2:07 p.m. Take note of the time because I was live. And Andy was in my chat that day. So while I'm live, this is what's going on. Who's to say that that wasn't planned that way? I don't trust you bitches. I will never trust you ever. You all lie. You make fake emails, fake texts, fake fucking everything. I don't trust anything I see that comes from you anymore. Like, you've lost all credibility in my eyes. There was no reason to do this. And had I not been so busy the last several weeks, I'd have been here sooner. But
Yeah, Mountain Cat on Skulls to Death Red Truck. I know which community member it was. It's just because he was ever fucking off in the wrong spot, but they weren't running him anyway. What the fuck he thought he was doing places he shouldn't have been. But it's weird, they're all like, oh, I ain't got recordings in there. You know how many recordings we have of people coming by and calling us freaks and everything else in the road? And then, losing their entire shit because they act like it's on, like, literally we were going out to town too, and they're like, oh my god, they're following. I'm like, bitch, I'm just going town. Take your crazy online ass somewhere else. But they're swerving and doing all this crazy shit because they come in there calling everybody freaks and screaming at people and neighbors dying of cancer and all this shit, and then people have to go the same fucking way. And we got recordings of the whole thing, but you're telling me all these people cammed up with vests with cams and all this shit, they didn't get one fucking recording or picture of this person supposedly 100 miles an hour chasing. And I'll kiss your ass if Adrian or Jenny, either one, can drive Beach Creek at 100 miles an hour. I can drive it well over that. 130, 140. Any day of the week. Headlights off in the fucking dark even. And bitches ain't even gonna go there at 55. 55 on one side, different side of the road's another speed limit. But you get my gist. I'll kiss your whole ass. They would have done wrecked and been in ICU. Promise that. They're full of shit, dude.
I don't have the time for it. So,
but I will tell you that the chatter, that place has been fed up with tragedy pimps. I've never lied about that. They don't want them there. But they are, just like I told you, getting even more fucking fed up with them coming and going. Especially lately. They're sick of it. So, telling you.
So this is another one. Boog says, what's going on? He says, one cop talking to mom and sis. Sis isn't saying anything and mom won't shut up. She's doing her diversionary bullshit like always.
And kid was mad at one point, but they asked me questions. I told them I was like, talk to her long. Anyway, eldest was here and then left in 2 minutes. Cops stayed for like fucking half an hour. Alright? So, eldest wasn't even here the whole time. Nobody was being diversionary or anything. Little, like always, is always open to talk to any official alone. From feds to profilers to, CID to anybody else, and she always has been. And that day, she very much did too. So the whole world can kiss my ass.
Where's Grammy? He says asleep up at her house.
And see, that right there shows you that Jenny lied. You remember earlier on the live from way back? Jenny said, oh yeah, we talked to all the family members, the grandmother, everybody knew. But yet, here's this one out. Where's this one? And where's that family member? And oh my God. Yeah. Once again, proof that Adrian and Jenny both lied, and Jenny lied on her own mouth. Going, yeah, everybody was contacted. When TM clearly states during that live, hers is at 1 o'clock. These messages are at 2:07 plus. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Says mother. He says, I don't know. I can't get into the house to get my clothes for work. Why are you two people involved with this? Why is Adrian posting Jody's son's text messages on her community post and he can't get into the house to get his clothes? This isn't any of our business.
And he got into it. He wasn't here long. He had to be at work. And he was like, what the fuck is going on? Seen the phone ring. I knew it was this one. Playing games. How we knew they were fucking part of the bullshit. Plus on top of what Cup said. But, the thing is, he then got in the secretary, got his clothes, and then did his thing, got ready, and went on to work, you know. If my eldest really thought my little was in danger, he wouldn't just be like, meh, and wandered off to get ready for work, y'all. But he has to tell certain people who have trained him whatever the fuck they want to hear and talk shit about mom and act like whatever. But he knows there's no, I mean, if ever my eldest thought she was, he would have been like, oh, hell no. Right? Here's your fucking sign.
Not at all. This is none of our business. But Adrian thinks it is. See, that's where we differ. I would never put up this kid's text messages. Why would you do that?
And who gave him those text messages?
So,
who gave him those text messages? You know, this kid newly released from a home he spent his whole life in, where there was domestic violence the whole time, and abused by several people on all sides there. Yeah, teach him to talk shit about whatever that is, whatever that. Yeah, I wonder who shared this. Either way, yeah.
so fucked up. Oh, okay, so hold on. Okay. I want to make sure there's no names in this one. Okay. So this goes with the ones I showed in the beginning when Penny sent me this stuff while I was live. You can consider it sharing text or whatever. I don't care. So this stuff is all pertinent to what went on my panel. She says, oh, I'm not worried about it at all. So this is where I asked her about Linda. In my opinion, because I said, do you okay with Linda on this call? She says, oh, I'm not worried about it at all. In my opinion, Linda should be brought up, though. However, the why part, why we were talking to Linda concerning Rue, shouldn't. So the reason they brought Linda in was because Linda has connections to people. You guys get that? So that's what they were using Linda.
That's the thing, Anna. We erased those roads. We used to shut them down and have people with walkie-talkies so we didn't hurt anyone. You know what I mean? So we could make sure the roads were clear, blocked, and we'd race them end to end. You know what I mean? I can drive those roads 140, 150 50 in the dark with no headlights. You don't know those roads. You're not going to be doing anywhere here. You know? They're lying. Alright. And they might have been chased out by somebody at 50, 60. They might have been followed. Because that community truly is fed the fuck up with them. I told them, did I not, that eventually that would start happening. I'm telling you, eventually, and that there really ain't. I mean, they're down there in places that people are sick of them. They're fucking sick of it. And then also, you gotta think, this is a community, probably with the same idea the rest of us have had since day one. Is a predator coming back? Is a predator coming back for their grandbabies, their children? Are they going to target inside of an area with little cell phone service, little help, cleanup crew only? Who's this weird car coming and going? That community is on high alert. A lot are living in ways they've never had to live before, putting up security measures they've never had to before, and living in fucking fortresses in a place they've always been free and their children have been free. People going in and out of there is tormenting the shit out of an already traumatized community. And they have no fucking understanding of that. They don't care. These tragedy pimps do not care. But I mean, you were with them this last time. I think all of you all are coming and going from in there. It ain't cool.
Not only for her resources, for people she knew, for information about what she knew about people from her daycare business with Tucker Drywall Kids.
Hold on. What's this?
They were also, well, Penny was, I cannot lump anybody else into that list. She has some people from her daycare. Can't get into the house to get my clothes for work. Why are YouTube people involved with this? Why is Adrian posting Jody's son's text messages on her community post and he can't get into the house to get his clothes? This isn't any of our business. Not at all.
And I just want to explain something here. If ever my family or otherwise thought I was holding my daughter hostage or hurting her anyway, they would come put a whole foot up my fucking ass, bro. They would have been knocking on the door before that. Are you fucking kidding? That's the mind-blowing part of this. That this could have only happened on YouTube with Tragedy Pimps involved. Trust me, nobody would have ever needed to make a fucking call if something was truly wrong here. My mama, the other people, my other they would have come to the fucking door themselves and be like, hey. If they thought I was holding my goddamn daughter hostage or hurting her. Dude, they've been so far up my ass. I've been laying on the ground staring at birdies. That's how fucking stupid this shit is. And even certain monsters know it. Yeah, fucking brave.
It's none of our business. But Adrian thinks it is. See, that's where we differ. I would never put up this kid's text messages. Why would you do that?
Because she's a
like, why?
Piece of shit.
It's so fucked up.
It is fucked
up. Okay, so hold on. Okay. I want to make sure there's no names in this one. Okay. So this goes with the ones I showed in the beginning when Penny sent me this stuff while I was live. You can consider it sharing text or whatever. I don't care. So this stuff is all pertinent to what went on my panel. She says, "Oh, I'm not worried about it at all." So this is where I asked her about Linda. In my opinion, because I said, "Do you want, you okay with Linda?"
Okay, so these are the messages, I guess, between Penny and T.
On this call. She says, "Oh, I'm not worried about it at all. In my opinion, Linda should be brought up, though. However, the why part, why we were talking to Linda concerning Rue, shouldn't. So the reason they brought Linda in was because Linda has connections to people."
And it's pretty gross hearing Penny use one of the nicknames from my children. Like, she's entitled to do so. You see me going around using their children's nicknames or real names ever? And I know them. It's gross. It's disgusting and evil. I don't appreciate it.
You guys get that? So that's what they were using Linda, not only for her resources, for people she knew, for information about what she knew about people from her daycare business with Tucker Drywall Kids. They were also, well, Penny was, I cannot lump anybody else into that. This was a long time ago that Penny did the shit she did with Linda. But she pulled Linda in. You can clearly see it on that live. And if I need to prove it, I will. And when I do, I will protect Linda and her son. But I will show you guys the absolute manipulation that Penny put in to dealing with Linda. And seeing that all this time later, I guess I was in at like a complete advantage to see it with fresh, completely new eyes. And the first time seeing it, yeah, Linda was added to this call because Penny used Linda. I don't know if they still talk. It's not my business. It's very clear to see what happened. So Penny says, "It's time to get this bitch off YouTube. She's saying YouTube had her swatted and it was malicious to Rue. How fucking dare she? She is the one who told her daughter to herself. If cops were there, it was intended to help Rue because she's in danger with Jody. What the F? I'm pissed. She has some," hold on, I'm pretty sure she says she has some nerve. That's Penny speaking to me.
These are the messages I got hold of the other day. Notice Penny's first concern isn't my daughter. It's, quote, "It's time to get this bitch off YouTube." That's the goal. Has nothing to do with my daughter. Her first sentence is, "It's time to get this bitch off YouTube." Weird, eh?
While I was live. Okay. This one I have to redact real quick because I don't want. Well, all she says is she has some fucking nerve. I said, we'll take care of it. I'll text you when I'm off Ziggy's. I must have been on Ziggy's panel. So at this point, I'm on Ziggy's panel. She says, "I'm so tired." And I said, "Did her son call the police or no?" I'll have to go back through the rest of them to see. I haven't gone through everything.
Nope. It was Adrian.
They have almost used everyone in the community. Well, you know what? There's a lot of that goes on. Truly a lot of that. People use people. And
another one.
No one's really, and even maybe they've been used in ways. I don't really care. This is bottom of the barrel for me to even look at, and it's disgusting. Hey, Thomas, I was just talking about you last night. I had actually asked someone if anybody had seen you around. How are so many people getting away with terrorizing this family? Deborah, probably because we, well, and myself included, have made it acceptable.
Yep.
Now, I don't make to these lengths acceptable. I really thought there was a situation going on. And I was under the belief that there was. And only in that situation would I ever say, well, okay, you know, like, you've got, but looking back at this, you know, it's bullshit. There's no way this man would have gone to bed if his daughter was being threatened like that. There's just no way. I don't believe that. So it has nothing to do with Summer. You're absolutely right, Trish. It doesn't. Danny H. It's important to watch all 54 of Sage's chapters. It's so Machiavellian. Why did so many protect Andy? Danny H. I don't know, but I really hope they don't live to regret it, because Andy is a very shady character, and
I'm gonna mute out.
it's actually really sad, in my opinion, because he's also a suspect.
Oh dear. Okay.
And if that man may...
I'm muting out. Guys.
No.
Because I do not want them targeted as sus or anything else. I don't, you know, because once again, right monsters, right crimes, etc. And, I will always say I do not believe that one had anything to do with Summer vanishing.
13 years ago, like you were in the house with them. I have seen these people make excuses for things that happened years ago. No, that's not what happened. Jody did this and then Andy did this. You don't know that.
No,
like, none of us could ever know that. You know what I mean?
Jody Sue didn't do shit, but not lose her voice.
None of this has anything to do with what happened to Summer. They brought a bunch of shit into this on purpose. So, Summer Rain. A lot of people feel that way. And I've been getting...
Bro, there's some out here with the name Summer Rain, which is exactly what other people have put themselves in devices as for phone numbers. That's fucked up.
People, like, just, you know, people that I know, you know, bouncing ideas off one another. It's concerning. Because underneath all of this, the fake feds, that's concerning. Like,
yeah.
When it comes to, I always say, follow the money, right? So you've got, and like I said, it's a story for a different day, and I will take care of it, but it'll be a much longer stream than this. So, I actually think it would be a great idea for Fizzle to put all of her content back up. I would actually encourage everybody to push Fizzle to put all of her content back up. Because in those lives that she has hidden, and most of them are actually taken all the way off YouTube, Fizzle, just so you know, YouTube can get those back if need be. They're all stored in YouTube. Like, just because you erase them completely, they're all saved. Like, the internet is forever. Everything you do is saved. So, Fizzle, who has locked down her whole YouTube channel since, January of, how long has it been? I think the last time she was live, she was talking about Brandon Lawson. And before that, I don't even know. She's been off her channel for a very long time. And it's all been hidden. All of these things. Don't forget, Penny made her channel one day. Literally within 24 hours of Chase dropping his first video. I won't forget that. And I even made it a note to say that all the way through, even when I talked to her. Because I never trusted Penny. That's not a secret. Not with anything to do with Chase. Not anything to do with any of that stuff. She can't be trusted. But I will get to that. Just not today. So when you are confronted with this fake Fed situation. Now, is that just curiosity also? Thank you, Nika. Thank you so much. Thanks for being you. Nah, thank you for being you. Nika is like an angel, I swear.
Oh, that's nice.
There's certain people that like have literally been so present for me that I could like never repay them. I have some of the most amazing women around me. Lippy, Nana, Gigi, Luda, Bridget, Emergency Me, Memphis Mommy Mars.
I don't know. Can we
Like,
really
I
count Lippy in there
truly
after
am
what she's done?
Nana.
Really? I mean, 'cause y'all
They've
watched
gotten me
Lippy,
through a
right?
lot. Like, a lot.
And her
This last
entire
couple weeks.
attempt
And
at... I mean, look
please
what
don't
Lippy's
think
done.
I've been going back through all this alone. These girls are literally on top of so much. And I owe them.
Okay, so is Lippy gonna put up a retraction that half the shit she's been targeting me with for months is horseshit? With her clips? Anybody? Because, I mean, if Lippy's serious, then, well, let's get
A lot more than I can give them. So, but I appreciate everybody. Obviously, there are certain people like have not left my side. Like they've just been there the whole time, and I have to say that that means so much to me.
yeah, Lippy does hang with
And
Floppy.
I really, really adore so many of the people that have stayed this long, like who have been here all the way through and never left, because many could have left, but they didn't, and I'm thankful and grateful. And as time goes on, it's not like sometimes you feel like it's a loss, right, to lose people along the way, or it's not. You grow more rich in your friendships, and you grow more secure in your friendships, and you know that you're amongst,
Yep.
honest, good
and
people.
so does Penny.
And you've got
Absolutely.
a lot of
I know where
really
these people
ill-intended
hang.
people around here.
I
I'm happy
know.
in my little bubble. I really am.
Yep, Mountain Cat.
I'm going to change a lot of the things that I do here and the way that I move around here. I'm not going to be working with other creators anymore because it's just not ever worked out. I don't know why, but it's sad for Summer, and it's like gut-wrenching when I look back and see that this is the community that we built, and look at it.
Your resurrection.
Look at this place. And you can't control it, you can't contain it, you can't fix it. It's like you just have to watch it burn. So
let it burn.
I can burn it right the fuck down.
Burn it down.
Unless
Burn it
people want to
all.
start telling the truth. So why would you set up a fake Fed on a suspect, a neighbor that lived across the street, and move them into a hotel? Well, to get information, right? Curiosity killed the cat, they say. But what if it's something more, right? Like, what if the things that have been done actually mean something? And what if Summer lies beneath somewhere just a little piece that matters? Because I find it hard to believe that there'd be all of these people. There's like a whole group who has tried to interfere. And
yep.
Like my eyes are wide open to the things that have been done, right? And I'm guilty of some things as well. So as time goes on, we'll take care of it. But why would you do that? I would say it probably be a very good possibility that somebody here watching might know something.
Indeed. Oh shit. I accidentally closed it. Whoops. How long have I been saying this? And now suddenly everybody's like, Whoever did it's probably watching. Yeah, we've got to known this from the get. Like, does nobody listen to shit? Is that not common sense? You'd think it would be in true crime. You'd think that would be like, I mean, that's basic 101, right? You don't have to be a fucking genius to realize that. Hell, I knew that inside the fucking road. You don't have to be a fucking genius.
Happen because I find it to be very irritating that diversionary bullshit like always. Where's Grammy? She can't be trusted. But I will get to that. Just not today. So when you are confronted with this fake Fed situation, now so why would you set up a fake Fed on a suspect, a neighbor that lived across the street, and move them into a hotel? Well, to get information, right? Curiosity killed the cat, they say, but what if it's something more, right? Like, what if the things that have been done actually mean something? And what if Summer lies beneath somewhere just a little piece that matters? Because I find it hard to believe that there'd be all of these people. There's like a whole group who has tried to interfere. And like my eyes are wide open.
How long have I been telling y'all that somewhere back here is a truth? And it seems like manufactured or directed or targeted chaos is hiding. Possible. And that it might lead back to something. Nobody listening until now, suddenly. I was a liar then. I'm always a liar until. I'm always discredited until. I'm always something until. It's fucked up, y'all. I've been speaking perfect English.
Open to the things that have been done, right? And I'm guilty of some things as well. So as time goes on, we'll take care of it. But why would you do that? I would say it probably be a very good possibility that somebody here watching might know something.
No shit.
And I started, and I'm going to finish here. And I don't care how long it takes me to figure it out. I don't have the answers. But I'm going to put pressure on all of you motherfuckers. Watch. Just watch and see. Everything is...
Look, even if TM's being serious, all I can tell her is she better hope. And it'll never happen, right? She'll never be done the way she and all the others have done. All of us. But I'm telling you, this is, if you're real life and what they do to us in our real lives, she better make sure she has a good cardiologist, because apparently heart attacks are going the fuck around. And I mean that. Like y'all seen, I showed the fucking receipts. I'm not kidding. These people will literally push you until, I guess, they manage to kill you or really get you fucking murdered or hurt. They'll do whatever the fuck it takes for Cash App Gang Gang. And
so in the darkness is going to come to the light eventually. And I can only play my part, and I can only do what I can do here. I only know what I know, and I don't know what they know. So maybe they can start talking about the things that they know and they've done. That would be great. It would save me a lot of time. It would save all of us a lot of time. And maybe you'll save Summer some time, because here we are all this time later and she's still missing, and everybody's just running amok, muddying the waters and meddling, causing more diversions and more distractions so that Summer can suffer. She's out there somewhere alone.
And every day they've done this is a possibility
And these people
Summer
are
is out
worried
here
about
alive
Jody
and being
Sue's
harmed.
love life.
Every day.
Nah. Thank you
Every
very much.
fucking day.
All set with that. Really, what is it with these people and their infatuation with everybody's intimate relationships? It's fucking weird.
No
really
shit.
weird.
For real.
Really, really weird.
Amen to that.
And I apologize. There's so many good comments in my chat, and I have skipped over so many. Thank you guys for listening and letting me get all this out. I'm going to come back. I don't want to keep this too long. It's already 3 hours. I want people to be able to watch it and absorb it. This is not all. I'm not done. I'm waiting for a response. I would like to know what the fuck happened here. Listen, if I'm wrong, so be it. Let me know. But what's the truth? I'd like to know. Thank you, Stacy. You didn't have to do that, hon. Thank you so much. I'm glad to see you, Tiffany. I'm sorry I'm late. Don't worry about it. Girl, you're always here. Stacy, I think is probably one of, I think I've known her as long as I've known people for like the longest time. Stacy's been here for 5 years. I think 5 years. Memphis Mommy Mars has too. Shanna B's been around for a long time also. I'm only going to keep, and listen, I took away a bunch of wrenches. One in particular I didn't want to take, but I will say this.
Oh dear.
That relationship with that person that I have has never had any issues. But I feel at this moment in time, I cannot allow her to have or hold a wrench here because she is blind to what is going on in her circle. And until that gets figured out, and she'll always have a wrench here. I really do not want to see more, issues because of shitty people. But I do feel that this person is blinded by these people, and I feel there's more, and I did have to remove even wrenches I didn't want to, and I'm sorry for that. It's not personal. I'm not, I don't want it to be like a blow to anybody's ego. It's not like that. But until things restore to natural order and there's not a bunch of nefarious people doing nefarious things, I'm just going to leave things the way they are, and that's that. But probably, let's see. So, wow, it's already 8. I'll come back tomorrow. I'll be back in the morning. Tomorrow morning, let me see. Hold on one sec. Let me make sure I have time. Because tomorrow's Friday. Yeah, I'll come back tomorrow morning. Maybe early. I don't know. Between 9 and 11 or so, East Coast time. I'm not done. I'm far from done here. So, yeah. I guess it'll be a whole shitstorm, probably, going forward. But I'm here for it. And I'll talk to you guys soon. I hope everybody's been good while I was away. I kind of really needed a break anyway, but I wasn't really taking a break because I was waist deep in all of this bullshit. Wait till you guys hear. Just wait. There's so much. It's so overwhelming. So overwhelming, and it's so frustrating. But we'll get through it. We always do. Check on those Amber Alerts also. Before I end this, hold on. Let me check Knickknack really quick and see if these little babies are still. Okay, there's 3. All right, you've got Kaysen Monk. I'm going to drop this link, guys. Greensboro, North Carolina. Take this. There you have, and then we have in Ohio. So Kaysen Monk, he's 9 months old. Okay, grab this. You can also search his name. I dropped the link from my Discord. I'll make a room for these kids too, so you guys can sleuth away and stuff and do what you like. Isaac Shamblin. This is Zanesville, Ohio. Okay, so take this, Isaac Shamblin. Did I spell it right? Hold on. S-C-A-K. S-C-A-K. Just want to make sure that these kids get the attention while they're, this is very early on, guys, so share on your Facebooks and your Twitters and, hold on. This is Isaac Shamblin, and then Cale Clark. So Cale Clark is missing with Isaac. He's a babe. He's only 1 year old. Hold on one sec. Cale Clark. Hopefully these kids are found quickly. Usually they are. Let's hope for the best. All right. And I can make little posters also if I have time. Let's see. I just got kicked out of World Peace. Trust me, you wouldn't be amongst good company in there. Penny truly is evil. It's really bad. And Penny, before I go, I will say this. When I come back to deal with you, I don't need to shame you. I don't need to use your body. I don't need to talk about your body. I don't need to talk about you in a sexual manner. I don't need to degrade you as a woman. None of those things. Because everything you've done here is enough. She's a gutter bitch, Penny. And that's all I have to say. I hope you guys have a great night. Much love. See you soon.
Hold on, we'll rewind, because I didn't catch
For
all.
things.
And look, call out to Bones. Bones wants to go because it has to be on her panel. I've got it recorded. But it was as a scamathon. Right? If she has a panel where Penny's up there in the yellow half boxer's robe, drinking in the dark, coming up into the camera like a horror movie, holla.
And I really need...
And that really just kind of says it all. You don't really need any more than that, quite frankly.
to discuss something that I feel I took part in that I need to clear up. And I also want to bring attention to what's actually really going on. I don't have all the answers because I was not involved like that on a serious level, but there are several who were. And I was clearly left out of some decision making and also had the wool pulled over my eyes along with you all and this whole entire community actually. So this...
Okay, so she just said hers was 3 hours long, a little over. And we've been on 2, so it means I missed an hour. So I'm gonna skip about the first of this.
This is a community issue today. And it's not just for the people who listen to me or like to listen to me. Anybody who wants to add to this conversation is welcome to chat. I would like to keep an open chat as possible. My mods, I've already handled. There are certain people you'll never see here again based on some really grotesque and inappropriate, defamatory, sexually charged comments that are being made about me. I do not
I was
allow
like,
those people
what?
here. So my mods, can block them. Don't say a word, just get them out. I don't want them here. They don't belong here. They'll never be here again. So as far as that goes, that's all I'm going to say about it. I won't be discussing any issue. If you're here to listen to me talk about Benny, that's not going to happen. I'm not discussing him. So this is not going to be drama about my personal business or anything like that. I won't address that here. That's not what YouTube is for. So my personal business stays with me. That's my personal business. But this here is all of your business. So we're going to talk about it. I just want to make that clear because I know people probably rush in here thinking I'm going to be, divulging all kinds of things, and I'm just not. I have nothing to say about it. Okay? I have no comment. Okay. Now, what I'm going to discuss today is something I'd like to get out of the way before I head down the other path I was going to go down. There's something actually very serious that needs to be handled, but I will not do that until I have all of the things that I need, and when it's done, it'll be done right the first time, and it'll be the last time. So, that's good.
And what confuses me is Floppy is still mentioning Luda as of like yesterday, right? On that one list too, but Luda's still holding a ranch over here in TM's.
Going to be put on hold. Penny, that's about Penny. But today I'm going to discuss Adrian and Jenny.
Lippy is still both places. A lot of these people are in the Discords. I've been seeing between both. I know TM has definitely noted that. So why is this not a problem? I'm confused.
Becca and Andy, Lips, Linda, I guess Scott, all of the people that were involved with this strange set of circumstances. Do you guys remember? Let me pull something up for you. Let's take a trip down memory lane. Hold on 1 second, because I need to refresh your memories about this. So about, when was it? September 28th. Does anybody remember the live stream that I did? There were two. There was a live stream that I did where Penny came up and sat all day. She was barbecuing, right? She was barbecuing, but had all the time in the world to sit on my panel that day. It's very confusing. I wonder if she ever actually met her company that day or ate with them. I'm not sure. Probably not. I don't think there was even a barbecue. But she sure did leave right in time to talk about Stacey Slay now. So this is the thing. Penny sat on my panel all day the day before. The next day I went live and Jenny came up and she was crying.
Seriously enhanced? That's a thing? In all states? It's interesting.
Does anybody remember?
I have to look that up. I think it would still be down to nuances and proof and whatever. But I think if anybody ever, including Civil Court, watched all of this, put in all the events back to the DV and living in there and everything, and then my mom's heart attack, mine, health stuff, I'm pretty sure wouldn't have to prove just that.
She was very upset. She also needed to get a message across to Jody. So let me get this live really quick because I need to pull this up. Now, it just came to my attention over the last, I would say, almost a week and a half ago now. I might be off by a couple days, but it came to my attention that this phone call that they used to drag me into, and literally drag me into a situation. I was told Jody Sue's daughter was being held hostage and her.
The thing is, this place knew full well, and so did others from way back, that I have heart issues in, right? For a very long time. Other issues that affect those things. So they knew what they could kind of push into.
Her camper. Okay?
What?
And actually, hold on, let me show you, since it's already been shown. I believe Jody shared this. And Jenny came up and she was crying. Does anybody remember? She was very upset. She also needed to get a message across to Jody.
Oh, yeah.
So let me get this live really quick because I need to pull this up.
Indeed.
Now, it just came to my attention over the last, I would say, almost a week and a half ago now. I might be maybe off by a couple days, but it came to my attention that this phone call that they used to drag me into, and literally drag me into a situation. I was told Jody Sue's daughter was being held hostage in her camper. Okay? And actually, hold on, let me show you, since it's already been shown. I believe Jody shared this. She was able to get this from somewhere. So hold on one sec. It's no big deal. It actually matters. I have no problem with her showing it. Anything that pertains to Jody's children, she's free to use. Okay? Jody's kids have always been off limits here. I've made it very well known that I don't like her children being discussed. And this one day, that's what happened. So Jenny came up, and she needed to get a message across to Jody, not to hurt her daughter or to hurt herself. And I was told that there was a phone call that took place. I didn't know when this phone call was, but it was as if it was going down in real time, right? Real time, like this is all happening right now. That Jody's daughter was being held hostage, and it was a imminent danger to her daughter. Okay, and that really freaked me out. So because Jenny and Adrian were so close with Andy, I took their word for it. I don't know. How am I supposed to know? These people are all up in Andy's business.
You don't.
Never liked Andy, okay? I never.
Yeah, I'm on mute out there.
People with all of the truths about Andy from 13 years ago. What
Oh my
happened
God.
in Jody's.
Oh my God.
That and have been doing that for quite a long time. We also have people in this community who have connections to resources in the state of Tennessee who are actually inserting themselves in these groups of people who are going real life on Jody. Now, it's no secret, Jody has not been my favorite person throughout all of this.
No.
But I draw the line with the kids. And you may say her son is old enough. Well, I don't think so because he's a young adult. Okay? Legally, he's an adult. But I feel a certain way about that. And I caught a lot of shit for protecting her son. Y'all remember when Cam came up on my panel? And they said Jody Sue's son was in the woods. It's kind of like when all of this really kicked off. If I could go back and pinpoint a certain moment in time that things started to get a little weird, that would be it. Now, I may be
wrong, but that was actually,
that's real.
That was like the 900th rendition of them attacking my kids and going for them. But that's when the super push came, and that was when Piper and the cabin piece, the whole nine was going down. They thought paperwork was coming up. They thought they could just push the hell in, and they have not let up, right?
Really, when Penny came to me, Jenny came to me, Adrian, right? That's when they all swarmed in. Okay. Now, hold on. Let me pull this up. I'm no fucking idiot, okay? And when I had the time to go back and watch it all, in hindsight, Holy shit. We have some really sick people in this community. I'm going to tell you right now, Jenny, Gavel Geeks, Adrian, Krama Mama Sassy, whatever, Penny, Andy and Becca are their own little entity over there. I don't know anything about.
Okay, we'll mute out there.
Because they're all up in his business and their marriage and their sex.
No, dear.
That has nothing to do with Summer. It's been a complete distraction from the beginning. And I always said, Jody's kids are a distraction. Every single time something would come up that was important, we'd have to talk about Jody's household. Why? Do you care what goes on in Jenny's household? Jenny Hansen? No. Nope. Remy's household? No. Crystal's? No. Their kids? Are they off limits or no? So I'm pretty pissed off, and I've been pissed off for a week, and I've kind of had it up over my head watching these people run around with little halos on their head, okay? Because they're far from angels here on earth.
Now I'm gonna pause. Yeah, hold on. I'll be. Oh my God. Ask and the you two gods, they shall give. Y'all, I hate that I've left you. We're getting ready to, start in on Cam and Allie. It's gonna be a long night. It's gonna be a long night. They want drama? I'm gonna set it off, and I'm gonna burn it down. But not in a way that's gonna give all my receipts and all the things they want from me. Because they really still want to know what I hold on all of them along the way. So they can try to fight it in civil and criminal terms. I ain't that fucking stupid. And I just got it because my mama brought me some vitamins and stuff. We're hoping that it can bring up some levels to make my heart function a little better until I can get into the cardiologist or my cardiothoracic and to my oncologist for more infusions and shit. So I don't fucking die over the weekend. Because I very much am trying very hard to make it to see my eldest here in just a couple of days. Very much. I very much want to see him graduate. And it will be, oh dear. Anyway, I got the proof. Oh dear God. Fuck all these tragedy pimps tonight. Oh dear. And I see there's someone in here that knows damn good well on certain dates. I was indeed not even on Ben Hill. That Cam has given out. So anyway, the newest ones he's finally stuck to. None of which matter because guess what? We live there. That's how fucking stupid this whole thing is that Cam done my son in. We fucking live there, y'all. We fucking live there. Alright. Amen, Drone. But I have a feeling, Drone, that it's been directed to be so. And it's fucking worrisome beyond measure. Please be careful, Drone. Please. Other accounts have been hacked in very recently over the past few days. Again. Again. And again and again. And y'all seen me take those other fucking vitamin balls. So. Anyway. Alright. Oh, I'm about to burn Cam's ass to the ground. These are facts. I've had enough. I've asked nicely for months and months and months, for 10 months now. You want to be a stubborn monster, be a piece of shit, and I'm gonna burn you Dutch. You don't fuck with my kids, motherfucker. End of story. I'm done with them all. And his intro video is still about my son. And for all the months we can prove it's been up there with the slander, libel, harassment. Oh, fuck you. I'm so done with Kate. And tonight, his ass is mine. Watch and see. Anyway, for the moment, we're gonna finish this up. I'll skip around, but may have to see the volume. I hate this thing. And once again, we're going to talk some shit about Michelle After Dark as well. Her role in that was Scott H. and Squall. Imagine that. Imagine that. Because make no mistake, Michelle After and Scott H. and Squall played a role with Cam and the rest in doing what was done to my son. Just like I've told y'all since the beginning. That Scott was the one that heralded that the new inset of terror was going to come into play. He, Piper, Michelle, etc. And Scott's been always the one feeding the shit to Michelle. So yeah, I'm whole the fuck done. But if y'all remember, I got terrorized for that piece I did cussing Michelle when she put out that mic drop shit that morning. When I lost my full on shit with that bitch. But it was because Scott was like, hey guys, it's time, ding-a-ling-a-ling. Here's the dinner bell. Go at her. Go at her son. Scott H sure does have problems, don't he? He and Petey. Weird where they lead back to around here, right? Alright.
September 28th or August 28th? August 28th. Okay? Like, talk about like whiplash, right? Hold on. Let me pull this up. Jenny and Adrian and Kim, feel free to explain. I'm sure they'll write a community post. Please explain to me why you lied to me. Please explain to me also why women who have lost their children are being used and promised the world in this situation. I have a problem with that. Now, Linda, I need to get this out of the way first. I don't know Linda from Adam. And I never saw the live stream that Penny did regarding Linda's son. Linda is the babysitter for Tucker Drywall. I went back because Penny had unlisted that for me a long time ago, and I recorded it when she sent it to me, and it stuck on my Sassafras channel, and it just sat there. And when all of this weird stuff started happening, I went back and I watched this live stream that Penny did October 2nd, I believe, October 2nd of 2021. And it was the night that I had a live done with Chris McDonough. I got sick that night, actually. And I never showed up to Penny's live. So on this live stream, which I would love more than anything to go over and show you just how sick Penny Fizzle is, I believe she used Linda I believe that she promised Linda answers for her son, because I heard it with my own ears on that live stream, and I have that live stream, but I will not exploit.
No, I believe it was soap opera. For many reasons, because Linda's ever-changing story around her own son, the incidents, how he died, all these other things. For me, Linda's not what Linda wants people to believe either. Linda's been around here since the earliest days of this, obviously. No, Linda's a thing, y'all. Linda's a thing, and they all know it. But that Linda, Scott, and Penny always, it's like right there, right? I don't know, man. I don't know. So, it's where, Slithers here and I are going to disagree.
Linda's son's death. This man trained police dogs for a living. I take great offense to that. Penny would target this woman in the way that she did. And now I see things a lot differently, because on that call that I had with all of these people, Linda was there, and I couldn't figure out why. I really could not, for the life of me, figure out why Penny wanted Linda on this call about Jody and her daughter, okay? And I even texted Penny and asked her, are you cool with her being on this call? Because I know, you don't trust her, whatever. Yeah, she was totally fine with that. Okay. So there were other people called into that call, the 13-hour, 11-hour. Jenny, I know you have the whole thing. You could probably clear up a whole lot if you put it out. But I know you never will. Now, let me tell you something else. I had gone to Jenny and asked her to put out Penny's side. Now, when Penny put it up on the Blood Money Benny Keys channel, you could only hear us, and you couldn't hear Penny. Penny really, really wanted for her side to be heard. And that never made sense either. So, Skilo, you want to prove when the call was?
Uh-oh.
I have no problem with you,
There's Skilo
proving
up.
these things. I like answers. I don't deserve to be treated that way. Nor does this entire community, Skilo. I don't know what.
Hold on. Not in this one. Oh, there it is. Now let me make it clear that in this live, that Adrian Cromley, thought it appropriate for her special needs daughter to be in the chat as they bullied and planned and plotted with Skilo and Jenny here. And made fun of and bullied, best example a mother can set for her child. Anyway, yeah. And I have the chat, by the way, in case anybody's wondering. Call me on those receipts. I got you. Her daughter was in this chat, listening to her and Jenny and Skilo. But here's another soap eater planning on their Halloween costume, and making this thing about me and a comment about grape nuts. I hate grape nuts. It was a joke. It's the smartest thing. I was like, man, if you eat grape nuts, you ain't my people. We can't be friends. But this is how small of a thing I say like that. These soap eaters and crazies and stalkers and inserters go with it. But Adrienne thought it appropriate to have her daughter modding in this chat while this was occurring with Skilo. All three women, they thought this was appropriate.
Yeah, for the main event, I'm going to be Buffalo Bill. I'm going to wear a nude bodysuit, kimono, tucked Buffalo Bill. And I did a little study today. I have all the jewelry that I need. I have the kimono. I'm going to sacrifice the nude bodysuit and paint the tattoos, nipples, and nipple rings onto the bodysuit. And I'm going to carry my grape nuts and a little lamb. And that's grape nuts? Yeah, I had grape nuts for breakfast today, too, Jody. Oh, because grape nuts are wonderful. She said that if anybody eats grape nuts, then they're definitely they have a Buffalo Bill type situation. And I was like, all right. And now I have a Halloween costume. Thanks. Appreciate it. Hey.
Cute, ain't it? Cute, eh? But yeah, that's the Skilo Tiffany Marie's talking to today. That's definitely associated with Jenny and Adrienne, as you can clearly see, and has been for a very long time. But as you can see today, Skilo is still like, it's fine, we did this to Jody Sue's kid, but it's cool Adrienne's kid was over here in the chat with us, modding and all this, but his special needs, and by Adrienne's own posts online, she clearly states she cannot comprehend things. But as for some reason modding and allowed in all these chats, even during late night while her mom and others bully, terrorize, plot, plan, do all this nasty fucking shit to other real life human beings. It's cool, right? Skilo, Jenny, Adrienne. Super cool. Super cool. I mean, y'all make it nice. Really? Not really. But enough. That one straight sounds like a sea lion. I swear it does. Trying to fix something real quick. Good grief, Buffalo. No treats for you. You were heckin' smelly. That's fine. Hmm. Yeah. All right. Same shit, different day around here. Odd when it happens.
Kilo, I don't know. Do you guys have all the answers? See, I don't have the answers. I can only.
There we go. All right.
Say what I know. When was the call recorded? When did the call take place? Where is proof that this phone call took place? Because there is none. February 2022. Really? And I was told that it had just happened. So I don't know. I guess I'm looking for some answers, but I'm going to keep going, okay? So I'm not going to be distracted. I'm not joking. You want to check yourself, bitch? Get the fuck out of my chat. You're not going to come in here and act like you do everywhere else, Skilo. Go fuck yourself, okay? I'm not the one. I'm not the one. And I know that you come in to fix everything because you're behind the scenes pulling all kinds of strings. Get the fuck out of my chat. I have no respect for liars. You lied to this whole entire community. You lied to me. You lied about kids. A little girl, okay, who doesn't deserve that shit. So, hold on, because now I got distracted. See? Skilo, fuck off. Fuck all the way off. You're going to come in here and do your damage control. Go to your community post, Skilo. Go to your community post or to your own channel. All right? Go fucking gaslight over there. Because you're not going to gaslight me and tell me to check myself. You check yourself, bitch. You all have gone way too far. That's my opinion. And you used me to do it. Fuck off. Who the fuck do you think you are, Skilo? Tell me.
She's Buffalo Bill with grape nuts.
Hey, Los. How are you? So good to see you, Carlos. All right, so Linda was used. Linda was targeted. I have no doubt. No doubt in my mind. Nope. Because I listened. Nope. Yeah, where's the 8-month proof? Tennessee nope. Southern Health. I don't know. I'm waiting. Maybe Skilo will make it available. Go put the proof out there because I'm not going away. And this is going to take however long it takes to get to the bottom of it because I will not allow this to have even been a part of Summer's story. Jody's personal life is not Summer's story. Okay, and that's where you guys fucked up because you dropped the ball on Summer when you started going into Jody's real life, getting involved with her ex, his new wife, whatever they've got going on. Like, do you understand that that affects her daughter? She is a teenager. I said 8 months, Tennessee Southern Health, February 2022. So where is it? Where is the proof? Where? I'm waiting. Do you have proof of when the phone call was? Please tell me. I have no idea because I wasn't on it. I didn't record it. I didn't get involved with Andy and Becca. I didn't get involved with Jody's family. I've done a lot of digging. I've done a lot of searching. I've done a lot of sleuthing, but I did not cross over the line to go into her family life. Do you know what I'm saying? Tennessee Southern Health. You can go sit over there with the gaslighters. I'm not dealing with it. Okay? Put the proof out or don't talk at all. Because I'm not here to go back and forth with you. I want answers.
Oh, see, she's been in Penny's Discord with me. And a couple others. Imagine that.
I was on that call. I was told that the call just happened. I was told Jody's daughter was being held hostage. We all were. Every single person watched that. So hold on a second. Let me do this. This would be easier for you. I want proof from all of you people over there. Skilo, you can't save your little group, okay? Let me tell you right now, you cannot stop what's about to go on because you're liars. And not just about this. You lied a lot. A hell of a lot. For what reason, I have no idea. To get close to, sir, I don't really care what your reason was, truthfully. But whatever. I guess if it's all good for you, right? It's not your life. I don't want to be a part of that shit. I don't want to be a part of anything like that. I never have been a part of anything like that here on YouTube. Why would I do it now? I never really thought, like, wow, these people hate this woman so much that they're willing to go to such great lengths to have her child taken away and welfare checks done on her because what? We're searching for answers for Summer. Do we not know where to draw the line in the sand? Like what? Yeah, both lives were disrupted. Do you know how many live streams I did that were disrupted? Many. Many. So, this is from Penny while I was live. I'm going to pull these up for you because they are a part of what happened. There's a couple of them. Now, I don't know how long this is going to take me, and it may take me a week to get through all this bullshit. So, bear with me. There's a lot here. And I've been here. I've just been busy working on all this shit. All right? So, that little cleanup crew over there really does have explaining to do, and I really don't think you can clean this up at this point. I think you should just tell the truth. All right? This is what I got when I was live on the 28th of August. I'm talking to Adrian right now. I'm shaking. You need to know this. Tiffany, you can't say nothing. This is a hostage situation. Memphis told Boog. Jody told her she needs to off herself. Okay? I said, Penny, are the police notified? I feel sick and like I'm going to cry. Yes, they're now. I said, oh my God. So then she writes 3. Y'all see that? You can take a screenshot if you want. I have more. Hold on.
Yeah, I know, man. I know.
I need to redact this one. Hold on a second. I already fucked it up too and showed Jody's daughter's name. Sorry, Jody. That's unintentional. So, hold on. Let me redact this because I don't want to put her children in any more of a hardship than they already are. Really sick shit, you guys. This is just sick. Like, what is wrong with people? For real. I don't get it. Why would anybody do this? Why lie about a phone call like this and say that Jody's holding her kid hostage in the camper? What necessary reason would anybody have to do that?
Right.
You hate her that much?
Right.
Like, we're just trying to find answers for Summer. Is that necessary? I don't think so. Really don't. Hold on.
Right.
I can't see my chat either, so bear with me. Okay. So this one is the next one. So while I'm live, I'm being told while Jenny's on my panel saying that it's a really serious and Jody, please don't do anything you will regret or something to that effect, right? It was so dramatic as fuck. And lo and behold, it wasn't even happening. There was no hostage situation. These are just people that really wanted to take Jody's daughter from her. They also wanted Andy to have sole custody. I mean, this is stuff they all said it to me. And I said, Andy's not going to go to court for custody. He don't give a fuck. And by the time you get through court, she's going to be 18. There's no point to that. That was my sentiment about it. So, I don't know. I guess it's just so important to go into people's real lives, right? Like, this is what we do here, I guess, now. So, hold on. Like, you can't clean this up. It's a disaster. For real. Who came up with this scheme? I don't know, Angie Carter. One of them. All those girls over there. You know, the ones with the halos on? Running through you like little devils wearing halos on their head? Nah. I'm so over it. So over it. And like, I wish I could tell you what all went on, but I don't know because I didn't involve myself with these people. Andy and Becca, to be exact. Okay, so this one here is the next one. Andy wants to go grab Rue, but he thinks if he shows up, she's going to take them all out. Now get this. So he tells me here that Andy wants to go get Rue, which is Jody's daughter. But you've got Adrian on this call telling me Andy's sleeping. Now it makes perfect sense. There was no situation going on. Andy was sleeping because there wasn't anything happening. And I said, well, what a piece of shit he is. So you're telling me that Jody's got her daughter held up at her house and she's going to take them all out and shit and he's sleeping? Yeah, that sounds like someone who definitely wants custody of his kid. Like, what? And that's what I'm thinking on this phone call. Now, looking back, it makes so much sense because there was no hostage situation. You understand? So this one says, it is insane, Rhonda. Hey, good to see you. I miss you so much. Oh, my God. We need to talk soon. It's been so long. Okay, this one says, let me put it on full screen. Andy wants to go grab Rue, but he thinks if he shows up, she's going to take them all out. I said, does she have a weapon there? Because she told me she doesn't have weapons a while back. She said her mama didn't raise no bitch. Then, did I show the wrong one? Hold on. No, I didn't. I was just looking at the wrong one. Let me get that down. So I said, I think blank, I wrote her son's name, would be better to show up. Penny says that he went there last night to drop off her cigs and stuff. She won't allow him over there.
And that's just BS, dude. Ain't even on behind me, nothing like that. That never. Penny just added shit. And later on, she tried that cigarette shit again when I dropped a little fucking shit for her long-term weapon over here in my chat and such. For the third time running to run right back to Fizz. And say. And each time that's what happened. Oh, dear. See? That's how you fucking busted. So anyway, but yeah, that one, yeah, she even, Fizz did and the rest of them just a couple weeks ago swore I started a rumor that my little was driving the red truck to go get cigarettes. I guess what, like 11, 12 years old out of Ben Hill, and then she may have done something summer. Are you kidding me? Fizzle Nimmer, a hot fucking.
Not your business, right? So, like, if Jody's kids are having a dispute or Jody's having a dispute with her, you know, family life or whatever, why is that anybody's business?
No shit.
Police are there, though. She has not slept. How many nights of sleep has Jenny lost? I remember this one time where Jenny just streamed Jody in my Discord for 2 days straight.
And that's the thing. I have watched Jenny and Adrian and all these creators. I'll do a 2, 3, 6 hour live, and they will spend weeks up night after night, 12 and 14 hours going through it, plus listening to it beforehand, then doing lives on it. They can bitch about me being up or being on here however long, but whatever I spend, you can guarantee they spend 9 times that amount on it in a week doing so. I've seen it, y'all have seen it, but they want to make this, oh my god, she's crazy, she's up for days, she's on something. It's bullshit, y'all. Meanwhile, Jenny can sit there being an alcoholic on panel. Everybody's like, oh, it's cool. And while Jenny makes fun of my disabilities and my voice, implying I'm on something or intoxicated, she knows clearly, and we have proof in the background that she knows exactly why my voice is like this. But, boy, for months she was wearing it out, wasn't she? Implying I was intoxicated or whatever else while she sat there and drank herself fucking stupid every night. Listening to me, sitting alone drinking, live after live after live. Oh yeah.
Jenny don't sleep either. So should we do this to Jenny? Penny? Does Jenny deserve that? Because, you know, she hasn't slept. She doesn't sleep much. Let me take this down. I'm going to have to read through my chat like when this is over, and I promise I will. Let me get the next one. There's a lot here, so. Okay. So, here we have, there are malicious people. And whether that's intentional or not, I can't say. I wanted to believe that these were really good people. I really liked Jenny. Adrian and I did not have a friendship. I thought Jenny was very sweet. I thought Jenny had a very good heart. I think Jenny has gotten far too wrapped up in this. And I've even said, I think this is a little too much, you know, with Andy. And I tried to say that many times. But that falls on deaf ears, right? When you're in it and you don't realize and you're engulfed in it. Now, Jenny is sad because JLR doxed her. I didn't see this, but let me just give an example, right? So JLR doxed her, I guess. They talked about this on Deets. And then someone reached out to a family member of hers. And she's up in arms about it. You know what? That happens to me all the time. Welcome to YouTube. This is what happens. It's always been that way. So Jenny's worried about her grandma being contacted and being doxxed and all these things. But like, okay, so what about other people? It's okay to do it to other people or what? Well, Jenny, what did you do to piss off JLR? That's what I want to know. He doesn't really take notice of many people. Usually you've got to be pretty, you know. What did you do? How did you even get his attention that way?
Well, he thinks she's
It's very, very concerning to me because JLR doesn't take notice of people unless they're doing really weird things. So,
yeah.
I don't know. I guess I just have so many questions today. So I say to Penny, Jesus Christ, she sends me.
And I'm not going to buy the Deets and Jenny bullshit about how it's just that JLR believes Jenny is Deets and that JLR is after Deets for putting out all, like, of his past. Dude, everybody has done that with JLR. From way back in the day when he started fishing and all that shit to his I mean, everything. Sandy Hook, him terrorizing one of the U.S. representatives, all the other stuff in between, all the lawsuits. I mean, everybody's put it out 1,000,000 times, okay? It's Googleable. It's here. The dude's famous for a reason, okay? So, and he kind of enjoys that fact. So it's gonna take a hell of a lot more than him to be targeting Deets or Jenny. There's something wrong there. Or it just happened to coincide and everybody needing drama recently. Soap opera bullshit, and for Deets to do her very first live with Cash Apps on. And Jenny visiting and the whole night. I'm just saying.
5:10 p.m., August 28th, a join link to the Google Meet. I got on that Google Meet, and first it was, I believe, now don't take my word 100 for the order of people that were on the call, because I can't remember exactly. Jenny knows, though. Jenny has the whole.
Yeah, and Jenny called me nuts for saying anything about JLR very recently, and she sure did. But now she's like, JLR. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
And I know she does, because before that call started, the call with Linda, where I interrogated the fuck out of her, because I was told all kinds of crazy things about Linda, not realizing that Linda was truly Penny's, resources. She needs Linda for this, that, and the other, because she knows Linda has ties to senators and governors and all of these things, right? She's the babysitter for Tucker Drywall. Of course, Penny would want to dig her claws into Linda. Now, I'm not saying Linda is a saint or she's perfect or anything, and I will make this available so that people can hear just the promises that Penny made to Linda, right? And I know I'm all over the place, but I have a lot to say, okay? This stuff has literally been in my head for over 2 weeks now, going back through all this. Listening to Penny tell Linda that she's got a contact at the TBI. She's going to get answers for Linda's son's death. You know what? I would do anything. I'm pretty sure anybody here would if they were promised something like that and they had lost their son. The way that Linda lost hers, God bless. I am so sorry, because I did not know the particulars of that story until I watched, and it is gut-wrenching. I apologize to Linda.
But there's 9 different versions of that.
Treating her so inhumanely. It was wrong of me to treat her the way I did on that phone call, and I'm embarrassed of myself for doing it. And that's the God's honest truth. I am completely ashamed that I treated that woman that way, because at the end of the day, she's a human being and she's a grieving.
Honestly, it was Jenny and Adrian really laying into Linda, but whatever. Anyway, I'm just telling you the story about her son's changed about 9 times. Hold on just a second. Alright. Okay. Sorry. I had to get something to drink. Yeah, all things seem to lead back to here, don't they, Mountain Cat? Alright. So we're gonna carry on with this for just another second or two.
Mother who's searching desperately for answers to find out what happened. She does not believe that it was a suicide, and she's very concerned about these things. Now, Penny comes through with all of these, promises, promised the world to Linda. And she exploited her situation and then turned around and used it and tried to extort her with it. Later down the road, that's up on my Fake Feds live, where Linda says Penny said she threatened to put the live back up, and Linda said, okay, you go ahead and do that. So this person, Linda, now makes sense of this. Why was she added to the call if she's so horrible? Why'd Penny need Linda on the phone? Because she had resources to help Jody. She had resources to help Jody's daughter. You know what? If Jody threatened to harm her daughter, she wouldn't be with Jody. Okay, so it is bullshit. It was bullshit that day when Jenny came on my panel. It's bullshit today too.
Yep.
It always was. So until somebody shows proof, you're fucking liars. And I don't appreciate that I was dragged into it because I never wanted anything to do on the subject matter of Jody Sue's children. But I did. I joined the call. I was there, took part in it. Everybody heard me, right? I was probably the biggest bitch of all on that phone call. Great job, girls. Great job.
Not really.
You're disgusting. All right. I say to her, are you comfortable with Linda on the call for all this time? I know you don't trust her.
And that's not really true. If you watch the one, let me see. If you watched this one that Penny tucked away on Floppy's channel that's owned by her. When I put up the Linda, Scott, Jenny, Adrian, Tiffany, and Fizzle call of this, right? Alright, there's the text message between Linda and Lips communicating with other camps. If you watch that before Fizzle tucked it away, it was really Adrian and Jenny going hard at Linda while Tim and her Bill sat in the background, but it was literally Adrian and Jenny demanding Linda hand over blackmail material on her other friends, and that if she so much as whispered anything, they were going to harm her friends and her business and shit. That if I got a whisper of anything about what they were planning in the background around me and Little and everything else, that, or the PIs got any wind of, then, they were going to fuck with her friend, her business, etc., etc. So, literally out in front of your faces, you have Jenny and Adrian committing a crime and literally blackmailing another human being and demanding stuff from them in order to be able to accomplish blackmail on them if they did not do as told. Tell me they ain't criminal. I know many have it downloaded. Anyway, carrying on.
Okay, hold on. Let me get the next one. This shit is unreal. Thank you, Sage Sleuth, so much. I just saw that when I switched my screen. Much love to you. I know you've taken quite a beating over some of the things that you've been putting out, but you know what? All these things matter. All of the things that have been done have pretty much been done in public. You know, when people try to clean up their mess, they do it in public. I've watched. I mean, shit, it happened on my very own panel in front of everybody. So, they are trifling, and maybe they wouldn't need to do damage control if they weren't so trifling, right, Gigi? So, hold on. I sent Linda an email when it was several days after I watched the live that Penny did with her. Pretty late to the party on it, obviously, but I did send Linda an email. She does not need to respond to me. I don't expect a response from her. She doesn't owe me anything. If anything, I owe her. And I owe her a public apology as well as a private apology, and I mean it, because I believe that some of the strange things that she was doing, or I thought she was doing, were for all the wrong reasons, but I also believe this woman is desperate for answers for her son. And I sympathize with her and empathize with her as a human being, and I'm very sorry for how I was to her. And I do hope that in her heart she accepts it, because I would not, I don't know.
Let's all keep in mind here the absurdity of Linda. Her thing is that somehow she thinks this person from Washington County PD is responsible for her son's whatever. Although that's not what I heard her say. Look, the story about the death, her son, the age, everything, it's changed throughout all this, okay? But let's make it clear that what has stayed consistent is that she said, she says that a police officer that she thinks may have had something to do with her son's death, covered it up, etc., has now become Summer's head agent on her case, right? But she's terrified of the system. She just wants Penny and everybody else to get her in touch with a real, honest agent, Their contacts is there to help her out. And from the very start, she's been ensconced and inserted in Summer's case. She's so terrified of this police officer that supposedly helped murder her son and covered up, who's now become Summer's whatever, and an agent, that she then ensconced herself inside of Summer's case and around it to be noticed by this person, to cause all this chaos. Give me a fucking break. If any of y'all buy that bullshit, I got oceanfront to see in Northeast Tennessee. Then do remember she asked Penny to take down that fucking vid of her son and his death, not to interrupt the local elections recently. The fuck? Linda's a thing, y'all, and she is somehow associated with Scotch. And then right back here locally. And to Tucker and all this other bullshit. I ain't buying it. Y'all buy it. Y'all fucking buy it. I ain't buying it. Because I've heard too many versions of Linda, and this and there are too many versions about her son, and too much this. I've been here. Alright? I done been here. She ain't no big. Fuck her.
I can't say I would not have done. So I don't know what I would have done. Had I have heard that live stream before, I don't think I would have acted the same way. But hearing it afterwards, gutted me. Listening to myself talk to her like she was garbage, knowing that Penny promised her the world for her son, who was hung by his dog leash in the garage. You're dealing with humans.
Now, to make it clear, Linda's first story to me made him sound like a minor and like he was killed in the back of a car and it was caught on a dash cam by a police officer and that he was a minor. I mean, all this shit, right? Until recently, I'm talking the last few days, I had never heard this dog leash stinger that he actually was a police officer and trained dogs. Although I knew something didn't add up because the obit I was sent and all the different names I was given for this kid. And then here she is with a profile picture for the longest time of an adult male in a police uniform with a dog, a canine. I was like, but until the last few days, I'd never heard this fucking version. New on me. And let me tell you, Linda, before you want to go around line, I got them recordings. Don't fucking eat them with me. You, Penny, the rest of you that's changed the story around your son, the Fed shit, Summers head agent shit, all this shit, as you're playing with the fake Fed and everything else, I got news for you. I got proof your shit's changed. Along with the video and what it was supposed to pay for at first. At first, it was supposed to pay for his headstone. Then it was supposed to go to Summers Reward Fund. Then it was for this. Then it was for that. And I'm done with all of it. I can show you evolution of. Knock it off.
Penny, human beings with like real beating hearts inside, not stone walls. They're real people. These are real fucking people. You are terrorizing, okay? That's the moral of the story here. Jody's not wrong in this situation. This shit happened to her. So here I am, right? And it is what it is, because right is right and wrong is wrong. Just like a scream, right? If you didn't hear a scream in the woods, then that means you're right and Jody's wrong. But if you did hear a scream out there in the woods, you can't tell anybody because Jody will be right. See, I don't give a fuck if Jody's right or wrong. I just care.
I'm still wondering where and when they fucking tested and how they recreated anything else. And then the proof is sitting right here on my own fucking YouTube that you can clearly hear sounds and that Donna Candace can hear sounds and different seasons. I mean, like, it was all here. Nobody needed the tragedy pimp to Ben Hill to see or to test anyway. But I want to know where the fuck they tested at. And who gave them a location? Was it a certain monster? Because honestly, even he doesn't really know. Like, he knows we were in a cabin, but does he know where we think? No, because we weren't in purview. PIs gave him a location. They don't know all the things. No matter what they think. You know who does know all the things? Feds. State. Local. Because I'm not a dumb bitch. And they'll never stand or know or be where we were, how we were, with the foliage as it was, anything like that, and they'll never know exactly which places to stand. Not even Monster can tell them that. Because he doesn't know. So where'd they test from? That's right. But the proof is right here anyway. You can clearly hear. It's right here. Always has been.
About the truth for Summer. It's not about Jody being right or wrong. Sometimes Jody's bang on. Sometimes I want to pull my own hair out, right? But this is the thing. Her children were targeted here on this platform. And I was also a part of that. without knowing all the particulars and what people were truly doing behind the scenes, because I didn't have these conversations. Jenny had these conversations. Adrian had these.
Excuse the fuck out of me, Riff Raff. Did you really just say I'll try again later? We had fun last night. Sorry you have to torture yourself with this? Jody Sue? So much for the break we talked. That's a hell of a statement, don't you think, Riff Raff?
Conversations. They all had these conversations in private. I was not included in that. So, perfect, right? Perfect scenario. Drag me into it so that I can sign off on the bullshit you're doing, and it looks all perfect on the outside, like wrapped up like with a little bow and shit, right? Now it looks like a big steaming pile of shit. That's what it is.
Pile of shit.
And pissed off is an understatement at this point. Okay. So now if we go back, I'm going to play this for you.
I'm not torturing anything. I want fucking answers as to why this was done. Where it leads back to. Because somewhere behind the chaos is truth that has to do with something. Get a brain cell.
Just this one part, because it makes my skin crawl that this even happened, but it did. Let me get it. Okay. So we're going to go to where Jenny comes up on my panel here this day. We're having this conversation. I did not make this one public. This is the only one that I didn't make public yet that has to do with this shit. So at first it was just me, my friend Gigi, Angel Talks Too Fast, and Luda.
Ugh. God. Transcript lady. Yay.
And we were on panel. We were discussing things. A lot went on over the days leading up to this also.
And Angel was.
Now, I can't go through all of it because I'll be here for a week. But Jules XL, oh my God, I haven't seen you in like 2 years. How are you? It's so good to see you. Sorry, you're meeting me here all in a tizzy, but this is fucked up. This is really fucked up. And I don't understand. So here it is. Totally normal conversation in the end of August, like dog days of summer, and we're just chilling here.
Yeah, totally normal conversation with Angel Talks Too Fast. You know, the one whose entire channel is built on making fun of my disability and speech impediment or cancer. And cancer surgery, that bitch. That TM built up to do so. That now she has subs and Cash App making a living on. Yeah, that bitch. It's a totally normal day. You've got, I don't know, Luda on there too. Literally, you know, it's whatever. Fuck it.
So listen, this is fucking embarrassing. Truly, it is. It's embarrassing.
And Gigi.
And I'm so
Luda, Lulu, and Angel, and Gigi, and T.
disgusted with myself that I fell for it. Like, I would never have done this to any of these people. Never. You can say all you want about me, talk about a fake check all day long. You'll never be able to say this shit about me. Any of you. And I'm not talking about the people in my chat. Talk all the shit you want. I've never fucked around like this. Hold on.
And happy. This one is for you. Wow. Jody Tuna Loaf Shoe is a motherfucker.
All of them. There's nothing whatever it is not good. Okay, here she is. Let me add her. Jenny. She's on mute. Let's wait for her to get herself situated. Hey,
And that's when Jenny jumps up on panel.
Jenny. Hello. Hey.
After a 14-hour call behind the scenes planning this, which, by the way, if you think about this, puts that before anything. Look, my son and I talked late the night before. Very late. So they were already on a call prior to anything going on. Or being discussed. You want to know why? Because they were already plotting and planning on going hard and making all these rooms revolve and driving me, quote, over the edge so then they could, like Piper and all them were giving days, Adrian were giving a countdown. They were giving a countdown. They were supposed to rotate hard with these rooms and shit. Floppy was mentioning a 5150, all this shit. Their plan was literally to make me look crazy, including the Too Many Feathers account. They had posted the video, making it look like they were breaking in here, which they fucking were, and we have recordings of others here admitting they knew was happening. So not crazy. But anyway, including Fizz and the rest of them, and certain monsters admitting they knew they were breaking in here. But they were planning on making me look crazy and doing a false spot anyway to try to get 5150 and to try to get certain littles and shit that way too. Yep. So that's why they were already on the fucking goddamn calls. And then they got this little bit of news, and then they twisted it, made it into a thing, stayed on the call, all through the night, then went with this shit during the day. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's why TM was real fucking confused and started putting out the whole Jody Sue's trying to harm herself first. Right? Because that was the whole fucking thing that was supposed to be a thing. Plans changed, man. That's why. My guess.
Hold on. I just wanted to take an opportunity, if I could, to yeah, I'm gonna mute. We'll all mute for you. I wanted to speak directly to Jody Sue, and I think that I'm hoping that she's watching this right now. If you're listening, please breathe for a minute. You've been speaking increasingly lately about death and murder in children.
That was a fucking lie, bro.
That's not right. It's not other people causing this for you.
Right. Don't you like how
it's not other people terrorizing you?
Yeah, it really is, bitch.
So please just breathe.
There's
None of this matters, Joseph.
I really hate
YouTube creators, who makes money, none of this matters.
Notice how she segues in with that. It's not us doing this to you. Like a good abuser after they fucking beat you in the face. It's not creators do it. That's how she came into this. It's not creators doing this to you, Jody Sue. And creators who makes money. That's her second thing. Slow blink, twitch. Psycho.
What matters is you walk the talk. That you're strong. Be strong. And
I mean, it's just nothing but word salad. Like, what matters is you walk the walk, love and be strong. Bitch, I am. That's why y'all ain't been on break me, much like abusers for 2 decades. The directive of all humans is to survive. Okay? And I ain't checking out because some tragedy pins. Call y'all, bro. But that is such goofy, nauseous, gross shit. And no one in the background, and the proof filed, and what they've said out of their own mouths, it makes it even more disgusting knowing that we hold recordings, messages, live streams with them clearly stating and planning to try to break me and annihilate me as a human being and to break my spirit. And then here she is up on this going, be strong, take a breath, Jody Sue, come to me. Jenny is a piece of shit.
Protect Rue and Damien.
Like, bitch, what do you think I've been here for? From Facebook onward, what the fuck you think I've been here for? I've been protecting them from fucking monster pieces of shit just like you the entire way. Tragedy pimp, trash, psycho. I mean, the disgust. You have no idea how furious. Here Samano's targeting my children, ensconced in my family, inserted in, telling me to protect my children, while they're simultaneously harming them and making up goddamn lies, to emotionally and mentally harm them, and to possibly put them in extreme danger, several times putting out shit that could get me murdered and harmed. The disgust I feel at this fucking piece of shit, Adrian, and Penny and the rest, is unknown in this world. You just have no fucking clue. No clue.
And I'm here. If you need to reach out, I think there's a lot of other people out here who you can talk to. You don't have to trust us. You'll tell us any details. Just please breathe. Tiffany, thank you so much. Let me come up here. I didn't know where else you might be watching. You know,
Jen, you okay?
Yeah.
Everybody knows I don't even watch TM. Right? Even then, they're always so certain, but they know better. I'm watching fucking TM. It's bullshit, bro.
You don't sound like yourself. You sound like really like shook.
She'll get his fucking ass broke.
I just don't I don't know.
It's okay. What's going on?
I think all the things that can be done right now are going to be done. I don't know because I'm not there, right? So I can't verify all of these things.
Okay.
But I just wanted to get the word out to her. Maybe kind of, she's been up for days.
I was not up for fucking days. She's such a fucking liar. I just can't. I can't. And hearing this again and I just can't. But we at least had this part earlier, so I'm not gonna go back up. But the thing is, I just can't with this bitch shit. Oh, I just can't. She, Adrian, and Penny are literally three of the worst fucking human beings on the face of this fucking. and I really hold nothing but absolute fucking hatred for all of them. I hope, honestly, every day for the rest of their fucking lives, they know nothing but torment, tears, pain. There's no forgiveness for what I'll hold no empathy, no sympathy. I know we all hope karma exists sometimes, but I truly hope it exists. Not much of a believer in karma, especially where it concerns monsters or ever seeing justice sometimes. But I hope if ever karma existed, it visits those three. And I hope true justice in civil and criminal terms comes for what they've done. For what the fuck they've done. And it still is. Make no mistake, they're still ensconced, that one in particular, in and around my life. While the monster clearly doesn't own a mirror and sits on Deep's panel the other day, whining about jail lock. Does not own a goddamn mirror, I assure you. Yeah, it really is. It's like being beat in the face by a fucking abuser and being like, it's not us, it's you. And then her second thought is money, like any good abuser, right? The abuse, putting it off on you. Nobody's doing this to you but yourself. And also greed, money. It always follows the same thing. All monsters, even blue giggling ones, have the same fucking threads. Anyway. Shut down. Alright. So now, we're gonna have a Cam and Alley moment. Because fuck them. That's why. Honestly, yeah. Bullshit.
Hey everybody. Good morning. Happy Monday. I'm here. Okay. Ronnie Lawson will know if the feds cleared anyone. Yep. Okay. So Susan Taylor, Susan, why don't you come in under your real YouTube name? So we can just talk like normal people. Do you want a link? Do you want to come up here? You can. Here. Who wants to come up here and talk shit to me? I'll let you just come up. In fact, we're causing these issues. Come up and talk to me. Come on up. Jimmy P still hasn't asked her question. I know. They just keep trolling. Troll away. Troll away. Oh, man. Bee's knees, thank you. Thank you. You're so sweet. Just listen, Michelle had no business to talk about that. Agree. Why is she doing that? A couple months ago, she was talking. Hold on, here's Cam Manali.
I got your back. I just wanted to come up here and talk some smack with you. They're pissing me off, too.
Hey, Cam. Oh, they're pissing you off, too?
Yeah.
Join the club. I was crying this morning. I'm like, literally was in tears. You have no idea. I'm like, I'm so over this place. Like, there's so much going on that it's overwhelming as fuck.
100%.
So what's going on?
Probably won't like what I gotta say, though.
It's okay. Go ahead.
All right. So, what was said last night from the one creator, there is some truth to that.
What is it?
Okay, so when there were people out there doing the repairs, there was somebody that was spotted in the woods. Not once, but twice. Okay, so the first time, and they weren't driving, they were chased down to the woods. And now, I don't know about the whole sitting in the car honking and all that. I just know that they followed out of the woods, and whoever the dude was when.
Now, y'all, I'll unlock the vibes. way before this where I talked about how, and as a matter of fact, they're on Facebook as well. They're on Facebook as well, where I talked about the day the tweakers were chasing somebody onto Overby's property from the very tip top of Candace's. They had a knife. They swore this person had went over onto Overby's property. That's where he chased them to. They asked all of us if we'd seen anybody. We were like, fuck no. We knew they were tweaking the fuck out. And then later that evening, they helped put my ass in the back of an ambulance because the bitch wouldn't get the fuck up out of my face that night. And I was having a medical episode and all this other shit. And she was trying to steal my fucking phones. My eldest and little got away from her. But either way, all we were doing was eldest was holding the dogs back, checking the mail, and holding them back so that I could get a run and go and get up our driveway in my Kia Soul. But these crazy tweaking bitches were up on 110 and were chasing imaginary motherfuckers over onto Overby's property. Alright? There was nobody. Okay? Fucking nobody. Just saying. But that's what they said. They chased him onto Overby's property. Anyway, on about my day until later at night, had a medical episode, etc. And one of them was up in Facebook Get Out, was obviously like, la, 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 you know. Oh, yeah. Good times. Anyway. Yep. But I spoke about that eons before on the Facebook, to friends, and real life, and such. And then eventually, those tweaking ass bitches that were over there hanging out on 110 come up with all this bullshit. I don't even know why any of anything mattered, because y'all remember we lived there, right? Right? And there'd be no reason for, like, nobody was sneaking around. My kids could walk right up on 110 if they chose, just like the boys could walk on our, I mean, nobody have to be sneaking the fuck around or in the woods or anything, right? And even still, it was very common, especially since interviews and stuff like that were going, cops, all this shit coming and going, and that if my dogs really, so they're going back and forth, you know, for eldest or any, you know, to go get the dogs so they didn't bother anybody. Nobody was sneaking anywhere. And this was months after Summer Bash. But somehow they got the world mind fucked into thinking this is us. Right? Oh yeah. This is how fucking stupid all of this is. This is how stupid.
Just went across the road.
Alright, wait a second. Wait.
The car honking and all that. I just know driving. They were chased down to the theater. There is some truth to that.
What is that?
Okay, so when there were people out there doing the repairs, there was somebody that was spotted in the woods. Not once, but twice. Okay, so the first time, and they weren't driving, they were chased down to the woods. And now, I don't know about the whole sitting in the car honking and all that. I just know that they followed out of the woods, and whoever the dude was went across the road.
All right, wait a second. Wait, so I want to make sure it's like super clear so everyone can understand, because you know how people like to twist everything.
Yeah, and that was the evolution of the story. It had evolved that because obviously public had heard my story. Cam and them months prior to that on their own Facebook had debunked all this bullshit and put it out that it was debunked. It was confirmed by Candace and them that was not the case. As far as my eldest being anything, anywhere, whatever, right? And then it transforms into this shit so these people can listen and learn and do whatever. But yeah, it's horseshit. It's all horseshit. It was false targeting of, still is, of my son. It's fucking gross. But yet Cam and Allie have done it. And so has this place. Squall's done it since very early on with this group. Since the first few days with Penny and Scott.
Everything. All right,
Oh, yeah.
so you're talking about Jody. Are you talking about Jody's son? You're saying that somebody spotted him in the woods twice. He was not in a car. He was not honking a horn.
Well, I don't know that it was verified 100% who it was.
Okay, see, here we go. So we've got people saying her son was in the woods. He was spotted in the woods the day that someone went missing. And Jody's like, hell no. My son was not in the woods. He was with me. He was in the house. This was the day that they heard the scream. So,
Well, I called. Give me just a second. I'll fill in this. So, I called the person who was up there and was witness to one of these, and she talks to the other person who was up there who told Squall Tid that, and she said, and I was up.
The other person there who talks to Squall Tid.
Maybe 2 days after this, but she said that when she chased through the woods and went to the bottom, now Judy Sue was down there, and she said her son was going to check the mail. So he was out there on one occasion, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know 100%.
With and his sister at the bottom of our goddamn driveway. Coming and going from motel room. Also moving. Trying to get shit together. All this other shit. Right? So, and they literally were like, no, we just chased them down over the hill, and that's where the other bitches were going. They went on to Overby's property. They didn't come all the way down the road. They eventually went, did you see somebody? Did you see somebody? Just like I said on my Facebook so long ago. And the very night I got put in the ambulance, and the very night I was talking to the ambulance workers about the tweaking ass bitches, and the ambulance workers, who I'm sure could testify even then, and now about the state of all people on 110 that night and how they were behaving, and yep, oh yeah, and my family, once they showed up and witnessed these people there, but that I clearly from that night forward said those same tweaker bitches helped put me in the ambulance because they wouldn't get the fuck out of my face. They were trying to take advantage of a very real life medical situation I was having happen. And if it hadn't been for my children, they would have stolen my phones and shit. Oh yeah. But yep, must be all of us. Anyway, carry on.
Unless, said that. And she said, and I was up there maybe 2 days after this, but she said that when she chased through the woods and went to the bottom, now Judy Sue was down there, and she said her son was going to check the mail. So he was out there on one occasion, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know 100% unless, I'm speaking from a third party on the outside, just hearing. So I don't know what the woman who chased saw and all that. It would be good, and I might be able to speak to her actually to find out. So, but yeah, I heard this a long time ago, and I was actually under the impression that it wasn't supposed to be talked about. So that's why, when I heard about it last night, I was like, that wasn't supposed to.
Kim, do you have
And mind you, the picture sent to Jen, right, of whoever this person was trespassing is clearly not my son either. It was some adult male, tattoos on their arms. Even Candace said it was not my son. That's how. And then once Cam figured that out and the tweakers figured that out, then they changed the story again. Then they did and it just evolved. And it kept changing dates and times and whatever So they could try to find one that's try being the operative word.
Have an approximate date. Now, there's people in the chat saying that happened weeks after Summer went missing. So
Yeah.
was it the day that Summer went missing or after Summer went missing?
After. So this was so I was up there the first time on the property in August when we filmed the trails. I would say end of September.
End of September. Okay.
We didn't even live there at the end of September. We no longer live there.
And don't quote me on the date. Some September, October, that area.
All right. Okay, so.
Yeah, definitely didn't live there in October either, Cam.
Okay, around September, October, it was said that Jody's son was coming out of the woods. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, Cam, let me ask you. It's pretty common for people walk into the woods, do whatever. Who knows? I mean, he could have been doing anything. So let me ask you, what is your opinion on a kid walking out of the woods several months after a child goes missing? I mean, how do people put two and two together that he did something to Summer because he went in the woods a couple months after she went missing? You're talking 3-4 months after Summer went missing.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's fair at all, because that's
no.
You know, he could just been nosy. Who's up here? What are they doing? You know, I think he's 18 or getting ready, 19, something like that.
Yeah.
So I don't know the specifics. Now, I think what people are speculating on is because of where H said Andy was up on the property, that Andy name. That's not even that boy's name. I think his name is Damien or Dylan, something like that. So it's not even that. So I don't know. I mean, that's the only reason I said his name is he's an adult. So
you had no right to.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not 100% on it now. I've tried to follow it. All I can say is that I was privy to that information when it did happen, and the only reason that I will.
And he debunked it then and put it on his Facebook with confirmation from Candace that it was indeed Nolan's. Months prior to this shit, right? Which was 10 months ago.
Say it's the same person because it was chased both times, and I think the people said it was the same person twice on 2 different occasions, but it never was specified exactly who. Now that rumor that name did get thrown out early on that's who it possibly was, but and I'm not, like I said, I believe definitely it needs to be looked into and talked about, because if there's something there, it needs to be investigated like everything. But I was also listening to what they said, and said they told Candace about it, but she didn't report it, and the person who did witness it and Chase reported it in December, and never got a call back from law enforcement.
They didn't report until after they were super involved with Tragedy Pimps, had changed their story enough to do whatever. Then in December, then the crackhead bitches, I guess hope the ambulance workers who witnessed them in a cracked out state and everything else that day wouldn't remember, and whatever. December, they reported a child months and months before being with me and his sister holding dogs back and getting mail so we go fucking driveway. But they changed into they chased my son. But they didn't. The crackheads were chasing somebody else over on the Overbees. Somebody that didn't fucking exist, and that the pictures of are clearly not my son on the second or whatever occasion. And either way, we goddamn live there, bro. The fuck is wrong with you people? Anyway, but yeah, December.
So,
Okay.
and that's true. That's true. They never call anybody back. So,
So somebody, all right. Somebody saw. Do you mind saying who saw Cam or no?
do what?
Do you mind saying who saw him
I can't.
coming out?
I'm not gonna put that name out,
I
but they
know.
were up there.
I believe one of them is Pam Sanchez, right?
There's
But was it on his property? So let me ask you this: was it? Could you tell me if we're all right? I can't believe we're even talking about months after she went missing. Someone was in the woods. Okay,
Right.
how many people do you think are in the woods? But was it on the property of 125, or was it on a different property?
it's on 110.
In the woods on 110, but 110
Yeah.
and 125 are adjoining to one another.
So, her property where they were staying at that time would have been across the road of Ben Hill. They were, so what it was, I think the location exactly was down near the bus in that part of the woods. And when the person ran, they went down there and, through that bus trail, where that person that, one of the dog handlers that, allegedly one of the dog handlers that came out and said that was the scent, that's where the dogs pick up the scent. And so I've not been able to verify that, but that was a rumor, and somebody that came out saying they were, one of the dog handlers said that was.
And look, my kid, as always, and the boys, they all use the driveways and shit to go back and forth to get whichever dogs are going across, to take mail, toilet paper, whatever the hell's happening. They're in all those days anyway, interviews, all their shit's going on. Chris McDonough's there, whatever, all this shit, right? And if the dogs get out, you have to go out and coordinate. Nobody had to sneak any fucking way. Just cross it. Nobody's hiding in their fucking woods over there doing shit. It's so stupid. The whole thing's so stupid, and it's just meant to target myself. Again.
That was where the scent was and not the dog trail, whatever. But I've reached out so many times trying to find who that person was and try to verify that. But regardless, that's the direction they ran down the driveway, went across the road, and allegedly Jody Sue was down there and yelled at the person. I told him to check the mail, yada yada, and that's about all I know. And that just hurt.
How is it possible, Cam, that let's say Jody's son went and checked the mail, or Jody's son was taking a walk in the woods, or what? That's his neighborhood. Like, let me tell you something. When I was a kid, we had a huge area. It was the woods. There was this old man that used to come out with a shotgun. He'd like fire it off, and he'd go nuts. And
it was fun to piss him off, right?
Yeah. We used to take off into the woods all the time. We used to have so much fun. You know what I mean? So like our neighborhood. And as kids, you're not really, this is someone's property, like this is somebody else's property. When you're a kid and you're out there in the neighborhood hanging out, you go wherever. It's not like you're going to be like, this is so-and-so's property line. We can't cross this. So how did, in your opinion, this speculations and theories of Jody Sue's son come to be that it was Jody Sue's son out in the woods the day the Summer went missing, and now he's like suspect to everybody when this literally happened in September or October? Where do you think that the lines were blurred? Like, in your opinion, because you seem to know a little bit about this, how do you feel about it? Like, what's your opinion about it?
I definitely because of the age and the size of the person. Yeah. Now, because the only thing that has bothered me through that is he was always kind of referenced as being a small child before we knew how old he was. I didn't, that there's been multiple
he's of
people.
age, but when you know what, I'm guilty of it too with my son. I have to get out of the habit of calling him honey and stuff. Like, I'm like, oh my God, he's probably like, shut up, mom. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, come here, honey, or whatever. And he's totally doesn't need to be called honey. When it's your baby, you kind of, at your whole life, that's your kid, that's your baby. You talk about them as if they're still a baby when they're not. And I'm even guilty of that.
I think the only reason that was kind of awkward because when Donald Sherfy Sr. referred to Sherfy Jr. as kind of a child, I was like, oh, that's a little pushing, man. He's 28 and he's done some.
So you've got an actual fucking predator, sex offender. Why aren't they worried about him? Why is Jody Sue's son being?
Yeah, what about that? That property is actually kind of connected to 110. What about that? That dude was still around in September and October.
Being targeted. He's not the fucking sex offender in that community. Like, there's how many people? This is mind blowing to me. And I'm looking
trying to go with Chris McDonough. Did you have that interview where Chris McDonough talked to JC? I've heard this now. I've never heard it.
Yes.
Okay, so did he say that? So she said if somebody that is like a peeping Tom, would they have the potential to act or something? He said red flag, right? So I think people took that and they're saying, well, this person, if he did do something, he's returning to the scene of the crime. And they're trying to speculate with that. And I'll be the first one with how I, especially with the approach we take and everything, that's not fair. You gotta look into all of it.
Now, mind you, even Monstrous said that the person that, once I almost had my fingers on their collar and drag them to the ground. Second time, Monster chased him. Monster still believes it was Dawn. Alright, that he almost called that night. It definitely wasn't our son.
Yes, just like the Wells, they have to be questioned. He has to be looked into if that's the case. But if it was reported in December, then I'm sure they took care of it. Now twice, I think there ain't nothing to do out there. I'm sure the kid runs around and I'm sure that, like we were talking, I don't even consider it now. When I was younger,
hold on. Hold that thought really quick. Why did she put him on the TV on the news? He heard the scream. They wanted to interview them. They're trying.
Actually, they were supposed to blur his face and take out his last name. And they ended up not doing it. But he also was like, well, you could probably use my face, maybe, whatever. Because we all really do give a shit about cinema. And we made sure the topic, before agreeing to that WJ's interview, where Cam's stalkers, Cam and 423 Chase's stalkers followed us and Ansley too. And then we got threatened over with harm, kidnapping, all this shit because the tragedy pimps want to know what was said after Cam and 423 stalkers stood there and videoed us and children for hours doing the interview. But the only way that we agreed to that interview was if it stayed on something. Not on trips. Because we all actually give a shit. Anyway, carrying on.
Trying to help Summer loyal to a fault. Why do you think he went on the news? He went on the news to say what he heard.
Now, when I was younger,
hold on. Hold that thought really quick. Why did she put him on the TV on the news? He heard the scream. They wanted to interview them. They're trying to help Summer loyal to a fault. Why do you think he went on the news? He went on the news to say what he heard. You guys, are you kidding me? Is that even a question? Why did she put him on the news? I don't think she put him on the news. I think that the news approached them, tried to talk to them so that they could tell what they heard. Son heard that scream. Her daughter heard that
The
scream.
same day we did.
Right.
Jody Sue and them had an interview in Beach Creek the same day I had an interview with WJHL, and
Oh, was it the same day?
same day.
Oh, okay.
Same day we were walking down Ben Hill with Ansley Daniels. That's the same day they. Well, no, I'm sorry. They rescheduled theirs. We were supposed to be on the same day, and she rescheduled ours for later on in the week they had that day. But it was supposed to be. We were in Ben Hill.
And we were asked to be in Ben Hill. I wouldn't do it. They want to go back to their roots. Yeah. Wasn't ready to. We'd only been out of there for days and wasn't ready to go back. So we made ours for Solomon. And then from Solomon's, everybody was just get fucking tailgated. I'm talking 2 inches from our goddamn tailgate. And terrorized all the way back to here. And then in our inbox, what happens is Lady R and all them start fucking threatening in their big ass ways about harm and kidnapping and shit happening to their kid. I mean, it was fucking insane, dude. Because they wanted to know what we had told Angie about them. Because at that point, we started breaking down the scamathon. I mean, shit was getting real quick. So yeah.
In Hill at the same time when they were supposed to meet for that one. And but that was, just from what I'd heard from Ansley's, they had the news had reached out and wanted to hear their side of it. And Jody was very protective of her kids and being, even putting them in the school. She has been the whole time, and that's understandable.
I think Jody Sue's a great mom. I really do. I think that the news approached them, tried to talk to them so that they could tell what they heard. Son heard that scream. Her daughter heard that scream.
The same day we did.
Right.
Jody Sue and them had an interview in Beach Creek the same day I had an interview with WJHL, and
oh, was it the same day?
Same day.
Oh, okay.
Same day we were walking down Ben Hill with Ansley Daniels. That's the same day they. Well, no, I'm sorry. They rescheduled theirs. We were supposed to be on the same day, and she rescheduled ours for later on in the week they had that day. But it was supposed to be. We were in Ben Hill at the same time when they were supposed to meet for that one. And but that was, just from what I'd heard from Ansley's, the news had reached out and wanted to hear their side of it. And Jody was very protective of her kids and being, even putting them in the school. She has been the whole time, and that's understandable.
I think Jody Sue's a great mom. I really do. Listen, some people aren't so protective of it. I'm a protective mom, I have an only child. So I think it's like, if you have one son and one daughter, it's probably kind of the same. I don't know because I don't have multiple kids, but you do get moms that are a little overprotective or whatever. But what I have seen of Jody, and she shares a lot of her life with us, although she's private, she doesn't put like her whole life out there. But from what I've seen, listen, this is what stands out to me. Her kids walk in the room, almost always she mutes. She doesn't violate their privacy. That's a big thing for me. I hate when people violate their kids' privacy on YouTube. I cannot stand it. She mutes her mic. She doesn't show them. She sits in a corner where her back is not facing her home, where they're walking around behind her. She's very protective of her children. That stands out to me. I really think she's a good mother. And I hear the way she talks to her kids. She's very loving. She seems very attentive. And I think she's doing her best. And I can speak for as someone who was in an abusive relationship long ago. When you come out of that, you want to savor every single last drop that you can and make up for it. And you want to redo, but you never can, right? Like, you're always going to have that regret. Like, I should have left sooner, and I'm not speaking for Jody Sue, of course, but I'm speaking for my own self. I know that when I left the abusive relationship I was in, there was a lot more, protectiveness. There was a lot more, I adore my child, of course, but when I left that abusive relationship, I wanted to undo every, if anything went wrong, I just wanted to fix everything. I wanted to make everything okay. And I wanted to make sure he knew he was safe, and I think that being someone who's been abused, who's been in an abusive relationship, and when you leave with your kids, people might not understand that aspect of leaving an abusive relationship and going out into the world alone with your kids. You want to make everything perfect for them. So she might baby her kids a little bit. I baby mine. I'll probably baby him forever, but it's a motherly, like, maternal instinct to wanna just fix it. And loving your child?
I agree with you 100% because I'm a man coming from the things I went through early in life. I'm protective over my kids because I know that just because you're a boy or you're not, it can happen to anybody. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And then, we're the same way. I do not let my children get in front of the camera. This is why we got so fiery mad when people were accusing us of taking our children up there to the Wells house. First and foremost, I'm not that irresponsible to ever do that. Second of all, shame on me. I would punch my own self in the mouth for something like that. That's just not the place. Regardless, if anything happened or did not, it's not the place. It's something that everybody knows my spiritual beliefs. I believe there's bad juju all over that place. So I'm not going to put my kids. They're susceptible to that. That's just my beliefs. But I feel like that you have to be, especially through this being involved with this case and stuff. It's made us really hold our kids a little closer, even more than we would. So, our daughters.
Let me ask you this, Cam. Somebody said that they saw Jody Sue's son in September, October. Jody Sue was gone from there, if I recall correctly.
Don't quote me on the times. Now, like I said, I'm here. That's just, I'm third person knowledge, and I don't know exactly, but I can find out. I was just estimating when I think that it was the time period of when, and now it might have been earlier than that. When did the people start going and helping with with what CPS wanted done with the house, or DCS? Does anybody know that date? Because that's probably close to that.
Wait, repeat that question. When did CPS start going home?
When did the people that started volunteering that were helping with the what DCS wanted done with the home repairs?
You would know better than I, because I know
when they first started. I mean, everything's a blur, man.
Do you have any live streams that stand out to you, Cam, where that you did that you might remember? Like, if you went and looked at your YouTube, sometimes I'll revert back to my YouTube to see like the time frame of something. Like, I did this live around that time.
We were out there in August.
Okay.
Into July began. Jody Sue was still living up there. So,
okay.
August, it's probably September, beginning of September. She was still there.
Well, September 2nd was when she put out this. Hold on, let me just be sure, because September 2nd, I think she was already gone. I had uploaded I can actually go on let me check right now. I'll tell you she was gone by a certain date, because when she put out the 16 videos, she was already gone. And I believe that was September 2nd. I'm looking right now. Give me just a second.
We had heard about the screams and when we were up there in August. So I'd asked I was like, can we go up there and talk to her when I was asking the PIs when we were out there, and they said she wasn't dealing with people on YouTube then, and that was but that was before all the craziness even happened. That was. But I don't blame her. I mean, there was all that with Jackie Dobbs and all that before, so.
Okay, right here, 7 months ago. This is. Okay, so this was September 24th. Penny True Crime Commentary was the one that put out. Now, I don't remember if I put this out the same day or if it was a couple days later. So by September 24th, Jody was absolutely gone. I could ask when she was gone from when she actually moved. I don't have an exact date. I know she's really having a bad day today. I'm not going to bother her right now.
So
guys, she's really hurt up right now. Like, this is really serious. Cam, let me ask you, so you're a channel creator, you have an audience, like you have a following, you have subscribers who appreciate you and respect you. If you were to have people come into your chat and start blaming Jody's son, how would you handle it? Like, what's your stance on this whole entire thing, and how do you feel about what you see happening to Jody's son and to Jody?
The way I feel with everything so far, until there is tangible evidence of something that points in, not just that he was on this property and you ran back to your house because you're young, you don't want to get in trouble. That has to be something more than that I would have to say. Now, strange, yes. Anything like that in the time period, yes, everybody's gonna be like, "Oh, that was awkward." What, and twice in that. But there's nothing, like I said, there's nothing to do out there. Boredom, maybe. I don't.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It had to be boring out there. Like I said, I loved being in the woods. Like, I loved going out. I was scared because I always thought I was going to get shot by the old man. He ended up, we toilet papered his tree in the front yard. We had so much fun. That was after he came out and yelled at us a million times. But it was beautiful. To me, it was like a sanctuary, it was peaceful. There were flowers everywhere. Like, me and my best friends, we used to love going and treasure hunting, and we used to love being out. We stayed out till the lights, and the sun was down and lights came on. But this guy hated us. Like, he hated us, and we were just like, we would go out there and read books. He didn't want us anywhere near that property, but he was so far away, acres and acres and acres of land, but it was one of my favorite places to go. That's what I'm saying. I mean, maybe he did. Who knows? Jody Sue's son might have taken daily walks out there. He might have gone out. Maybe he wanted, I'm not saying he did, maybe he wanted to sneak a cigarette. Maybe, who knows? I don't know. Kids do stuff. They hide a cigarette from their parents, or please don't take my word. I don't want to accuse your son of smoking. I'm just saying kids do, teenagers especially, who knows? So all I'm saying doesn't mean he hurt Summer. That is such a far stretch.
What does that mean, Jen? Why you say Chase is cracking case source of this? Hello, completely laughable. What a reliable source to destroy lives. How? What have I said? Jen, why? I mean, that's what this is. You asked how I would deal with it. That right? This is how I would deal with it. I would ask questions and debate it and say, what do we have to prove that there's anything else that would lead to thinking any involvement in that? Because just being up there and being, that's like the talk of the town there. That's like a big deal, and especially early on. You know, people are nosy. People want to see what's going on there. There's people that are visiting that property that people have never seen.
Cam, would you tell me if it was Chase that was your source? At least.
Dude, absolutely. Come on, please. Why would Chase be my damn source?
Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
Like,
right,
for real, I want to ask
listen.
that.
I do trust that if Chase was Cam's source, he would tell me. I really do trust that. After everything that we have been through with Chase, if that was his source, I would hope he would tell me. Come on. I mean that. I do believe
if that guy was my source, I would cancel my own self and then be done. Come on now.
Yeah, no, I don't. Well, I didn't know, but I asked you, and that was your answer. So I do not believe Chase is Cam's source. I do not believe that. I believe
Doug tried to start his crap again. To be
really
Doug last night. So I tried to be multiple times. Tried to be kind to him and respectful, and I thought we got along. Every time I left with a knife in my back. Well, he was talking again. He called me and texted me last night and was like,
oh. Yeah.
But watch this. He was on his live. Watch this. He won't come up here. He's scared. I went straight up there, and it was just more of trying to throw accusation about that billboard stuff. Like I said, look, man, I proved myself out. I had my receipts. I don't have nothing to work. But if it wasn't for us chasing and a couple others, that billboard would have never went up there and saw the light of day. I was proud for the month that it went up there because that was what the subscribers and us did. We only, took up money for 2 days and was able to do that. I wasn't the one that took pictures of a voided contract. That dude was scandalous and was good at what he did, and I'm glad that he was called out. How long did he take donations for that? Long time.
I would say he took donations for that for a good. He was taking donations for that before it was ever even put out on YouTube. And I remember even after, so October 24th was the phone call where he told me that Summer was alive in Indiana. And he said, remember when
which was the same story 423 Chase and P-Fizz gave me to try to blackmail me and to shut me up. As the first scamathon I was breaking down was crashing and burning. And about 9-10 days before the second scamathon was supposed to start taking place with Mystery Angels. And the days they gave me, I was like, and there's a live over on my Facebook where I called 423 out almost 2 entire weeks before Tiffany put out that call between her and Chase, which included the same thing I'd already called him out for, making up a fairy tale about Summer and the feds knowing and blah blah, right? But that's what Penny and Chase try to use. They're like, oh, just be quiet for X amount of days, Jody, so you stay offline, this here. I was like, man, what is up with this giving me an exact time to shut the fuck up, right? And I kept thinking, and then the date came out for the scam. And it was like, oh, click, there it is. And that's what it's for. They wanted me to shut the fuck up, so the first scamathon would be entirely shit on and tore apart and output, and then the second one could go ahead and slide in and start taking place. And it did for, 24, 36 hours? And that one included a person in South Africa that was supposed to take the money from Mystery Angels, slide it through themselves, and then put it back into 423 Chase's personal account. Anyway, carrying on.
And he said, I can't stop now. He said, so he was still taking money October 24th. So
sending all sorts of money to other creators.
And then think about how long it took for people to even believe me, you know.
And by the way, the one picture that was sent to Jenna, that Candace herself sent, saying it was one of the people that those people were chasing. That person looks very much like Juanita's buddy that lives close, like in Greenville somewhere, that was their tour guide. He has the tattoos, the same hat, everything that Juanita's person had in that band. A lot smaller than my son. Even Candace to Jenna says that is not Jody Susan. See how it works? But then once Cam and them figured that out, then they moved shit again. And again. And again.
You know, it was a while.
How many times
for a while.
The reason I'm bringing it up here is how many times I came over here a couple of times early on and talked about it and was like, look, all I can speak for is this is how much money. And I was trying to let everybody know, look, I'm showing you how much money we pulled, so think about how much money I was putting it out there.
He made a lot of money. She brought in a lot of money. Thank you, Scooter Pie, so much. He made a lot of money.
Yeah, over on Jenna's Journey, I believe it's channel, she did a whole live about it. Go look at it. Go look at it. Because Jenna debunked it too. Candace already stated out loud, it wasn't my fucking son. Jenna's Journey has the live up with the real receipts. Has this whole fucking time.
Of the community, and I can tell you there were some very large donations that went to him. I mean, like $500, $1,000, and there were some very, very big supporters. It wasn't for Chase though; it was for Summer. This is the thing people don't realize. All of these, just same with views or whatever. People get those views and those subscribers for Summer. They love Summer. This is the thing they don't get. People show up for her, not for us. They might like us a little bit, right? Like your subs have to like you a little bit. Some of them hate you. Some of them like you. So of course, they're in the chat. They're there for you. But why do you think, listen, I had 2,700 subscribers when I started Crime. I think when I did Baby Cash's case, it was like a little under 1,000 subs that I got. Summer? Listen, these subscribers subbed for her, not for me. That's why when I hit 10,000 subs, I never celebrated. I couldn't celebrate that.
I remember when you did.
Summer.
We just came in.
Yeah, I was like, I can't. Everyone's like, do a 10,000 sub stream, and I'm like, I can't do that. They subbed for Summer. She's missing. Like, how am I going to celebrate that?
That's what I hated. What I hated through this, and after Doug's last night, after he got into what his rant was, it was all about clicks and views last night. And I was like, Doug, man, I just hung up. I was like, dude, this is ridiculous. But, you know, we didn't, this is why I hate those accusations of, hey, you're only doing this for the money, you're only doing this. Look, I didn't even want a channel. Subscribers, we were on talking on other people's platforms. And they're like, just start your channel. We didn't care how far it took off, if it stayed at 100 subscribers, whatever. And when we didn't worry about it, you know, it grew. So be it. You know, we did what people asked us to do. And I can tell you this. And, you know, this is one thing we do, and I keep my receipts on purpose ever since that billboard, and it was just by chance every time we got a donation, we cash apped it to 423 Chase immediately. So I had receipts for all $520 of people's money they sent. That's all we raised. And so I had every single one of those. But what we do, if people give us cash at PayPal, people ask us for like help with electric bill, help with this, help with that. We do it, no questions asked. We've multiple people we've helped through this. Christmases, we helped 3 families with Christmas. That makes me feel good about doing something for our community and the people that are out here that are struggling. You know, and when we were out and doing searches and stuff, every single penny of that went back into help look for her. We donated to help try to get EquiSearch back down here. I helped with Need a Diver. I helped with First to Deploy. That's what it's about. It was trying to get resources here to help find her. And what happened with that? Creators attacked them.
Ruined.
That hurts them or no one else.
Absolutely, it hurts Summer. They don't realize this hurts Summer. Summer's the one that is hurt. And they don't give a shit. As long as they're sitting there running their mouth and they get 1,000 people in their life, they don't give a shit if they hurt Summer. No. It pisses me the fuck off. Bridget Serby says, cracking cases. My concern is Jody Sue Brown already has people showing up to her house and calling and harassing her. I just really think people need to be careful what they accuse. Yeah, that's what I was saying before. I don't know if you were here in the beginning, Cam. Mm-hmm. Jody has been dealing with people showing up to her house for a very long time now. And this is concerning. She's also had her children run into strangers in the yard walking out of the house. Some of that is attributed to 423 Chase. He was actually watching her, sending people to watch her, and I don't know if he still has people watching her. He's had guys out there in trucks sitting across the street down the road watching her house, pulling in the driveway. It's really bad. Now, but the thing is, Michelle After Dark knows this. She knows. All these creators know this. It's not just Michelle that knows this. They all know this. Why would you put her kids in more danger? Why would you put her in more danger? Like I said, she's got one way in and out of that camper. Don't think for a second Jody Sue's not going to protect herself. I have no doubt she would protect her household.
Oh, yeah.
You'd be friggin' stupid to show up and try to fuck with her. I'm just saying. But it's still not the point. That's not the point. You know? And these kids should not have to live like that, where they know their mom is scared. Listen, I could sit here all day and pretend I'm not scared of something. My kid is going to pick up on that.
You don't know what. I don't care how tough somebody thinks they are. Yeah. You know, a coward will kill you faster than anybody. A coward that is cornered will hurt you faster than anybody, than a strong man, because somebody that's weak and is trying to harass people because they feel weak and insecure, they're dangerous people. And you know, that's
who knows who some of these and some of these people are going to Hawkins County. Some of these people are showing up there. They're driving around. You know, she's already been doxxed. Who's to say someone doesn't give her address to somebody? This is not okay. It's dangerous.
I was so happy to be able to talk to her on your channel that one time and tell her, look, because there was so much rumors with that fake FBI. I was like, look, I don't have time to do that on the phone.
I really like Jody Sue. She's always been kind to me.
She was kind to me. I just think we've had a lot of people in between talking. We've been always cleared things up, and somebody else starts something else. And that's, I just shouldn't be about that. I think that what she has said is valuable. I think that there is,
yeah, definitely.
That we all just want the same thing. And I just hope
the thing is too, regardless of whether you like Jody or you don't, listen, you don't have to like Jody, but do you want to see her hurt? Do you want to see her kid hurt? Do you want to, Jesus, Mary and Joseph, what the hell is wrong with you people?
Exactly.
These are human beings. This is not a game. It's not a board game. It's not a virtual reality. You don't have a headset on.
Why aren't they out there knocking on Frank White's door or
Yeah, no
shit?
shit.
Well, why aren't you going out there and knocking on the people that really have the go try that one out.
I agree with you. But they're gonna pick on okay, he's not a kid, but he's of age. He might as well be. He's still young. This is a young guy. So you're gonna go after he's like 19 or 20. You're gonna go after a 20-year-old? 20-year-old. Really? He's got his mom is sick with cancer. Like, what the fuck? They've got so much going on. Their whole lives have been uprooted. Jody is driving herself crazy over summer. She's probably lost 100 pounds in the last 10 months. You can see there's a huge drastic change.
It's affected everybody and it's severely like that. It's sad.
I don't think she's sleeping a lot. She's constantly, probably is asleep, like I said, with one eye open. You've got all these people threatening her. Do you hear this Green Eyes that's calling her? Threatening her? Saying the most disgusting, vile things to her. You guys, this stuff is really happening to her. And Michelle After Dark, someone came in here, oh, are you doing this because she has a lot of subs? Or I don't even know how many subs she has. I don't know. Like, who cares? No. My thing is, she knows Jody's story. She's covered it. She's talked about it in depth. She knows she was just being harassed by Green Eyes last night. That video she put out, what do you think's going to happen now?
She tried to say that she didn't want to see all that stuff in her comments and believe Jason. She did say that now, but it's still, when you talk about it, it's going to bring attention to it regardless. And I just wish that people now, and I'm going to say this, and I'm trying to think the best way to say this. Okay. So with things like that, especially with speculation and things like that people, who is going to, ultimately be able to get the answer. Not any of these people that are trying to go out there and harass her. Nobody's going to be able to get the answers that way. They, law enforcement, ultimately, if there was anything there, would be the only people that would be able to work on that. And I'm just saying speculate, and I'm just saying as an example. And so as far as, I wanted to make this very clear. I never once wanted to be involved with speaking to Don and Candace ever. I wanted to help find that little girl, and we were able to be part of the search, and that's what we wanted to do. And that's why I was very careful to never put them on my channel through all those months until Candace came up unannounced that one night, and everybody saw how that shit went. Oh my God!
Oh yes, I did watch that. Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, you saw my face too. I was like, "What? Please let this in." Oh my God, that's why, because I didn't want it to be about them. I wanted it to be about Summer. So we didn't have them on. I could have got interviews with them way early on, but did I want them? No, because it wasn't about them. It's about finding Summer. So we wanted to talk about our searches and the people that were involved in searches. And that's what our channel was growing on. But then all the drama and the same things happened to us. People thinking that their opinions and their hate is going to make a difference. When all it does is they don't see, they see this false picture that others have painted for them. They don't see what really was happening. You got, people that, and dive teams, drone operators, and this and that, people that were coming together to do something, that were out there every freaking day of the week through the fall. Actually, boots on the ground when no searches were happening. June 15th to November 30th. That was the gap between law enforcement, not counting EquiSearch. And you heard, I don't know if you've heard, when Dolly even came down here, he came down, he said, I don't care if you have an army of 1,000 people out there every day, you would not cover a tenth of that ground out there. And that's true. So, that we were trying to make an effort out there, but the attacks happened, and that ultimately, if she if she is out there, if she did walk away, like law enforcement wants to imply with their emphasis on the very real possibility, if she did, it's going to take a lot more searches than one in June, one in November, and one at the beginning of the year. It's just my opinion. So I'm just saying, there's just all this hate's got to stop. All this stupid people thinking that they can excuse my language, I'm not gonna say it, make a freaking difference.
Kim, you're on my channel. Don't forget where you are.
Yeah, I get attacked for that too. So,
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, don't worry about it. I see it all the time here.
If I get mad enough, it'll flow.
I probably have like one of the biggest trash mouths in the community, so don't worry about it.
Well, I do too, for real. And that's I just try on my channel, I try to be respectful and conduct myself that way. And I try to do that often, but I mean, I cuss for years. That's my last issue. But I have a hard time with that. That's just part of my vocabulary.
I know.
Oh gosh, sad. But
it's also stressful. This is a stressful situation. You kind of they just, sometimes it just comes flying out of your mouth because you're just so fucking irate. See, there you go. Over the bullshit that goes on here. I'm shocked. I've never seen anything like this. Somebody brought up a really good point. It was your main girl. It's on the screen right here. My allergies are so bad. My eyes watering. My nose is running. It's crazy. She says, I don't care that Michelle said for people not to harass Jodi. What she said about Jodi is what people heard, and it's what she wanted people to hear. It's so dangerous and irresponsible. Now, I agree when Michelle said, I don't want anybody to attack Jodi, blah, 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 blah. No, right. But that's a disclaimer. We all know that's for disclaimers purposes, right?
Pay very close attention to this part right here. And y'all, I'm looking for something. That's why I'm not trying to ignore y'all, but pay attention.
I wasn't taking up for. I was just saying, look, she did.
Oh no, I'm not talking about you.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell her that if that came across that way, I was just saying, yeah, she did, but it's still the point.
Oh, okay. Right. Yeah, no, well, I'm glad that she wrote it because I saw a comment actually. I think I have it right here. Let me pull it up. Where she says she goes on to say in a comment, I made sure to ask no one attack her. But what do you think they're going to do with it? Why did she have, couldn't she make a video about something else, like the people who are exploiting this case? Michelle After Dark has such a strong presence here in this community. She's a day one. I always say there's a lot of day one creators that they do carry a lot of weight. Their word carries a lot of weight.
And Michelle, I want to make it clear. Until the point with Scott, who has always been the one funneling her info, alright? Unbeknownst to most of you all, but, she very much just basically repeated everything I said over here, every line. Put it out as her own, walking the dogs. Then when it came time for Scott and the rest of them to target me, Michelle flipped over mine. I'd seen them try to make her do it a little bit before that, but Michelle was like, and I'd had hope that she wouldn't, but then when it really kicked in, Scott wanted her to. This was the shit that was used. Alright. Hold on, guys. So, yeah, it's apparently a zoo situation. Yes, I'm aware I smell like all the animals right now. I'm sorry about it. We have an entire damn zoo going. I don't know if it's a 70-degree weather tonight, but there's like some fucking bear, deer, there's fucking owls, raccoons. You go outside, it's like fucking Jim Carrey's apartment, right? Just like, oh, got fucking eyes glowing everywhere, coyotes lighting off. It's Twitter painting season, y'all. Fucking deer out here on top of the dairy. It's like, hey, sniff, snort. I know. It's like, boo, bitch. They're like, no, you ain't booing me tonight. I have a boyfriend somewhere. I don't know. Look, they're into all the things tonight, man. Alright. So we're gonna carry on where we left off. Yeah, it's fucking straight Wild Kingdom. I don't know. They're all very close and just chilling. They always are, but tonight they're like, fuck it. They're going full on Jim Carrey's apartment. I know all of them are out there, but we're not. No, you're gonna wait. We'll go walk when everybody's calmed down. We don't want to scare the owls and the raccoons, okay? Let them do their Twitter painting, and you and I will go out, okay? You don't go for walkies. Alright. But you're on the stuff again. Took me 2 days to figure out you'd unplug the wire for the TV, dude. Come on now. Anyway. Alright. You did it again, damn it. I give up. Okay. Here we go.
Wait, they're trusted, they're believed, they are held to a higher standard. She's one of those people. And I presence here in this community. She's a day one. I always say there's a lot of day one creators that they do carry a lot of weight. Their word carries a lot of weight. They're trusted. They're believed. They are held to a higher standard. She's one of those people. And I see her lift Jody up and put her on a pedestal. And then when content runs out, now she's accusing her son of possibly not. I shouldn't say she's accusing her son, but she didn't have to. We all knew what the point was. Like, you don't need to accuse him. The whole community is going to literally. This is going to be the net for how long Jody's going to have to deal with this now. She's going to have to deal with this for the next fucking year over a video. And I could never do that to somebody. I could never do that to someone's son. I could never.
Can I ask Tamara Harper? Yes, I do want to ask it. How many lives of mine have you watched? How many have you watched that we do? I just want to ask that question and see what your answer is. How many times have you actually watched us and what we talk about and what goes on.
You guys, can you fucking lay off cracking cases while he's up? Every time everybody got to come over here and complain about him. So can we just have a conversation? Like, can we talk about summer and what's going on? Or does it always have to be, oh, cracking cases, cracking cases? Leave him alone. Every time he comes on my panel, you do this. Like, there is so much more to worry about. I have him here. He came up. And he's up here and he's actually helping the situation. Not many people speak out against the shit that goes on in this community. Why don't you be thankful, even though you don't like him, be thankful that he actually came up to speak out against something that happened this morning. Because not many people give a shit to say anything. They just sit there and watch it, say nothing. Nobody defends anybody around here anymore. You just let people tear people up.
It's stupid attacks that, like, when they run out of stuff, it's like I'm not a disrespectful person, so I don't know what you're talking about, lady. I'm starting with the facts. What he does on his channel. You said hold on. I want to call this one out real quick. Because what cracking case? You don't talk about the stuff that you don't want these idiot viewers to go and destroy. So why even talk about the dive people that you found? That I didn't find them. They came up and they. Because we talked about it because it was helping Summer. You know, we didn't expect people to attack their own livelihoods because they had nothing better to do but sit on their ass across the United States and try to criticize people that were here doing something. Just like you're doing right there. People that, you know, and I apologize to be so blunt about it, but, you know, it's always somebody that thinks that they're, I could do it this much better. I could say it that much better, or I would handle this 100 times better than that. Well, put yourself in that position. Start your platform. Come up here. Have the world on your shoulders. Have people that are, you know, I never once said that I knew anything about search and rescue till I got trained in it, and was by the grace of God, I was the last person that would ever thought I had that opportunity. When you change your life and you try to do better, you know, I don't know how that came to be, but it did. I tried to do the best at it. Try to do something good for a child that was helpless. So if that's the worst that y'all can come at me at and say that, oh, it's all about money. No, come over to my channel and see one time that we've ever asked for super chat, asked for any kind of money.
No, I've never heard you do that.
Never.
Yeah, no. Cam and Allie have never sat on their channel and asked for shit. I've never heard it happen ever. Guys, can you just lay off so we can actually talk about what matters instead of worry about people?
Never put Candace's Cash App in our chat. Actually, one time it got put in there by one of our mods, and I did not approve it because I didn't want any part of that. I was not going to fund them.
Thank you, Cam. I actually appreciate that, and I've never seen it happen. I will say I haven't agreed with everything you've done. We have differing opinions. We always have, right? But I've never seen or witnessed Cam and Allie drop Candace's Cash App, not a day. If I had, I would have probably called them out on it. I've never seen it. So yeah, I have to really, anybody who thinks that is completely wrong. They've not done it. I've never witnessed that.
Matter of fact, our broken record, how we don't want to ever be in the middle with any money. I don't want money to go through my hands to somebody. I don't want any. That's not what I want anything to do with that. And you know, and the sad thing is when something as good as a billboard for a missing child turns into somebody putting money in their pockets, and you know, unfortunately, we got accused of that when we're just trying to do something good. You know, that's sad. Now I'm afraid to do anything that would, you know, be positive, because you're constantly thinking, well, you know, how can this backfire? What is that person going to do? It's ridiculous.
Look at this asshole. I'm sorry, I'm cutting you off.
You're fine.
Keep the scandal going, just like the National Enquirer. Listen, I'll tell you something right now. My channel is far from the National Enquirer. In fact, there's not many channels left like my channel where I'm not spreading all kinds of bullshit. So you're at the wrong place, digital missionist. Gave Benny material for a couple hours for distraction of his scandals. It's BS. So many watching Action soon. There's actually not a lot of people watching. There's only 650 people in here. So I'm not sure what you're talking about, and I don't think Benny is going to get much material off of this. What are you talking about?
Just stay
Why
on
are
your
you
couch
talking
and
about?
shit in
No
your
one's
pants.
talking about Benny. Benny's singing in the car about me every day. I don't care. Let him sing Tupac till the cows come home. I don't care. He can sing me a song every day if he wants to. That's what Benny is doing. This is content. I gave Benny content just by being me. He sings to me now. Okay? Digital missionist. Next.
Person probably can't reach around to even wipe their own butt because they're stuck on the couch being just angry and trying to critique everybody else. So, bye-bye. Have a nice day, and good luck with your next bowel movement, piece of shit.
I just like don't even understand where that comes from. But anyway, so then what I put up here was, so this is a comment. I'm glad that someone sent this to me. Oh shit, I think I might have just shown it was. It's okay. She wrote to someone in her comment section, I'm not attacking Michelle. I'm bringing attention to what's happening. And then I heard someone else say that Michelle said that it needs to be brought attention to. So Jody's son walking in the woods after Summer went missing needs to be brought attention to. So if I go take a walk on the beach, do I need to call the news to let them know I'm doing that? Like, someone explain to me. So she says, my interest is in what happened to Summer. That is all. I respect that. All of us want to know what happened to Summer. No one gets a free pass, though. I'll say again, no one should go real life on Jody Sue or anyone else's family. Well, Michelle After Dark, what do you think has been going on for months and months and months? They have all been attacking Jody. Jody has not gotten a single motherfucking day on this platform without being attacked. And now, because Candace is laying low and Don's in jail, Jody's the one they're all going after. So perfect timing for your video today, Michelle. Perfect timing. Thank you so much for doing that so they can torment her some more. Great idea. Like, I'm pissed.
I understand. And this, Gigi, innocent until proven guilty is for the courtroom, not public opinion. But also, there are all these other countries.
Well, where's all the innocent until proven guilty for Jody? Right? We got innocent until proven guilty for Don and Candace, but forget it when it comes to Jody. No one shows up for her.
This will make sense, too, when I explain this. So, if we live in a society like these other countries that are guilty until proven innocent, most people are convicted in the court of public opinion, which is also a good majority of the time an innocent person that goes down for something. So it's good that we keep a mindset of innocent until proven. Don't forget it, because when public opinion overrules evidence and facts, then we're in some bad trouble for our country. I'll just be honest. Imagine your child, and people don't like the way he looks or something. I always try to think of that. First and foremost, if it was my child, and how would I now? Even with the worst and the worst of people out there, and say that your kid looked like somebody just because he chose to, a new fashion that everybody disliked, like the grunge or the metal thing, diner, whatever. People are like, "Oh, dude, he's evil. Look at him. He definitely did it." But then I think, well, what if that was my kid and the whole world's against him? Then what am I? You know what I'm saying?
Like, I mean, not enough. Like, Jody can handle being attacked. Not that anybody should be attacked, but it's different, right? Like, so she's there. She's the mom. People are attacking her. She deals with that all the time. So Jody can handle that. She's a grown woman. She can take care of herself. She handles herself quite nicely. But then to go after her kid, though, so wait a second. Because Jody doesn't give a fuck and she laughs in your face, you're going to go after her kid because they know that that's her heart. Like, they know that's her heart and soul. They know that she's gonna fucking break down. They want to break her down so bad, and I think it's sick. And of all people, I get.
But then just a couple of months, they started this immediately. Kim got down off of this fucking panel with Tim and started the inset on my son. And then it didn't stop until just the other day. Just hammering down on my little and my son and myself for almost an entire goddamn year. And then if you want to go all the way the fuck back to Squall, Chase, and Fizzle, starting the first blackmail attempt involving my son, well, it's been 18, 19 months. Over and over again. Over and over. Over and over again. Yeah, they don't mind throwing that their cars broke down out there and blaming it on Summer, right? Somehow they've only been here a couple times, but both cars are broke down. They need a new one for a job, but then 3 days later, wasn't gonna happen. But wink, wink, they need a car because they did so much for Summer, but we're only here a couple times. Meanwhile, they've made sure that we're so discredited and fucked and seen as whatever, right? And then they put out all this bullshit like we bring in all this money and whatever. It's a fucking lot. They're the ones making fucking bank, tormenting the shit out of behind my children for almost 2 on Summer's name and Candace and Dawn's community, whatever else they want to target. And then I hear tell this week they did indeed get some sub or chat by or help provide them with a car. Amazing, isn't it? Not Mountain Goat. And I'm looking for something. Hmm.
I guess, yeah, I was surprised that it would be Michelle. When I logged on to Jody's this morning and she said, did you hear what she said? I'm like, no, what did she say? Like, I couldn't even have predicted. I never would have thought that Michelle After Dark would have been someone who would have done that to her. Like, that'd be the last person I suspect. Shit. Like, I know who I would expect that kind of behavior from. It sure as hell wouldn't have been her. She's been, somebody who's taken a lot of Jody's streams and content and broken them down for everybody and told everybody, like, so Jody Sue said this is her timeline, that, she was big on the scream. She covered a lot of her content, and now we've got her basically putting her son out there as if he's a possible murderer. Like, this is crazy. And with all of the creators who are going after her already, this is what's going to happen next, though? Like, how much further does it go before someone actually really gets hurt? You've already got people outside her house on a daily basis, constantly. So what happens next? Like, what's the next step? Where's it going to end? Does somebody have to get hurt? God forbid. Come on, man.
That's where it's leading to.
This is crazy. And I don't want that for anybody. I wouldn't want it for my enemies on here,
I have to say this, that some of the people that were over there when this first came out on there have been totally 100% nothing else but focused on two people. Now all of a sudden it's, now it's possible. Now you're saying that something else could have happened because this person, that's not fair. You can't switch up like that. Just because you hear something, so that now you're saying that your whole opinion's changed, and now you're saying it's possible that somebody could have done something. Well, just because somebody was up and ran off a property does not, after the fact. I'm just being fair and thinking objectively. There, you can't put guilt on that at all. And that's just looking at it, without any feelings. And they're by no means have me and Jody Sue gotten along at all through this, but still, what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. And that's, there has to be.
I appreciate that. Like, you're saying something, Cam, because I don't know what your relationship is with Jody. I don't know if you guys have ever had problems, but if you're saying, like, you know what, we're not exactly fans of each other or whatever, it actually, it says a lot about you that, maybe you guys aren't the best buddies or whatever, but you're still coming up here to say, no, this isn't right. And I also heard this happened supposedly several months after Summer went missing. So that's something Michelle left out. Hopefully, maybe she could add that to her next video, that yesterday I made a video and I need to clear something up, because now it's being said that he was walking out of the woods, and this happened several months after. Like, please don't make it look like this boy was out in the woods. But the thing is, I could debunk that in 2 seconds by saying, if he was out in the woods with Summer, you're going to tell me that he hit her that well that the cops didn't find her and the dogs didn't smell her? So, wait a second. Jody Sue's son was out in the woods and could have done something to Summer, but none of the cops, none of the TBI, none of the dogs, the helicopters, no one could find her. Damn, she raised a friggin' genius then, because holy shit. Like, come on. Are you kidding me?
And that's exactly what all of them were working on. This was also one of those fucking things, right? Where they all put the drops into the pond and pretend they're on the good guy, bad guy, bullshit side of. It's always like that. And they put the idea out there, no matter, one team will play good cop, the other side will play bad cop, right? And, that's not what he was doing. He knew months prior to this. It had already been debunked. The picture wasn't my son. I have proof we weren't even fucking there on one of the days. He's now solidified. Pam Sanchez is a whole hot ass liar. We goddamn lived there anyway. So don't be doing that. He got immediately down off his fucking path. Went up on another one. Even though he said he was going to get his kids. And then it contradicted and went with another narrative. It was bullshit. Part of what Scott was doing the night before with Michelle, pushing shit to her, setting target in, and it hadn't stopped. All this shit was the same shit you just seen done over months long shit with my daughter. It's the same fucking tragedy parent setup. Same shit. And Michelle did play a very real role in it. Along with Scott. Scott always seems to be there, doesn't he? Scott, Penny, Linda, same fucking crew.
Michelle too out of here, man. Stupid. I can't stand her. She's a piece
Michelle,
of crap. Anyway,
we got drug dealers in the chat. Okay, Michelle, are you too?
Get yourself out. Go do yourself some, idiot.
We've already done the drug dealer talk. I'm over it. I could care less. I probably do have drug dealers in my chat, Michelle. And what am I going to do? Kick them out? Find something relevant to talk about, please.
I'm just bringing that hate, that burden with them. Listen, but what I came up here with, I want people to see what I really did.
Put one in the chat if you're a drug dealer. Like, what are you talking about?
Okay.
Look, it's just look. I'm not bashing, but I'm not talking. I just came up here and trying to. What I originally came up here to do, I validated what was said, but I also stepped back and said that you can't you can't just straight point the finger of guilt at that either. Because I can say, yeah, I did hear about that and when that happened and what was said, but at the same time, it's the same as what, and I'm going to say this regardless who likes it or not, it's the same as I've felt that's been done to other people in this, and I try to just stand back and wait for it. That's all I'm doing. It's not that I agree with everything Don and Candace have done, because if people think that, they're way effing off, because I've spoke so many times how, I was, mortified at some of the things that I'd seen and was going, that had happened. I actually had somebody the other day, because
Yeah, delighted. he literally got down after he said he had to go get his kids from school or some shit. Went down and come right back up within like 2-3 minutes on Squalls. And then instantly it was. Even though in here they clearly mentioned that Squall and Scott and all them are doing all the bullshit. And Cam posted on them. Y'all make motherfuckers. Yep.
Because I made this argument. I brought them up on my channel, right? And I said, this was my argument. And it had nothing to do about Don and Candace. I said, so you're telling me that there is not functioning addicts and alcoholics that do their daily life, can, take care of their responsibilities, raise children. I said, you're telling me that doesn't happen. There's not people out there that can do that. And she said, and it's because that person ran and said, Candace is not a functioning alcoholic. I never said that because she, by no means is she.
I don't think she's functioning. I mean, I don't personally think she's a functioning alcoholic. Is she an alcoholic?
I never said that. I was just saying, like, look, it's possible people do it. My mom and my dad did it and raised me.
I guess it depends what you consider functioning. If functioning is getting up and walking to the stove, then sure. Like, yeah.
No. What I'm saying is there's people that have lots of money that are well off. They go home and drink.
Oh, yeah, you would never know.
Every night and have great jobs, pay their bills, do their responsibilities, take their kids to everything, raise good kids. And some of them have drug addictions that people will never know about. So when people just because they're a doper, that means they committed that crime. That's not fair.
I don't even know why drugs have been an issue in this chat today. Like, so many people are talking about drug dealers and drugs. Like, it's the crazy thing.
That's what they throw at me now.
It's so weird. Like,
because of my parents, that's their low blow for me now. That's what they come at me with.
Well, no, it was before you even came up here. I had to sit here earlier. I'm like, it was so bad that I actually said I dated a drug dealer. I'm like, what? Why is everybody talking about drug dealers? This is crazy. Like, it makes no sense. The whole chat all day has been about drug dealers. I don't know what it is. You need drugs. Like, maybe people to be medicated. I don't know.
My grandfather was a pharmacist, owned a pharmacy. He was illegal.
There you go. We've got, yeah. This is what I'm saying. What do you think the difference is? The pharmacist is no different. It's just illegal. Illegal drug dealer, really. And I'm just being real. So, it's stupid. I think it was all because they were saying that people were talking about Andy. They were saying, he's Don and Candace's drug dealer and blah, 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 blah. But I've heard he only messed around with weed. And I don't really consider do that. But unless you have a video of him making, I'll be the last one that goes after. And
they're starting to cleanse. For the introduction of what they, because this all revolved around dates that they thought paperwork would be up. They could.
They said this month, I'd rather see someone smoke weed than drink a beer.
I don't
am too.
There's still a lot more that can be done. So.
Oh yeah, but you don't see me going live grasping straws and making up stories and putting out fake bullshit just to talk about something. Like, if I want to go live because I'm bored, I'll go live and talk shit. I don't need to even talk about Summer. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have to. But when I go live with Summer, the energy is a little bit different than it is right now, right? Like, I'm toned down, like way more toned down than I am right now. Like, I try to be really careful with what's in my chat. My mods operate differently. I usually will tell my mods, like, if you see anything that's like stated as a fact in my chat about Summer that we don't know is true, make sure you get it out. Like there's certain things where my mods operate differently than they would on a stream. Like right now, before I went live, I'm like, you can let the trolls hang out. It's fine. Don't block anybody. Let everybody have free speech, because there's no way to effectively communicate if I'm blocking people, and there's a lot of assholes that have opinions. If I block those people, it does no good. No one can get their opinion out, and it causes more issues. So, but then if I have a stream about Summer, I'm way different, right? Like I'm not a different person.
God, No.
I just run my streams differently. If it's about Summer, I try to keep things a little bit more professional, and I try to keep my chat free of a lot of fake bullshit, because all it takes is one person to write. I don't know, there's so many examples I could use. All it takes is one person to write something in my chat, and the next thing you know, the whole community is talking about this one comment that came from my chat, and then it's a rumor that never goes away, and you can't ever fix it.
No,
So
shit.
it's hard. It's hard. It sucks. It's almost like this is why the real true crime YouTubers don't go live. Live chats can ruin a case. And honestly, it's the live chats where all the craziness is at. The live chats will ruin everything sometimes. So it sucks. It really does. So, is there anything, Kim, when you came up here and you were talking about the person that had told you about, you said it was third-hand information, so explain that to me. So it came from someone who told it to someone else that told it to you, or are you the third one?
Somebody that was there the day it happened.
Told you?
Also work, yeah.
Okay.
And I heard about it I was thinking it was the day after it happened. It was either the second time that it happened.
So wait, so this happened twice. So could this be a spot he goes to on the regular? Like maybe he's just
Who knows?
He could be putting a book out there.
Who knows? That's the
Nice pebble in the pond, bro.
Nobody knows.
I used to take my books, like I said, I used to love taking my books to go read out in the.
And fun fact, you'd see they make it because people don't know. Literally, you'd have to cross the goddamn road, okay? 125 had far more goddamn property, whole ridge lines, everything else. You would have been doing no such goddamn thing. This stupid shit here wasn't nothing but pebbles in the pond to get ready for. It's like everything else around here, man. Good guy, bad guy, both ends of the stick type of fucking deal. Ready in rooms, pebbles in the pond. Scott H. and Michelle kicking in the shit the night before. It's all rinse repeat, dude. Rinse repeat. Rinse goddamn repeat. No matter who's alive, they destroy. It's fucking stupid and nonsensical anyway. Really fucking think about it. We fucking lived there.
In the woods. There was one spot I love to go to, but the kids need something to do. There's not much to do. It doesn't look like a beach creek, you know what I mean? So, I mean, seriously, think about that. What if this kid is going out there to read a freaking book under a tree?
He wasn't going fucking anywhere. He wouldn't have to go to fucking Candace and Dawn's to fucking do that. This was months after fucking summer vanished. He wasn't fucking over there, period. It's all bullshit. But you see all the little ideas and the pebbles being dropped. It's goddamn bullshit. And it's full on targeting of my son. Just like this shit with Jenny and Adrian Rest. Full on goddamn targeting of my daughter.
A tree. What if he's going out there to catch fucking bugs? You don't know what he's doing.
What if he was walking down Ben Hill and his stomach started hurting and he ran in the woods and took a crap? I mean, we're going.
Right. You know what I mean? Like, seriously. They have far more property than C and D. And he ain't coming off ours fucking cross, fucking be doing no shit. Like, it's fucking stupid. It was never, ever needed to be put out. It was just to target my goddamn kid, because like they all say, it's my only weakness. Simple as that, dude. If he wanted to shed, read a book or anything else, he would have went on better property. Like, the one he lived on. He goddamn break. So stupid. And like I said, there's proof. There always has been. The dates changed. The lie changes. Either way, it was months after Summer vanished. All the shit was supposed to. It's all stupid. Okay? It's all fucking stupid. But they have made the public believe this shit. It's fucked.
I'm just saying, what? And nobody knows.
Yeah.
What if anything? It's just.
No,
And
I
like you said,
appreciate that you are
you have
saying all
people-
this. Thank you.
Right, but you have people that, especially the young people that lived out there for a good majority of their life. Now this happens, something big, a child goes missing. There's vehicles in and out there that they've not seen. There's people going up and down the wells. People get nosy. People want to see what's going on. I mean, it could be simple explanations that it could be anything. Now, I'm not dismissing anything. I'm just saying it could. But like I said, it was allegedly, it was said that they reported it in December. Surely to God, if there was something to that, law enforcement have done looked into that. But
December is so far away from June. Like, when did this happen? Are you kidding me? So December, figure, if it was reported in December, hopefully it happened in December, because I would really hope that.
September, no, that's the sad part about it. It happened early September, and they didn't report it till December. That's what I was told.
So Cam, doesn't that kind of tell you right there?
How many times during this conversation has he changed the dates? To end of September, October. Then he gathers inside of this conversation that it couldn't have possibly been end of September, October. Then he moves it back to the 1st of September. Then it's this, then it's that, and August that. Now it's back to this date. But knowing that even on his Facebook months prior to this, 10 months ago, he had already debunked this. Jenna had debunked it. Candace had called him out on it. The one picture wasn't even my goddamn son. And they just kept changing to fit fucking. And now he has solidified a fucking 2 dates. He's got them up over there on his channel. And I'm about to burn his ass. Because what he don't know is about to burn his ass.
That. Do you feel like, is there a possibility that this was vindictive to start? Because are they pissed at Jody and they're like, I'm going to call in that I saw, and I don't know because I don't know who the person is, but I'm just asking.
No, I don't think they'd have had any reason for that.
Okay.
Other than them tweaking their asses off, running around with knives and chasing people onto Overby's property. Overby's, Cam. Overby's. Not 125. And not out into the fucking road. And there was nobody, period. Shadow. And then coming into contact with the EMTs that they helped put me in the back of the goddamn ambulance while trying to steal my cell phone. Yeah, I bet they waited till December to fucking report. Thing is, I have fucking lives up. And see, I showed KM the pictures and the proof and the dates of us in the ambulance. See, he changed the goddamn dates again. See, it's how it works. It's how it works. Fuckers.
So it was something that they probably said, well, let me call this in because it might mean something. Maybe I should have reported this, that type of thing.
They told Candace. The thing was that they told Candace didn't report it, and I think after they found out she didn't report it, then they did. So, because it was her property, and they were like, Candace, you need to report that. If people are coming up on your part, regardless who it is, you need to report. And she didn't, because
okay, what if he went over there because he thinks Candace is shady, and he's like, you know what, I'm going to go look for Summer because I think that bitch.
Bitch, my son, my daughter, and myself spent, searching for Summer on her fucking on everywhere else. Trust me, police and searchers had 110 covered, bro. But you see all the little pebble drops. What about this? What about that? What about this? What about that? What the fuck if y'all stop targeting my kids for something that everybody proclaims happened months after, keeps changing the dates on, between two goddamn properties that our kids have always come and went anyway. Don't have to sneak back and forth as is. The picture's not my son. There was an absolute day that the tweakers were chasing somebody, a shadow person, onto Overbeast. And then we're like, hey, did you guys see anybody? Well, they had their knives out, you know. Like, fuck no. You know what I mean? And then they help put my ass in an ambulance and kick in health issues that were happening at night while trying to steal my goddamn phones, bro. You know? But as these motherfuckers could learn all these things, they transformed their shit in pebble drops to target my children. But there's no need in any of this. It shouldn't have been what if. You know how stupid it is to be like, oh, these people live there. Oh, well, what if a book? What if they took a shit in the woods months after summer break? You know, it's fucking insanity. It was just meant to target another one of my children. Like it'd been being done by Penny, Chase, this one, the others, from the very fucking beginning.
It's a shame. Like, what if? Wow.
What if?
I'll tell you something that I did. Now, everything that I understood. Now, I asked because I had asked when I first or second time I ever talked to Candace. I said, so do you know? I said, so you know your neighbor Jody Sue. Candace said nothing but nice things about her, and they said that she said that they got along.
Yeah.
And so that was what I was, that's always how I believe that this is what caused the division between them. But and that's neither here nor there. But that's what I'm saying. Like this at the beginning, I think what it was also told to me that when Candace was told that it was her son, that she said, well, he wouldn't come up through the woods. He comes up the driveway every time he comes. So she didn't, she wasn't.
Unless her boys are coming to get their fucking wayward dogs, or Mom's going to get our fucking wayward dogs or something. Nobody went into the woods at either place. You know what I mean? Fucking.
Thinking anything into it. That's what I was told today.
Yeah, let me ask you this. When you say the woods, do you know exactly the spot that they're talking about? Could you explain to me if it's...
Yeah.
Okay, so when you say the woods, is it like where they did the clearing? Was it like...
Would you mind...
Doesn't matter. You see the pebble drop? And then earlier, the talk of the trail and the scent and the sharing. You see these fucking pebble drops. Even though it makes no goddamn sense, because it supposedly took place way after something. See the goddamn bullshit. And then Cam dropping in there, oh, well, this may have caused the divide between Joseph and Cam. No! The weird fucking hoax fucking shit where she was targeting my daughter, trying to pretend she didn't know what had been said, by certain people to my daughter. And then the fucking vid chat where she was trying to have me change my story right before Dr. Phil come out. No, and the fucking pretend fake fucking tears and shit. That's what caused the fucking divide. Don't play me like y'all stupid.
Dog trail.
The dog trail area. So right across
there,
the
but a little lower down where the bus sits. Right in between there.
Okay, so I actually might be pretty dead on. Maybe he was snooping around trying to see if he could help in some way. Like,
see? That shit. That shit right there to you. You speculating, you dropping pebbles even though you even know that it's months after. You know that. You know that's what that is. Don't do that shit. Come on, man. I sat and watched this chat that day quietly. Sat and watched this line. Like, alright.
like, maybe, I mean, you gotta think about it from the point of view of a neighbor of a missing kid. What if he went out there and he's like, well, let me go look and see if there's anything that might stick out to me. What if he's trying to help Summer? For fuck's sakes, these people are such assholes.
Like I said from the get-go, that's just, that's the only, what I shared with y'all is what I heard. So based on
yeah, it's what you heard.
Say that, I mean, even from the information I was told, and I trust the person that told me that, but I'm saying, I don't, that was not enough to say neither one way or another. Anything that was.
See, so when you were told this, you didn't come out saying Jody Sue's son was out by the, and they say in the woods instead of saying, Jody Sue's son took a walk a couple months later out by the bus.
I've known about this since September of last year, and that if that tells anybody anything, I don't run my mouth because I was.
He'd known about it since the prior show. Big get a while ago, he didn't know the date. But he'd already debunked it on Facebook. Candace had already said it wasn't my son. Jenna had the proof too from Candace it wasn't my son. Also had Candace's words saying it wasn't my son. Everybody knew. But see how it's a constant swap. As they're getting messages, as they're learning things from each other, as they're telling them to move back to this, to do that, to do this. How many times did he change dates and months and everything else? And there you go. Yeah.
I was told that we shouldn't, that wasn't to be talked about.
Right, but if you were to tell the story, Cam, you wouldn't have come out saying that he was out in the woods. You would have probably said, if I'm correct, you would have probably said, someone said that they saw him down by the bus, like down under the bus, not out in the woods. Like, they gotta make it sound as shaky as possible. Do you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, it was in an area where, like I said, took off to go back, whoever it was took off to go back. They went through, through that area into that little trail that cuts off to through the driveway. So it wasn't even through the woods. So
see, even Cam's like it wasn't even through the fucking woods, dude. It wasn't, but then the trail and the driveway. I mean, rewind that and think about it.
I mean, I don't.
Not out in the woods. Like, they gotta make it sound as shaky as possible. Do you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, it was in an area where, like I said, took off to go back, whoever it was took off to go back. They went through, through that area into that little trail that cuts off to through the driveway. So it wasn't even through the woods. So, I mean, I don't.
So it's not even the woods. See, this is what I mean. Like, thank you for coming up and clarifying this.
And like I said, I'm not. That's just what I was told.
Yeah, no, I know.
It wasn't even through the goddamn woods. And that's what he'd been told. It wasn't even through the goddamn woods. It wasn't near the dog trail. It wasn't near any of that shit. Now, I watched the tweaker bitches with a knife. Swear the alarms up there went off. And we're chasing people down to the left and over onto Overbeast property. But there was nobody, dude. There was no fucking body. They were chasing goddamn shadow people and tweaking. And asked us, did y'all see anybody come through here? We were like, holy shit, bro. These bitches are tweaking. Even then, you could tell it, like, it was insane. And the way they came down from 110 and went across to Overbeast was across the driveway and down to the left. Like, Yeah. See, even Cam's like, yep, wasn't even through the woods or the dog trail shit, but earlier it was this, earlier it was that, and now it's still that it happened to me in the woods and all this. But there's Cam's own words telling you it wasn't through the goddamn woods, or the trail, or anywhere else. The fuck?
And when I heard about it this morning, when I heard about that, I even called that person this morning just to make sure I was on top of my information, to make sure that I was still correct and accurate on it before I even said anything, because that's what's important. I called that person that told me initially, and I said, hey, so that's being talked about when that happened. And I said, can you, tell me? I said, actually, it was a part about the mailbox and Jody Subino. I said, I never heard that part before. And that's just, I'm just being honest. I mean, that's not to go against any creators. I'm just saying, I'd never heard that part before. She said,
No, the truth matters. Like,
yeah,
it really does. And it might be
people get hurt so bad.
but it matters. Context matters. The truth matters. What you heard matters. The way it was said matters. Just like, people saying he was out in the woods, but no, I don't consider the woods where the bus is. That's not the woods. The woods would be like all the way in the back of the holler. That's the woods to me.
Well,
in my opinion.
Well, if around here people consider anything that has, once you go down into the trees, that's the woods. And it is pretty woody right there, but I mean, still, regardless, I mean, like I said at the beginning in Mountain Cat, what you said, nobody's even 100%. From where we're all talking, all the people that are talking about this and the people that first talked about it, they weren't there. It's all hearsay, so we don't know if that was necessarily him or not.
True, Mountain Cat. What if he wasn't there at all? But I'm going on the basis of the rumor that was told, right? So what was said is why we're here today. And Cam, do you have time, or do you need to go?
I'm good.
All right, I'm just gonna play a few minutes. I'm just gonna fairly use so people can hear the context, because I think it's important. Let me just grab Michelle's stream from earlier.
I don't want to. Yeah, I'm already got enough feed on me.
No, this is me. This is not Kim.
Yeah, I'm not bashing anybody either. I'm just being.
I'm not. Listen.
And mind you, at this same time, what happens is Floppy and a few others start outing Cam's behind the scenes bullshit and kind of targeting him, really, and driving numbers. I don't know, it seems to be happening around here, man.
And I'm not bashing Michelle in any way, shape, or form. I'm here for the truth. I'm here for clarity. That's it. And you can mute. You don't even need to be a part of this.
No, you're good. I'm fine.
All right, so Summer Wells and the Creeper in the Woods. So hold on one sec. I'm only going to play the first couple minutes because that's where it's at. And I will drop the link so everybody has the link. I'm not attacking her, not using this to attack her. I want to, and I'm not even going to put it on the screen. I'm going to let you hear just the audio. So let me just fast forward a little bit because she talks a little bit in the beginning. Let's see. Hold on one sec.
2 weeks ago, I don't remember. But I had a request to come back to see.
Is that echoing? Just let me know if it's echoing, because if it is, I might have to share it on my screen.
See what's growing. So we'll have a wander around. We'll do that.
It's no echo? You guys don't hear an echo? If you hear an echo in the chat, just let me know. Put a 1 in the chat if you hear an echo and all. Okay, it's perfect. Okay, good. Hold on one sec.
Let's have a chat. Because yesterday I caught up with an 11-hour live stream by Squall Tip.
Okay, so this happened on Squall's channel. This conversation that happened between Scott and Squall, this is where it all started.
Imagine that. Scott of the Fed Michelle After Dark Oliver info and local shit for all those months Well, Michelle used every line to listen to it every morning, would be like, oh, she'd take the hot bits from my shit over here, walk her dogs, lick my ass, and pretend it was her info. And then when it was time for Scott to push in the attack cycle on me, Michelle flips like that. This is what pushes it in. There's Squall and Scott H. 11 hours.
Now, I'm going to say, Scott, the problem. Scott, it's coming from me, not Cam has nothing to do with this. He's probably cringing over there. Do not come for Cam. Scott, you want to come for me? Come for me. You want to come in my chat? You go right ahead.
I ain't worried about Scott. He's been trying to tag me from the get go, and I've tried to reach out to that dude. I ain't worried about it.
Well, the thing is, Scott tried to run a quick one on Jody too, and I knew it. I knew it when I saw him in her chat. I'm like, I remember telling her, I was like, be careful for him. Watch out for him. He's a fucking snake.
And this is around the time you all remember Scott being over here and me giving him wrench so I could see him. Every time he popped up, I knew that meant what it meant. I kept telling y'all I knew what the fuck he was here for. And that it meant exactly what I knew, the info from background, all the shit I was getting, that it was about time. Pushing the extreme targeting cycle. This had been after the cabin. All this shit was going on, right? I knew. And it wasn't very many days after that all this shit went down as Scott went with his little pieces. The Herald Inn. Extreme targeting. And as they thought certain paperwork was going to be up and they could bring out certain people to terrorize us even. I wasn't dumb. And even they seemed to, obviously. Right?
So Scott is always running some kind of scam, some kind of scheme, he's a shady MFer, okay? Now, he goes from pretending that he cares about Jody in the beginning, right? Oh, we're going to help you, Jody. We're going to put you up and we're going to take care of you. And he was part of the moving her to a hotel and doing all. And I said in that chat that night, I specifically remember saying, do not, I told Penny, because I was friends with her at the time, I said, do not get involved with that shit. Do not put her up in a hotel. Don't raise money. Stay out of that shit. Like, if she needs services, there are services available to her. Come to find.
But that's the thing. I didn't even realize the shit. Like, it was that fucked up. Here they are at the fucking door. The night before it left off, and it was like, oh, well, here, we'll get services help, whatever, blah, blah. I was like, oh, fucking what? I thought they were just being goofy, whatever. Next day, wake up to them freaking the fuck out like I've shown receipts for. And they're already here. This shit's happening, going down. I'm like, holy fuck. And it was just pushing this emotional and psychological manipulation to push me somewhere I didn't even need to be in first place. And to basically trap us there for 4 days. And to try to get things from us. And during that time, the fake feds introduced, all the shit's happening. It was insanity. But yeah, let's carry on.
Find out Jody didn't even want to be moved. She didn't even want to go to that freaking hotel.
Right.
Chase was outside the whole time, freaking creeping around. All they were trying to do was get close to somebody that's close to the case. That was all they were trying to do. That was their motive. But anyhow, so Scott starts out pretending like he cares about Jody. Then he fucks her over. And then he comes back and he tries to pretend he's going to support her. And now he's doing the same thing again. Do not trust Scott. He is a snake in the grass. He has never shown his face. Nobody knows who he is. There's a reason for that. Never trust someone who doesn't tell you who they are, especially if I'm not talking about subscribers. I'm talking about YouTube creators. If you have a YouTube creator who's fundraising and doing all this stuff and they can't show their face.
Now, do remember, though, he did show his face as a chat drawing when TM and all them went live, and had certain people and certain people up on panel right after I received the karma accounts, handwritten witness, blackmail, tampering, bullshit, whatever, right? That had Scott on there by name, a couple others on there by name, but only my name was missing the last name. It's very clear who it was intended for, etc. But Scott showing his face happened live on TM and everybody else as well. Certain people were brought up to bring attention to it. Right? Drawing more viewers. Scott H is showing his face.
Beware. Be careful of these people.
I will add my issue through it. So since the beginning, I've asked him, I've said, come up on a panel, talk to me. He will not even have a discussion with me. I've tried to reach out and say, look, even through email.
Now remember, all this changed after certain monsters and things appeared. All of a sudden, Scott and Cam and everybody else were chit-chatting and getting along just fine. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Man, fucking word.
Won't answer, but it always comes back to throwing shade. Always be. So I'm like, dude, man up, talk to me, and let's move on. But it's, it'll be, when my grandmother died, he said, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, the next day I see him bashing the shit out of me.
Jesus.
And I'm like, bro, it's so petty.
The day after your grandmother died. That's lovely.
Not even that. It's just so petty, the things that they want to fight. It's like holding a high school little kid grudge. Now I'll tell you this. He knows the private investigators very, very well, very well. And
Yes.
I watched him sit on a panel where they were bashing, and he did not say anything to take up for him. And I sent an email to him. I said, "You're gonna let him sit and do that to your buddies? Because he's friends with them. Don't let him mistake it. Don't let him lie to you." And so and I just think that it's fair is fair. Call it how it is. And it's time to move on to pettiness. Like this is what I'm happy about. I'm glad I can come over here, talk on this panel with you. I went over to AB's last night and said something. He was cool.
You did? You went to AB's? I fell asleep listening to him, actually. Did you go up?
No, I just went in there for a minute, but because then right after that, Doug called or sent me a text and wanted me to come up there.
Yeah, I'll be right Alright. So,
there after he's just constantly been doing, and that was by the end of it, his real problem came, his real issues about everything came out. Why is my clicks and views so low and everybody else, why am I getting struck? I said, bro, my lives get struck every time. It's just part of it.
Yeah.
And it was just about, well, why is my clicks, all these people left my channel. I'm like, wow, I was like, this ain't the place. This was old things that were already talked about, trying to just bring him back up. It's really
Cam,
sad.
you really love AB. He really has the biggest heart for Summer. Not even just Summer, all missing people. I've got to say, when it comes, I couldn't have picked a better person for me to have done Summer's case with. He has been really pays such close attention to detail. And even when he catches me when I fuck up, right? Like, no, like he'll call me out on like something if I'm not making sense, right? He'll be like, that doesn't make any sense, Tiffany. Like, no, it's this way. Like, you know what I mean? Like, but he's cool about it. He's not like an asshole. He doesn't treat me like shit. I'm sure I've driven him nuts at times, but we've worked alongside of, and I think you'd really, really get along well with him. He's super cool. He really is.
That's what I want to share this since you're talking about that, because before I I changed my life and tried to better myself. I would have never been able to swallow my pride and be around. I was not a nice person. I fought people all the time. I was an angry person. So, for me to be able to go around Dawn or Candace and be able to swallow my pride and just to be able to look towards the greater goal and to find out, just trying to be able to turn my cheek for the ability to try to find out what happened for Summer. I wouldn't have been able to do that back, just a few years ago.
what the fuck? Is he implying he thought C&D were guilty and turn another cheek and he was named? What the fuck? How does that correlate? Was he what the fuck is that? You know what? Never mind. I don't care. Whatever.
People need to not get it twisted. I was a scrapping dude, man. I fought all the time. I threw my hands. I've been locked up quite a bit, and this is the person I am today. Shows no reflection of who I was then. And I'm just trying to lead by example. Look, even with the Benny thing, me and him, he came at me for months and months and was attacking me relentlessly. And after, up there at the property, when I said, look, either we're going to fight or we're going to get along. And, he's like, well, let's just, let's call it, or, call it square or whatever. That doesn't mean that we're best friends. I don't talk.
When they were all up on the property together. Yep. Right after 423 had threatened to harm Dawn and all that shit, weirdly enough, a couple days later. They're all there right after the scamathon goes down. And the second one's trying to go up the billboard, shit's raging. They all come together suddenly, all on Ben Hill. And then it's Kumbaya fucking y'all. Whatever, bro.
Talk to him every day. I try to get along with everybody. Try to be cordial with everybody. Because I don't want to fight with people. It's too much effort out of my life and what I could be doing for the cases that we're trying to work on. Because I've noticed that it takes away.
So many distractions. Yep. It really does. You're absolutely right about that, Cam. There's so many things. Oh, thank you, Luda. Shacy, she just dropped AB's. Is that his? Oh, that's his regular channel, I think. Will you drop AB's regular channel, his Watchdog channel, and his?
Nope, we will not.
I want to answer what you said to me. So is this TM, I'm sorry, I cut you off, Cam. You go right back to it in a second.
Sure.
You yourself went back and forth trusting Jody Sue and not believing and not, come on now. Okay.
Sure.
You yourself went back and forth trusting Jody Sue and not believing. Was this TM? I'm sorry, I cut you off, Cam. You go right back to it in a second.
Sure.
You yourself went back and forth trusting Jody Sue and not believing and not, come on now. Okay. Destiny Grant, let me quickly explain to you. In the beginning, when Jody Sue first came out, she was new to me, right? I didn't know anything about her. I didn't even know that she was down there looking for Summer that day. So she was new to me. I've said it so many times. Summer comes first. If it came between a toss-up, and I said this with Jody Sue on my panel yesterday. If it's a toss-up between Summer and Jody Sue did something wrong, I'm picking Summer. She knows that. Of course. There is no question. Don't ever even question it. Summer comes first to me.
Right. I can be real with you. There's a lot of things that I still don't understand why Jody Sue said things that she said. And so I'll be honest, I'll say that first. But I still am not going to agree when something is, when somebody is getting.
I respect you for that, Ken. That you're big enough to say, like, you know what, I might not agree with everything, but I'm not going to allow, people to run a narrative or to lie. But Destiny Grant. So when Jody Sue came out with the 16 videos, she did 16 uploads. I listened to those over and over and over again. I uploaded them. I allowed everybody to listen to them. Those first videos that she did before Summer went missing, I played those on my channel. I talked about them. It's not about liking Jody Sue for me. It's about what matters, okay? And that is...
Sorry, guys. Let me mute this.
You're fine. So it's not about liking her or going back and forth or not believing her. Have I gone back and forth where I've questioned things? Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm not going to sit here and lie. I've gone through this in front of everybody. I've talked to people about it. I've been open and honest about my feelings. Jody Sue, there have been questions, but you know what? Every time I've ever had a question, I've gone to Jody Sue and I've asked her. Jody Sue and I have had many conversations. She's very open with me. She's never even said, I'm not answering that, Tiffany. Actually, today was the first day Jody Sue basically told me to shut the fuck up. She was upset, though. She was in complete emotional distress. And I don't blame her, and she had every right to be upset. And I don't even think it was the question I asked. I think it was her frustration. She was devastated this morning. So that I give her a complete free pass on. There's never been a single time that I've gone to Jody Sue and she said, nope, can't answer that. Nope, not answering that. Never, never. She has been kind to me. She has spent hours on my panel. She has come up here. She has advocated for Summer. She has searched for answers for Summer. I have sat with her while she's cried. I have listened to her tell stories. I have seen the emotion on her face. There's a lot that's gone on over the last, I don't know how many months, 8, 9 months. Jody Sue has struggled. I've watched it. So let me make this easy for you to understand, Destiny, because I have questioned things at times. I've questioned a lot of things that people are questioning now that I already have answers for because I went to Jody Sue. I asked Jody Sue. I didn't accuse her. I actually went to her and tried to get answers from her. I tried to understand. Instead of me going live and blaming Jody Sue or saying she's a shady bitch and attacking her, I actually went to her and I talked to her. That's the thing. So all these people who, no, you're here, Shacey, I see you.
Hold on, guys. I gotta help. Oh, dear. Piccolo's gonna come help you up, girl. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Okay, never mind.
Good Lord. I already answered you. I dropped AB's link to you. My mods have dropped AB's link to you. We see you. You're good. You're good. So, Shay C,
Alice broke her foot.
you got to understand the questions people have now, like, oh, Jody Sue said this. I already been there and done that 7 months ago, 6 months ago, 5 months ago. Go watch the streams, you guys. The answers are all there. I have literally sat with Jody Sue. She does not have to come on my panel and sit for 6 hours, but she does. She sits here and she goes over all of this stuff. We watch her question so many things herself. She drives herself crazy until all hours of the night. I've watched all that. So over time, where I've had questions before, I don't have those questions now because I went to her. Now, am I saying Jody Sue is perfect and she can do no wrong? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I have a lot of respect for Jody Sue. You want to know why? I believe Jody Sue is exhibiting all of the emotions that a mom should show. Okay? What I don't see Candace do, I see Jody Sue do. Why other people don't see that, I don't know. I have sat and listened to the most boring streams. I will read your comment in a minute, Constance. I'm in the middle of talking, hon. Give me a second, please. Like, I can't do multiple things at once. Give me 1 second.
And I don't like stuff like that. I never have. Make no mistake. Candace is Summer's mom. Whether y'all like it or not. Whether y'all like how she exhibits or whatever and whatever the world wants to project. Candace and Dawn are Summer's parents. And Candace is Summer's mother. I'm not here to be Summer's voice. I'm not here to be Candace's. I'm not here to be the voice of Summer. I just give a fuck. I want my old children protected. I want this shit to stop around open and active cases. I want to speak about domestic violence. That's it. And that's nothing new either. For years, I have. Throughout the domestic violence for all the decades, I have always been outspoken. It's no secret here. It's on all of my platforms for years prior to Summer Revenge. And those who know me personally know that I planned, if I ever got out of there, to try to do something good in the world with that in it. And to try to help women and children somehow. So, there are many things swirling here, but, make no mistake. I'm not here to be someone's voice. Candace and Dawn are her parents. Candace is her mother. They need to speak for Summer until Summer can speak for herself. Simple as that. Nobody here in Tragedy Pimpville should be trying to be Summer's voice. Or Summer's mother, or Summer's surrogate, anything. Alright, night September.
And I'm trying to be like as honest as possible. Okay? Jody Sue is doing all the things a mom should do. Okay? That's why I care about Jody Sue. I have seen the emotion from Jody Sue. I have seen her regret things that she has no control over. I wish I would have done this. What if this? What if that?
There's Jody Sue right there.
Oh, Jody's here? Hey, Jody.
You'd probably be happy with what I've been saying.
And that's the thing, I'd sat there the whole time and listened to this shit quietly until, probably because I took exception with the whole exhibiting behaviors of a mother.
Cam's up here like rooting for you, Jody. She may be surprised by it, but this is the thing. Have I questioned Jody Sue? Ask her. She's in chat. She'll tell you. I've questioned things. I got mad at her one time because of the bones, but she knew something that I didn't. She knew Ziggy was getting pranked, and I didn't know. And I reacted on impulse and never talked to Jody Sue about it. And she's like, "You don't."
I could also immediately, when those bones first flashed across the screen, it took me 0.001 seconds to identify them as not. Alright. And I knew what the fuck Zig was doing with me. It was stupid. It was infuriating, but stupid. And then everybody comes at me sideways. So whatever. Anyway, carrying on.
You don't know this guy. This is what she gets for going down there. I totally expect this. Do you know what I'm saying? Where I'm like, why don't you care about this? Like, I was pissed at Jody. I'm like, why don't you care? Like, why am I not seeing emotion from you? Like, yeah, so I got mad at her one time. Don't think for a second that I have never questioned something or whatever. But instead of being an asshole, I've gone to her. And I've asked her myself, and I've said, hey, would you mind answering this question for me? Because I'm confused. And she's been there to answer it. And she's been kind to me.
Now, mind you, this didn't quite hold true through the fuck around and find out bit or whatever. She did have clarification during that live of everything she asked me in chat. And while I was doing that live, then she went on her own live and panel and was like, okay, I get it now, la la la, it's not a thing. But then Chasing Truth gets up there and keeps pushing and pushing, and Chasing's like, no, bitch, we're gonna go with this narrative. And then Team Accesses, and Chasing gets to run off the rails with the bullshit narrative. I don't know, man.
Kind to me. Jody Sue is not somebody that, at this point in time, over all of these months, I've had enough time to go back and forth with my own thoughts and my own questions. I've had time to get those answers. I've had time to understand her, where a lot of people are so quick to jump to conclusions and to judge. They don't ask questions. They don't try to get to know somebody. They don't try to understand somebody. So where a bunch of people are questioning Jody Sue on certain things, I've already asked some of those questions. She's already
probably, to be honest, there would be a lot of things that probably that would be, I could get cleared up if I would have been able to talk to her. And that's what I'm saying. I'm not out here throwing shade at.
Notice he says there have been a lot of things I could probably cleared up if I'd been able to talk to her. Yeah, it's because I never really would talk to Kim. I've shown you our whole fucking conversation before. I've also shown how he's a fucking hot liar about all kinds of shit, including the footprint stuff, the reach now stuff, all this shit. Just a couple days ago I showed some of that. Anyway, point is, yeah, they all kind of have that in common. My worst little fit throwing soap eaters and these tragedy pimps who turn rabid. I just won't have anything to do with it. I won't give them everything they want, and never would. And I won't hold their hands, and I won't be their encyclopedias of, and I still, will not give everything. Never will. Right? And it really pisses him off, all the way from Molly Go Drain the Well Dry on down. CZ's also a good example of that. Shay, Scott, Penny. You know what? They've all done it. But depends on which degree they go with the soap eating afterwards and the rabid bullshit and who threatens them and who makes them spy. It's just, yeah, it is a thing.
Shit, I just don't know. So I'm not gonna speak on if I don't know, 100% what things were said. But like I said, I can't. Like I said, I was honest. I have questions. There's things that I didn't understand, things that I had, but what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. And what's fair is, that people not jump to conclusions about what somebody else saw, especially when the person who did start this and brought this information out was also somebody that was on the outside that just heard from hearsay. So, it's only.
Wait, what? What did Captain just say? The person that started the shit around my son was also a person that didn't know. They were on the outside. They just started because of hearsay. Holy shit. Wait, you want to back that up?
It's only fair, and I think that out was also somebody that was on the outside that just heard, especially when the person who did start this and brought this information out was also somebody that was on the outside that just heard from hearsay. So, it's only fair, and I think that should have probably been addressed that way when it was brought out. Well, look, that's not 100% of it. I can't confirm that, but this is what was said. If that makes sense. And yes, Allie broke her foot. She just called me.
Oh, many prayers to Allie. Is she okay?
Yeah, she
Oh no.
She got she came in from work the other night. This is not funny, but she fell asleep in the bathroom. I guess she works 12-hour shifts. She'll fall asleep when she comes in and goes in the bathroom, and her foot fell asleep, and she stood up and tried to walk, and I guess it folded up under her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's bad, man. I'd never heard her cry like that, and I was like,
oh yeah, of course, yeah, that's painful. I've never broke my foot, but please tell her I hope she gets better. How long of a recovery will? You can't do much for a foot either. That's a hard one.
It's not broken. It would be more like not a certain kind of fracture. They said she probably wouldn't be able to 100% until the swelling goes down, maybe a week to go back and see just how bad it is. But they put her in one of the moon boots today and stuff. So that's what she was calling and telling me about.
Oh, okay. Oh, that was her calling you. Well, let her know that we're all sending our prayers in for speedy recovery, and I hope she has as minimal pain as possible. That's terrible. Listen, guys, please, if you are in chat, please don't bombard Jody with questions. Just leave her alone. That's all I ask for this one stream. If you're gonna talk to her, write something nice to her. If you don't have anything nice to say, please don't say anything at all. She's had a really bad day.
Oh, you can't stop me now. I'm asking away. Just fine.
There's so many questions people want to know, and I understand that, but I don't want her to feel like bombarded in here. The second she comes into chat, it's like, Jody Sue, Jody Sue, Jody Sue, like, poor girl, she can't catch a break. So send her love, but with the questions, just chill on the questions today, you guys. She's really going through it. I don't think that people realize she's catching it from all ends. All ends. Even people that I don't know what the fuck. I'm so sick of this shit. Like, I really am. I really am. And you're asking me again, this crazy lady who will not leave me alone. So that means Jody's innocent? Listen, how many times do I have to answer you? Where is she? I'm going to block you. You've been in your whole train bugging the fuck out of me. What I was doing was, let's finish listening to what Michelle said. I forgot all about it.
Who said that?
It was the same lady, that Grace person.
Oh.
give me peace, not grace. I'm sorry. I'm smart enough. Whatever. Yeah, you're smart, all right. You're smart ass. To give me peace is riding Jody's ass like a crazy person. And I don't know who they are, but they don't like her, which is fine. You don't have to like anybody. But you're.
I do remember that. Quite a few recordings of it losing its pull and shit around here, chats and otherwise. It was like an honest rage type there for a bit.
You're out of control. Out of control. Like you're a broken record over and over. I never said.
Are you perfect? Are you a perfect person? Have you ever been in trouble?
Perfect.
Answer. Your answer, please. Now.
Yeah, I want to answer right now. Give me peace. Right now. Are you perfect?
Do you wake up in the morning and piss excellent?
Piss excellent.
Now. I need to know. Now. Hurry. All right. That's what it feels like.
God. These people are fucking crazy. There are some really crazy people around here. For the most part, sometimes it can be funny, you know, but today is not funny. Today is not funny. I cried this morning. Literally cried this morning. It hurts me to see. This is sad. So this is what actually got me emotional. Last night, I was upset about something entirely different, which is extremely important, and I will be discussing it when Cam leaves. Before I end the stream, I will be putting it out because it needs to be said. I'm not going to go crazy with it, but it needs to be said. I need everybody to hear what I'm going to say because it's regarding someone I gave a platform to. I'm not going to get into it right this second, but I need to make an announcement. But hold on a sec. I'm going to get into this real quick. Let me play what Michelle said. So this is what started the day with, accusing Jody Sue's son. So, and there's 10,000 views on this, you guys. 10,000.
And this was after Scott H. and Squall did their 11-hour live on. Right? The same Squall that Cam immediately got down off Tiffany Marie's, went up on, and then changed everything again. Interesting, eh?
And so 10,000 views on a stream where the channel holder says they're not accusing them, but they don't need to because it goes without saying what the message they're trying to get across, which is upsetting.
And Scott H was on there for much of the time.
Of course he was, Michelle. Scott H was on there for most of the time because this has been his point all along. Scott H has always had this prerogative. This prerogative. That's Scott H's prerogative. To tear Jody Stu down any way possible.
And yeah, I watched it all, but around the 4-hour, 45-ish minute mark, this happened. It was a total mic drop.
This is what I had a problem with. Now, Michelle is, like I said, great content creator. I've not seen her do this before, so I think it's like one of those holy shit moments because I've never seen a mic drop. So she puts a mic on the screen and it says mic drop and the mic drops on the screen. So this is a mic drop moment with no proof.
And I did a live on that. And this is the other. And Michelle, if you know her, and such, she's pretty notorious for basically just taking whatever she can find. She uses everybody else's everything. And Scott throughout this was the one feeding her everything from the local shit, right? But either way. And then she'll take the same material when it's time to eat on the other end, and she'll just say the opposite while she walks the dogs. It's simplistic, is what it is. she doesn't actually create, other than chaos and bullshit, and helps in mass targeting.
But it's a mic drop moment. Hold on.
Moment. I sat there, open mouthed, and Scott H was, I think, as surprised as I was.
Scott H wasn't surprised. Scott H probably was the mastermind behind all of it, so.
He'd never heard this before.
He'd never heard this before.
No,
And with all due respect,
that's what he heard.
she doesn't know that. How does Michelle know he's never heard this before? I cannot say that I believe that Scott H has never heard this before. And Michelle's telling people Scott H has never heard this before. Michelle, careful when you're assuming what Scott H knows and what he doesn't know. Because when I say he's a snake, I mean it. He's probably one of the most manipulative, abusive people on here, outside of several others. She believes him. She believes Scott H. Now, who is Scott H? We don't know, because he's never showed his face. More than I can. Jody Sue showed her face. We know Jody Sue's name. We know what she looks like. But we don't know what Scott H looks like. And we don't know what Scott's real name is.
I don't.
So let that sink in. How are you going to believe someone who's never shown their face? That's your first mistake. And yes, I'm talking to Michelle After Dark. So the person that came in here and said, oh my God, are you calling out Michelle? No, I'm not calling out Michelle. I'm just addressing what I'm watching.
She called me a dork.
So glad you're dark.
At this time, Michelle also started in on the domestic violence as well, and trying to discredit all kinds of other shit. Michelle overnight turned into a hot piece of shit at the direction of Scott.
Dark.
Yeah,
Oh, Helena, I love that. Who isn't a snake anymore? Chronicles of the Shady. Well, I'm not a snake. Do you think I'm a snake? I've never tried to mislead anybody. I've never tried to sit up here and pretend I know something that I don't. I've never run a narrative. I've not intentionally tried to hurt anybody. So who's not a snake anymore? I can only speak for myself. I'm not a snake.
Are you trying to refer? Yeah, that's Mr. King Cobra to you, madam. Oh my God, so stupid.
Wow.
I don't know you well enough to know, so I don't think you're a snake. Well, thank you. I thought you were trying to insult me. Listen,
No.
I'm not going to say there's not a lot of snakes. There are some really, really crazy people in this community who are snakes, for sure. And who isn't a snake anymore? You know what? Honestly, your comment was pretty fair, because they're everywhere. Okay, we're in very tall grass right now, up to our neck.
I seriously, if anybody, this is what I've been trying to do to fix these issues, is if anybody has an issue and wants to come, I invite them on my panel every time for us to have a case discussion. Let's talk, because this is I've done good at this too. I want people to come up and we'll have a case discussion about what is actually factual and what's not, and we'll back it up and what we have to back it up. What facts back up your theory, and it works. And you know, these people that have those issues, I encourage you to come over anytime and let's do it. That's the best way to debate anything.
That's a good idea.
That's what I've been doing.
But they won't show up, Cam.
They don't. That's what I was getting ready to say. They
won't.
Only one person has.
I can't tell you how many times I've ever tried to do that. They don't show up. They won't show up. When you give these people the opportunity to come face you, they won't. They'll only do it under alt accounts, a comment section, and other people's comments. But come face you and handle it with you, they won't do. That's why it doesn't matter.
The one person did against, and Chasing was there too. And
every once in a while, you'll get someone who really confront you, but for the most part, they don't ever show up.
But the one, I gotta say this, and I'll let you go on. But the one person that did, on her channel, she has made 68 videos, and 60 of them are about me.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yes, I know who you're talking about. Okay. Yeah, there's a channel that is coming up.
Just 60? Just 60? Them are low numbers, Cam. You gotta pump those up. Hell, even you've done more videos than that about me, children, family, target me. Shit, all of you have. Them are low numbers, you gotta pump them up. Poor y'all, you feel some type of way about a channel dedicated to putting out videos about you. 60? Y'all always worried about numbers around here. I got all of you beat because of all of you. First time here, bro.
Coming after you and Chasing, right?
Oh my gosh, yeah, I fixed it.
Well, you've experienced what I experienced for the last God only knows how long, so it's not a good feeling. You'll get used to it, Cam. It'll roll off.
But we let her, basically, I let her talk herself into her own, the public got to make their own opinion by just listening to her.
You'll develop not saying you don't have thick skin, don't think I'm saying that, but after time goes by and you get hate for a long time, it really does roll right off your back. I remember
go ahead.
Back in the beginning, sometimes it was hard. Sometimes it really would take, a toll on me, and I didn't ever really show that it did. But there's been times where it's been hard, like it's not easy to listen to people lie about you. It's not easy to listen to people hate you. It's not easy to get hate from all ends. Like, it sucks, and it can really make you depressed and suck the life out of you. You gotta take it with a grain of salt and just know that you know your truth. You know
right.
Who you are.
It's not that it bothers me anymore. I just ask them to put their money where their mouth is because I want to prove it. That's what I want, proof. Because when they make these claims, that's where I'm at now. We went months without ever addressing anybody. December, I had a breaking point, and I went no holds bar.
Much like this asshole just made a claim based on all this shit. You can clearly hear him going with for hours here. Stuff he'd already debunked months before. Stuff Candace had already been like, nope, not her kid. Stuff Jen had already confirmed. Everybody had already confirmed what my kid. And still, almost a year after this right here, the motherfucker has his intro video. Harassing, targeting, and tormenting my kid. And myself. For no reason other than to just do it. No proof of anything, no anything. Just bullshit to do it. All based on hearsay, bullshit, rumors. Just tragedy pimp garbage that never made any sense anyway. We goddamn lived there, bro. And it's been debunked a million ways from Sunday. We have receipts also. And every time we show those fucking he moves the fucking dates, man. And then when you show those receipts, he moves the fucking dates. And then win, and then win, and then win. Just like he did during this. And then he gets down, and he gets up on squalls. It's just. But for a year almost, he's at his fucking channel's intro. Doing this shit to my kids. Never.
About it, and it did bother me then, but I'm good about it now. I think it's funny most of the time for real. But
Yeah, sometimes it's hard, like I've had some, and there's like several times that I can remember. There's only been a couple people that have really gotten to me, like mentally gotten to me, where it's affected me. For the most part, it's okay. But I mean, you'll definitely get used to. You got a long way to go. I mean, I know you got a lot of hate. I've seen it. More than Chasing Truth. I think Chasing Truth has not gotten. She's pretty well loved here, I would say.
No, she's a
I know
thing
that
here.
that other channel's been attacking her, but just gotta take it with a grain of salt, right? Everybody can have
you
their
have
own
a lot
opinion.
more support than what people think.
No, she's a thing here. She's a little quiet director in the corner thing here. Make no mistake.
So it freaking it surprises me sometimes. But I will say this though about it. So, oh my gosh, straight just mind blank. What did you just say before that? What did you just say? Oh no, it really bothers me when they take low blows about me being essayed and stuff like that. That took a lot for me to come out and talk about, and that sets me off. And I'll flip out because it took a lot for me to talk about that. Because for many years I questioned if that meant I was gay, if that meant that.
But he had no problem coming out to terrorize me or to try to discredit the stuff that happened to me and my children. Right? Had no problem. He has no problem supporting others. Others that are abused. Weird, huh?
Yeah, I still feel like that person took my my masculinity from me. So there's that one person that we were talking about came up on my panel. That was her final mistake when she tried to go in on me with that because I flipped out. But because I would have never talked about that ever. But I felt like in this genre that it might help somebody, and it's bigger than ourselves. And I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but that's in such poor taste. Shame on people for that to sit on their throne, which most of the time is a throne of lies. Don't get it mistaken, but they think it's a golden throne and they do no wrong. And I'm fine. I'll sit on my little stool close to the ground.
On your own little throne of fucking lies with an intro video that's a throne full of lies and lie out your lying pie hole. Okay.
And sit with the sinners and the drug addicts and the people that aren't perfect all day long, just to stay humble and know where it came from, I guess.
Right.
I'm sorry that happened to you, Cam. That's not okay. Nobody should be throwing low blows at you over being abused. That's horrible. Thank you so much, Jody Blonde. Thank you for your super sticker, and also welcome to Diamond Painting with Anxiety. Oh my gosh, I haven't seen you in a really long time. I think you come from my old community. Thanks for joining memberships. Appreciate it. But yeah, Kim, it gets easier. I can say it gets easier with time. It's not always easy, but you do get used to it, and you kind of just like, oh yeah, like I hear about streams that are going on about me. I'm like, yep, I'll watch it tomorrow, whatever. Like I can't.
Watch them half the time.
I'll watch them. It depends on who it is. Some people, there's one person that
Jesus.
watch it alone. That way, I'm not like sitting around watching. Finish playing this so we can get. I don't want to put it up too much. Hold on one sec. laugh about it or whatever. Jody Blonde, welcome to memberships. Hold on, let me finish playing this so we can get. I don't want to put it up too much. All right, hold on one sec. Anybody who joined membership, you can go to my community tab, refresh your YouTube, go to community tab, and you can join Discord. So you get a Discord link if you're a member, and then you have a membership chat. And I'll put you down my stream. Okay, let's let me finish playing this, just so everybody knows what exactly was said. And I'm also going to drop the link to this in the chat so that everybody can hear the whole thing, because, of course, context is important, and I want to fairly use the content. Hold on.
And neither had I. I thought.
Actually, hold on a second, because, of course, the second I played it, there's someone backing up into my neighbor's driveway. I don't want that sound in the way. Oh my God. Hurry up.
Oh, Alicia, that's, I appreciate you saying that. That's not, we don't have an opinion on what happened. We're just open-minded. We're not saying 100% anything happened. I'm just saying that nothing has, now I just go with what I do know. That's, please don't take it that way. That's not what our opinion is. That's just, we're just open-minded. Nobody knows. And I'm not pretending to know that or act like I know what happened. But thank you. That was nice of you to say that, though.
Even though I debunked it months before, it was on their Facebook. Even though Candace had come out and said it wasn't. Even though the picture and Candace's own words and everything sent to Jenna show it wasn't. You know.
Well, what's most important is that I haven't seen anybody else come to Jody's defense today, outside of who's here. Let me know if I'm wrong. I don't see any creators going live to say, you know, this is wrong. And Cam is up here. He came right up. Like, it was pretty instant. He wanted a link and jumped right up here the second I dropped it to make sure that he said, you know, like, you have no proof of this. To go after Jody's son is wrong. And I have to say, like, there's a lot of creators in this community, and to see the lack of, it's hard watching the people that don't speak up. And I know it's hard to focus on the good, right? Because there's so much negative, and you notice the negative and it stands out.
Right.
And like I always say, why aren't people standing up against this stuff? So thank you for standing up for something. And
no problem. Always will. Always will.
Yeah, it's really nice for you to do that, because we don't know, and to accuse somebody's son it's wrong. It's downright wrong. You wouldn't want it done to your own, so treat others the way you'd want to be treated. All right,
for sure. Who knows? I'll pray for you, and thank you guys. I just want to make sure she knew I saw that.
What is it?
Who knows?
Oh, about Allie's foot?
Well, no, she had something. Who knows? Said they had something really tragic happen on Mother's Day.
Oh, and who knows?
Yeah.
Many prayers. Who knows? I'm so sorry. Okay. Who knows? If you need anything, you just give a shout, okay? All right, let me press play here. Okay.
I heard everything in relation to the Summer Rose case, but not this. Tilly's on a lead because there's 2 dogs around, and she's had a bark up one already. When we go in the secret woods, up there, she can come on.
She's talking about her dogs. Hold on a sec.
That's the other reason I don't come here often in spring. It's that the world and his wife this time of year. You don't see them in winter. I call these flowers cute, aren't they? Should we get a close up?
Why don't I remember her talking so much here? Hold on a sec.
Oh.
Oh wow, yeah, she's showing flowers. There's some beautiful if those are violets or what. That's beautiful
No,
field there.
fuck's sake.
Yeah, you guys, I know you can't see what I'm looking at, but did I drop the link to this? Hold on. Let me actually do that. This is the stream that you guys are listening to here.
What surprised me so much was a question that Walter answered, and the answer was this. Yes, it is true that someone visiting the well saw Jody's son exiting the well's yard and going into the woods and exiting out onto the Benny Hill Road where the person that was chasing him was in. And then they later found him standing beside Jody's car at the bottom of Don and Candace's driveway, blowing the horn, screaming at them to stop. And when the girl that chased him through the woods walked up Benny Hill Road and saw him standing next to the car, she said, "That's him."
Hold on a second. Let me, if you don't mind, I'm going to back this up just a little bit. So what she's describing is, and this is Walt who's saying, what she's describing is the person was chasing Jody Sue's son, they say. Yeah, so how was he supposed to react? If that's what really happened months after Summer went missing, I don't know why that would matter. But if let's think about if someone was following your kid, I think that would be the right call for him to make. For him,
but nobody was. You see, nobody was. When the tweakers chased Shadow Man over onto Overbeat, and then asked, well, we were in the fucking road. Son was holding the dogs back by Pone Elwood, namely, and checking the mail so I could get a run and go and get up our fucking driveway in my soul. Nobody was chasing my kid. They were chasing Shadow Man over on fucking Overbeast because they're goddamn tweakers. Guess who would have had the video on my Facebook talking about that? You know, Squall of the please can you put Squall on your Facebook variety, who then stole everything off of it. Then inset, the first blackmail attempt making my son look like if I didn't cooperate and comply with Penny, 423, and the rest, and shut the whole fuck up about the scamathon and everything else and give them everything I knew about Summer. And then there she was doing it again with Scott H. again. And Michelle runs with it. Cam gets down off Tiffany Marie's estate, goes right up onto Squall's, changes his entire story. Michelle, who's also linked to Scott, as the local feeding her everything for all that time.
for him to bring attention to the fact someone was following him, which.
So who do you think had the video of me talking about the tweakers and all that shit and everything anyway, and then start trying to tailor and do and to move dates and do this and that? Who do you think was doing all that? Yeah. Squall once again, bro. Scott. Weird, huh? How those two keep being at the goddamn center of things along with Penny.
Which tells me, number one, if this kid got into a vehicle and started beeping the horn to get the attention of his mom, if something was happening.
It was when I was fucking in the goddamn car. So was his sister. It was daytime. And later that night is when the rest of the shit happened. With the fucking tweakers chasing shadow people over on Overbeast.
I highly doubt he'd be hiding something, right? Because if the kid's hiding something, he wouldn't be trying to bring attention to himself. So I guess I could probably shoot that down real quick. How many people do you know would be doing something shady and try to bring so much attention to themselves that they would get into a car and start laying on a horn? Do you know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? To really think about that for a minute. So hold on a sec. Yeah, no, that doesn't make any sense at all. He's being followed and he's doing something so shady, but brings major attention to himself and starts laying on the horn. Hold on. I'm gonna listen to that again. It just, and it wasn't the woods. What Cam said that he heard, what he explained to me earlier was that the person that told him that Jody Sue's son was seen, first of all, it was months later. It was not around the time of Summer's disappearance. It was not the day of Summer's disappearance. He believes it was September or October. Is that correct, Cam?
Early September. If she was gone late, then it's early September.
And see, he learned that during this live. Y'all heard it yourself. Somewhere somebody informed him that I couldn't finish, so then he pulls the date back. But before his claim, he was like, oh, I was just there a day or two after whatever. No, but this is him receiving info in the background and during the live. Because he started out with the end of September and into October.
Okay, so around early September, which is several months after Summer's disappearance. So, as I said, he could have gone over there to see if maybe he could see something. Maybe he wants answers for Summer. Maybe this kid wants to go, snoop around to see if he could find something. Props to him if that's the case, because I know if I lived next door, and I'm not saying he did this. This is hearsay. I'm saying if I lived across the street, I can't say that I wouldn't want to go try to look for something either. Like, I would want to know. I would want to search for answers. I would probably be poking around too, and I'm being honest. So, if that's what happened, it could have been him looking for answers. It could have been him trying to find out what happened to Summer. So are we going to ridicule him for that? I'm not. Anyhow, hold on. Again, this is just hypothetical. I'm not saying that this even happened. It's was somebody said, he said, she said. So keep that in mind. We're going to play this over again, though, because I think that's interesting.
What's this?
Yes, it is that someone is saying about Judy Sue's son exiting Wells' yard, going into the woods.
Hold on. So, saw Jody Sue's son exiting, hold on a minute, exiting the Wells yard, going into the woods. So, if he was exiting the Wells yard, going into the woods, what woods? Because
they're referring to the perimeter around their yard, how it's surrounded in trees, like he was out in the main yard and then went down into that, like the...
It's really not. And at that time, you gotta think everything was still decimated from the brush cutters and the wood cutters and everything on the side of the bus. It was just twigs and shit. It wasn't dense. There was no goddamn wood, bro. The closest to that was the Everglades, where them dumb bitches chased fucking shadow people with a knife and
the trees down towards the bottom of the driveway where that little trail cuts off there where the bus is.
So where the trail and the butt, that's right across.
The trail and the fucking driveway are far apart. Bro, no. See, this is the shit I'm talking about. Just can't with it, man. What do you do with it?
Across from Jody's old house. So what woods was he entering into according to this person?
That's what they're referring to as the woods there, is because that's all tree and it goes right down over the hill.
Well, but Kim, if he was exiting the yard, do you get what I'm saying? If he was exiting the yard, then
right,
that means
the yard's surrounded by trees, right? You know,
yeah.
That's all I was trying to say. Is like where they're, I guess, basically saying he was like in the yard. I guess it would be the front yard where the swing is, that area.
Yeah.
And went across the driveway, so where the bus is, then there's trees that surround the whole perimeter.
Wrong. The bus sat facing out to the inside of the road. Them bitches were chasing shadow people into over. And that's as close as you're gonna get to a wood line, and even then you can see clear through it. The entire thing's stupid as fuck. And I just can't with it.
Of the property. You know, so I guess they're calling that woods, that he, exited through there.
Do you get why I'm asking
It's okay.
Exiting the yard would mean if he was okay. Sorry if I'm not making sense. If he was exiting the yard, and where he was exiting the yard was where the school bus was, he'd be exiting the yard and walking out onto the road. Whose woods was he entering into? Why this even matters, I don't know, because it's allegedly months after her disappearance. But let's say it's true. Let's say that Jody Sue's son was exiting their yard and entering into the woods. That makes no sense.
Share that right there, Tiffany.
Huh?
Share that down there. I just tried to.
Hold on. What am I sharing?
This is I'm showing on the maps.
Oh. Okay. Thank you.
Right.
Okay, let me edit this down real quick, and I'll put you on full screen. Thank you, Cam. Okay.
No problem.
Go ahead.
So, all right. Let me turn it this way.
I'll give you the floor here.
All right. So basically, what they're saying is that I guess he was witnessed probably somewhere around here, because here's where the bus sits. This right here, if it'll let me. All right, it's not gonna let me go in any farther. But right here is there's a little trail which we call the bus trail. This whole area right here is grown up with brush. So if you're in the house, you can't really see behind this. This is where me and Allie had filmed that, where she was standing on one side and I was the other, and we couldn't see each other. But so I guess what they're saying is he was somewhere probably around here or here, and when they saw him, he ran down and cut through here and probably went down, because the driveway would then wrap down to here and into his house. Let me zoom up a little bit.
You got to take into consideration, if this person was following him, it would totally make sense as to why he was running from them, right? So you got to take that into consideration as well. Maybe he would have been going to a completely different area if he wasn't being followed. Now, we all teach our kids, if something's not right, you get away. So at that point where he exits the property, if that's even true.
Well, he had no reason to really hide, because he was allowed to be up there.
Right, but if he was being followed, it would make perfect sense as
you're going to run if somebody you don't know comes running after you dollar.
Once again, let me make it clear, it never even happened. All this shit is just that fucking shit. Tweakers on 110. Meet Tragedy Pimps. Meet a Squall, who has from the very first been targeting my son with blackmail efforts around the scamathon, who was asked to be let on my Facebook by Candace. Who was used and in cahoots with Scott and Penny, put in the first blackmail effort that they were going to make my son look like XYZ if I did not cooperate. Right? And I'll be damned if that very night Squall didn't start going live with all the private stolen shit off my Facebook, doing exactly that. And then that tampered down, because they wanted her to, right? Because they still wanted to get everything from me. And then months later, there Squall is with Scott H again, doing the same shit, but with an even more nonsensical fucking go round again. And then that didn't really pan out. So then they set in on my daughter for months and months and months now. Because they know my kids are my weakness. And just like they yoked the abuser to do too. Two weaknesses, and, children and abuser, right? Rinse, repeat, rinse, fucking repeat. Rinse, repeat. To different degrees.
Hollering at you.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I don't know who said this. Cam does. Now, Cam, let me ask you this. I know you don't want to talk about who told you in public, but would you be willing to tell Jody in private who told you? I don't even know if she would want to, but if she came to you and wanted to know, would you give her that information privately? Or no?
I can tell her that just because I try to keep my word about stuff, and if I said, it was people that were part of the remodeling and all that. I don't actually know the first person who said that the first occurrence where they met her on the or when he ran to the bottom and supposedly they were honking the horn or whatever, and she says that Jody Sue said he was just checking the mail or whatever. I don't know that woman. I think I only met her once, but the one person that I talked to is, sure. Yeah, I'll tell her that. I'm sure that person wouldn't care.
Yeah. All right. I just wanted to know if you would tell her if she even if I don't know if she would even want to know, but if she did want to come to you and talk to you, if you would tell her that, and that's not because she did not even know I was going live today. This is all me. So,
well, the one person that I talked to was actually, she's been on my channel, and she didn't have anything to do with this. She was just giving the information. Like I said, I trust her and what she tells me. So that's why.
So it's like something somebody told her. So it really is like
she was there too that day. She was there too.
Oh, they were there together.
Yeah, there was a bunch of people there that day.
Okay. All right.
So yeah, that's.
All right, hold on. While you have that map up there, so what was said is that he was by the bus. Now, the way that she said it is he exited the property and went into the woods. So, do you get where I'm coming from, Cam? Oh, is your phone ringing?
No, you're fine. It's just my mom.
Right, sure, it was his mom. If you notice throughout this live, his phone goes off a few times in between when he changes his story. Several times throughout this live. Yeah, I bet it was his mom. Considering he immediately gets down off the panel and goes on to squalls. To then further the line. Well, yeah, I want to bet it was Cam's mommy. I'm gonna call bullshit. Anyway.
Mom. It's okay.
Go ahead and take it. Don't ignore your mom.
No, it's okay. I'll call her back.
Okay. You sure?
Yeah, I promise it's all good.
Okay. Because I don't mind. All right. So it just is strange to me, the wording, and I picked up on it when I listened to it again, is he exited the property and went into the woods. Now, for me, if I'm listening to that, of course, I don't live there. I don't know, every road like the locals do. But if I was to think exiting the property, I would think exiting the property down by the bus would be coming out onto the road. So what woods was he running into? Now you are saying basically he ran back into those woods right there?
Well, this right here, what the thing is, this bus trail that I showed you cuts down to, you really ain't going through the woods if you want to,
the driveway is like right there.
Yeah, the driveway wraps around, like, it goes from right here all the way around to here. So he would have just, if he ran that way, he'd have just ran right down through there and followed the driveway down to the bottom to, their driveway or whatever, wherever he went to. And
now, zoom out, Cam, because I want to put.
Now you tell me, after Cam said what he said, at the initial part of this and said, nope, better get it, etc., blah, blah. What the fuck's the rest of the point in all this is he then changes stories and dates and all the bullshit. Especially when all this shit's supposed to be months after Summer Band. I don't know. Put the idea out there. To make it a thing. To make it a thing. Just like they did with my daughter. To do a 3-hour live on Not a Thing and make it a thing. It's to go with a lie and a narrative. And to do a 3-hour goddamn thing. To put the idea into people's head. The pebble in the so they'll all skip across logic, common sense, and go, that's the fucking...
I put a marker on where, just so everybody knows, Jody Sue's property is literally right there. Like, literally right there. So you gotta figure, this is his neighborhood. This is this boy's neighborhood. This is his stomping grounds. He is...
Get out.
You have to take that into consideration. Of course, it's someone else's property or whatever, but like we talked about before, I just want to show in proximity to where they set it.
We can actually do this to just show you the actual distance. It's from
it's
right
like
there
280 feet.
Let's say to even right, we'll just say to the bottom of the driveway right here. 299 feet.
Tina MD, I don't think Jody knows she is more than welcome always to come on my panel. I don't think Jody wants to do this right now. She's more than welcome. I will always give her a link if she wanted one. She's always welcome. But I don't think she wants to do this right now. I think she wants to be left alone. She's had a really rough day. But she's always welcome. Always. Was something like 300 feet or so, right?
Yeah, 300 feet.
Yeah. And that's how close the properties are. I think it's 284 feet from the Wells property line to Jody Sue's old property. So
get out of there.
Yes,
go ahead. Go ahead and I'll answer this.
Oh no! I was just thinking out loud back when I did like measurements from how Wells had cameras at that time. Why isn't there footage of that? Good question. Cam, do you know if anybody has camera footage of this or video?
Do what now? Hold on, Mom. What now?
Oh, talk to your mother. Let me read my chat.
It's okay.
Damn, he got on the phone with his mama that quick. After he heard the Wells had cameras at that time. The same cameras that took the same goddamn pics that were sent to Jenna by Candace of the actual person that, at least on one of the incidents, was also clearly not my son. Yeah, those fucking cameras. Oh, hey, Mom! And here's another hot thing. We also had cameras pointed right at the bottom of the goddamn driveway. Cam. That I still have the SD cards. That I don't know how y'all gonna make it work out, honestly. When you moved and pulled all the dates, but then here's this camera that has video, not a still frame, video. Right? Of exactly what I described. Tweakers chasing motherfuckers over in the overreach. And then coming down the driveway where my son, clearly in front of our cameras, got out the goddamn car, got the mail, and held the dogs back so I could get a run and go and go up our fucking driveway. Kid wasn't on goddamn 110. Also, one of the dates Cam's given over there, we were in a fucking hotel, not even anywhere near here. Yeah, Cam. All of us had cameras. I wonder if anybody has footage. Ha! I wonder.
Hey, I'll be right back.
Go ahead.
Just like I had pictures of going into the fucking ambulance that night with the tweakers and them in view. Because my kids are smart enough to get photos of them after they tried to steal my fucking phones. Weird, huh, Kim? Weird. But you moved the dates from that too. So how y'all gonna make these dates add up after you moved it from name? Which I don't know what y'all gonna do at this point. Really, I don't. I guess we'll see in a court setting, right? And I guess maybe partially YouTube internet court.
What if he was in the woods? He lives there. Yeah, Nana for life. That's what I was saying. When I was a kid, we had a big area of woods that I used to love going into. And was it my property? Nope. Was not my family's property, but I loved going in there to read books. I loved going in there with my friends. There was a crazy old man who used to shoot a shotgun off at us. And my dad used to always say, "You're going to get shot. You're going to get shot. Stay out of there. Stay out of there," you know. But we loved going over there. We were kids, you know. What is there to do on Ben Hill Road? What is there to do in Beach Creek? Like, I cannot say if Jody Sue's son wanted to go walk around in the fucking woods months after Summer disappeared, by all means do it. What if Jody Sue's son found Summer? What if, like, seriously, think about that for a second. What if this kid was looking for answers and stumbled upon something that mattered? Would you be fucking shitting on his name then? No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. People need to stop. This is insanity. But he didn't find Summer, right? He didn't. So we're going to what? Go after him and target him?
Sorry.
What's clickbait, Audrey? Why are you a member on my channel if you're calling it clickbait? This is not clickbait. Thanks.
What's click?
Clickbait, when the cash flow is low and what? There's no content left to talk about. We attack people's children. This isn't clickbait. Thanks. I don't clickbait anybody. I've never made a clickbait stream in my life. I don't need to clickbait anybody.
How would this even be clickbait?
I would never clickbait. I don't know why she would say that. Audrey is as a member. Audrey, is everything okay?
I mean, the title was "Who Was in the Woods on Ben Hill Road," featuring cracking cases.
I don't know what's going on here. Constance, what do you need, hon? You keep putting questions.
Sorry.
You're fine, Cam.
Oh my, it must be his mom again.
Okay, let me go for your question. Nope, you're right, Electro. He didn't. I'm saying if he did, no one would be attacking him. Tell them about the footprint. No. We're not talking about the footprints today. I'm not doing that right now. That's not what this is about. Please. Guys, you like want to beat that horse all day long. The footprints. There's like a million strains on the footprints. If we lived right there, oh my God, we'd be searching. I know, Bridget, we'd be like all over the place. We'd be dressed in black, snooping everywhere. I'm talking about people.
Yeah, snooping and trespassing, and that's not something you do there. Whatever.
I'm like, what the hell? I thought you were saying I was clickbait. I'm like, what the hell happened to Audrey? I'm sorry. Oh, shit. Audrey's probably like, what the hell? Ask him about cameras. I will. When he gets back, I will.
Right now, I'm back.
I'm sorry, Audrey. I thought you were talking about me. I'm so used to people talking shit to me, I guess. That's horrible, isn't
I
it?
did the same thing.
All right, so they want to know. Okay, let me ask you this. Audrey's probably upset at me now. I just yelled at her. Like clickbait. All right, so sorry, Audrey. I'm not mad at you. Promise. I'm not. Your chat called Cam a liar. I thought since he had the map up, he could speak on it.
Look,
Cam,
they can call
Luda. What's that?
I said that's okay. They can sit down there and call me names, but they won't come up and argue me.
Yeah, please don't call Cam names while he's on.
No, I'm cool with it. Go ahead, man. That's y'all's opinion. And
I'm not.
assholes is probably y'all.
No, I'm not okay with that. Please respect Cam. He's on my panel. He's trying to help with something here. So, Luda wants to know about the cameras. So, after, this is a great point. We know that there were cameras installed after Summer's disappearance. Does anybody have camera footage of this supposedly taking place?
So,
Because
do you remember what I told you about that? There was actually no cameras installed till Benny came and installed that one. There was none.
Okay.
Don wouldn't put them up.
But other people very much did cam. Other people very much had cameras, and I'll tell you that there were cameras over on 110 before Benny. Candace and I messaged about it. It's where the fucking still frame of the guy that's clearly not my son, that does fit the description of, the person with Juanita, plus, how the description of the guy was given white t-shirt, whatever, right? Yep. It's clearly on a Candace Nim's cam. She sent it to Jenna. It was not my son. Like I said, we've been around this block a million times. There were cams over there. And alarm systems. Right? Candace had asked me which ones to get, which ones I had. She went out and bought those to do the thing at the top of the hill and other places. And they had purchased other cams. So I don't want to hear that there weren't any until Benny. I have receipts for that as well. That's why Candace sent the still frame from her own cams to Jenna very early on, and was like, man, here's this person caught on property, blah, blah, blah. Yep. And we had kids. Cam. You and Squall and everybody else involved in this shit show. I tell you what.
Up. They were given to Don, and he would say he would put them up, and he wouldn't put them up.
Kim, what do you think of that? I know it's a little off topic. What do you think about the fact that Don didn't want to put cameras up out there? That's weird. Really weird.
It's very weird.
Yeah.
And, we offered to get them cameras when we first went, and we already got them. And I was under the impression too, but it was all a ruse. There's all they had was the little thing on the driveway that dings in the house when somebody crosses, like a sensor. So yeah, I was like, what in the world? And you know, Don had what are they called? Game cameras, everything, and he just wouldn't put them up, and I never understood that.
Interesting.
Yeah, so if that answers your question, no footage.
Okay, so there's.
I think he means these.
No footage of it. Of course, there never is. There's never any proof. Go figure.
Oh, but there is proof. There is proof. And there are witnesses. And there are many things. All kinds of receipts.
Here. Alright. Oh, I'll keep playing this. You can keep that up while I do this. Hold on. Alright.
And exiting out onto the road where the person that was chasing him lost him. And then later, they found him standing beside Jody Sims' car at the bottom of Donna Candace's driveway, blowing her horn, screaming at them.
Oh, they're saying Jody was blowing the horn. Not okay, so oh my god. They're saying Jody was blowing the horn, so it's not even Jody's son who was blowing the horn, but everyone's running around saying it was her son blowing the horn. Wow.
What was disconnected by Tim, Donnie?
The cameras.
There.
And Penny told me in a text that Tim Mullen, while Benny was on my panel, she texted me and said, Tim Mullen, no, excuse me, I'm misspeaking. It wasn't when Benny was on my panel. Penny told me, I don't remember exactly when, I don't want to say when because I don't want to.
Yeah, I want to stop for a fucking receipt. I feel like stopping for a fucking receipt. Oh dear. This is August 7th. And she asked what's up. It was like they were taking out a warrant on Andy last night. He was using other accounts trying to figure out where Rue and I were, and I guess it violated the order. Turns out this side hadn't quite served it yet. And I'm like, I'd say he and his parents go nuclear and they're all dangerous. So can you please keep an eye and ear out for one near our driveway? I don't know what he or his driver can be in anymore. And they had, by this point, put the cams up over there. I had cams up over on ours for a hot fucking minute. But I was trying to put up the live feed one. But yeah, August 7th. And it was weirdly enough the same night. And it was piss pouring. Same night Don told me about Jeannie. Because I asked, he gave me a ride to Priceless and Pals. And then, like I've always said, I bought them chili and stuff from Wendy's that night as well and gave them money for the ride. Then it was me further freaking out, still over the days thinking and hearing certain people come and go. Anyway, but yeah. And there is a lot of communications between us about who and what's at the bottom and going back and forth during those days and what each of our cameras are catching and not catching. And who's coming and going. I also offered them all the brand new no trespassing signs I just bought but knew I'd no longer need. More crazy screaming at all of us. So, yeah, Cam, we all had cams going. But do tell how none were there till Keys, right before the amazing adult toy pizza delivery period of whatever the fuck. Right? Please do tell.
I'm gonna lie. I thought it was when he was on my panel, but Penny told me Tim Mullen unhooked the cameras.
Well, let me be more clear about that. Now, there was a camera inside the house, that was hooked up to their Wi-Fi, but none on the exterior, and that's
Bullshit.
I'm giving you good stuff right there. I'm telling you, because I even asked Dom why are you driving? They were sitting on the table, and then he had them in the back of his car driving around with them. I was like, why are you not putting those up, man? You know, they didn't, like I said, they didn't have to answer anything, and didn't most of the time. So.
Okay. Interesting. So, okay. So we've got Jody Sue's son was being chased by some rando, and all right, hold on.
Saw Jody Sue's son exiting the Wells yard, going into the woods, and exiting out onto Ben Hill Road where the person that was chasing him lost.
Why was the person, he's exiting the woods, but the person was in the road chasing him? This makes no sense. I'm gonna call bullshit on like multiple things here.
It don't, does it?
Right, and so, yeah, hold on, this will make sense. So if they hit the road, if they both came out the driveway, so the entrance up to Jody Sue's property is more like you come out of theirs, and then like the driveway would be somewhere like right here.
Yeah.
So they would, if she chased him down the road or something, it would just be from like there to there. So I don't know.
Interesting.
And then later, they found him standing beside Jody Sue's car. He was at the bottom of Don and Candace's driveway, blowing her horn, screaming at them to stop. And when the girl that chased him through the woods walked up Ben Hill Road and saw him standing next to the car, she said, "That's him." And Jody Sue told Candace he was checking 9 down. Yes.
You guys in chat, if you think anything about this is strange, let me know what you.
And during this described thing, Candace was nowhere, right? Didn't see Candace during it. It was just the tweakers visiting that were chasing shadow people over the bank to the ovaries. Now later that night, and whatever, with the ambulance incident, Candace and eventually Dawn were down there. Dawn wanted them to fuck back up on the hill before EMTs and police could arrive. Tweaker lady wouldn't get the fuck up out of my face. Wouldn't quit trying to steal my devices either. Yeah. Anyway, carrying on.
You catch that's strange, because there's like multiple things that stand out to me that don't make sense. And I feel like you need to listen to this 10 times to like really grasp what's being said. Hold on, let me continue.
Not anywhere. But he was wearing these exact same clothes that they saw the person standing in the yard. That triggered the alarms.
Triggered the alarms. What alarms? Is she speaking hypothetically, like triggered the alarms like mentally, or are there alarms in the yard? Am I missing something? Cam, do they have alarms in their yard?
What did she say now? I didn't hear it.
Hold on. She said triggered the alarms. Hold on.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
That's okay. Hold on.
No, he's on the phone with his mama. getting directions on which panel to hit next and change the narrative next and to lie next on.
They later found him standing beside Jody Sue's car. He was at the bottom of Dawn and Candace's driveway, blowing her horn, screaming at them to stop.
I'd be fucking screaming at somebody too if someone was chasing my kid down the road. I'm just saying.
And the girl that chased him through the woods walked up Hill Road and saw him standing next to the car. She said, "That's him." And Jody Sue told Candace he was checking my mail. He has not been anywhere. But he was wearing these exact identical clothes that saw the person standing in the yard.
So they didn't see his face; they only saw his clothes, according to the statement. And I'm gonna be honest with you right now. If the police were to say, "Is that the person you saw?" and they said, "Well, yeah, they were wearing the same clothes," they would say, "Did you see their face?" And they would say, "No, I saw his clothes." That would not be a positive ID. You cannot ID someone by clothes, just so you know. That's facts. Hold on.
100%.
No. It triggered the alarms. It triggered the alarms in my house for saying that, somebody's taking around.
Okay, so there are alarms in the house that were triggered.
They're talking about that driveway sensor that was just talking about, that when a car crosses or somebody walks across it, it sets it off in the kitchen where so that's what they're talking about.
Huh. Okay.
Like I said, these that I sent pictures to Candace of, that others around the area had, because they don't need certain shit to run them. And they're cheap. Harbor Freight sells them, but they hold up really well in outdoors areas. Yep. Yep. It'd be weird for the same people that recommended these to C&D and would know they were up there on the hill to then be going by them and setting them off, right? Knowing full well that they're up there. Bunch of dumbasses. Really? Really? And I was the one that told C&D about these, and they went and bought some. Yep. But we all knew they were up there. Trespassers wouldn't have, but yep. You're telling me my eldest who knew they were present up there would have set them off? Come on. That's fucking great.
Jody Sue's son was seen on the Wells property by a visitor of the Wells and was chased off. And then he went down the hill to Jody Sue's vehicle. And Jody Sue said he was just checking the mail. But Scott asked,
This is really a strange story.
when this was.
Where did this story, when did this happen?
And it was unclear.
Oh,
Not heard it.
it's Scotch.
You're welcome, Andy Stunner. I did not know anybody had put that out there. He had two people tell me. And I did not, so it had to have come from the people that told me. And one of the people in that two-person party is the one that saw it happen.
So the same person that told her must have told you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. That's what I said back at the beginning.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's like it's the same thing. Hearsay. She got the same thing that also, and actually, I think, like I said, I was up there or something right after that happened is when I found out about it, and I was under the impression that wasn't supposed to be talked about. So when I heard it last night, I was like, what? you know, I was like, what's that about? So I called that person this morning that told me, and I was like, I just want to be clear on and make sure that I heard everything correctly. And if it wasn't for the fact that they said, they said it happened twice. And like you said, they only saw the clothes. So how are they sure it was the same
So
person?
hold on a second, Cam. I don't mean to interrupt you. Constance is screaming to the holy heavens that the person doesn't want to be identified. Well, Constance, listen. In all fairness, you guys can do what you want, but I'm just going to say this, okay?
Who
Jody
doesn't want to
Sue's
be
son.
identified?
Jody Sue's son is being targeted, but this person doesn't want to be identified. How fair is that?
Who doesn't want to be identified?
I'm pretty sure the person that told you.
No, I talked to them. They have nothing to do with any of it. They were just there working on the house and witnessing.
The person that told you that.
Yeah, they didn't chase nobody or anything. So
you let the person know what they've done to Jody's son.
I don't believe she knows him.
It's really okay. Well, you know what? My opinion is, if they could put a target on Jody Sue's son's back, they should have no problem being identified. How is it fair that this kid is targeted like this, but the person who said it is not to be known? Then guess what? This is what I'll say. If they don't want to be identified, fine. Squash it. It never fucking happened. That's what I say.
Right.
If they don't want to be identified, Constance, their word means shit, because it's somebody who no. Oh my God, this is infuriating. Like,
I said I would talk. I said I would tell Jody Sue.
Yeah, no. I know.
I'm not going to blast anybody publicly.
No. I understand that. But I'm saying, like, Cam, you understand.
I don't know, but he'll blast everybody else and drop everybody else's names and do whatever, and kids' names, and target people and target children and do whatever the fuck, really.
What I'm saying, right? Where, they have no problem putting a fucking target or a bullseye on a 20-year-old kid's back, and then you've got Constance saying they don't want to be identified. They don't. Well, you know what? I bet you Jody Sue and her son don't want to be targeted, but they were for all of YouTube to hear.
I'll give her. So Constance was over. She was on my channel last night. I'll give her the benefit of the doubt, but I think what she was trying to say is I think, and for real, like, I know these. I don't know if you know them personally, Constance, or anything, but I talked to her this morning. She was, she actually came on my channel. The person I'm talking about came on my channel not too long back, and spoke for the first time publicly on there, and talked about a lot that hadn't been talked about. And she, I don't think she would say it if she wanted to stay anonymous like that. She's not that kind of person. If she says it, she'll own up to it.
Right.
So,
No, what she'll do is she'll go visit the Wells, and pretend she's whatever to get access there, and pretend she's working on it. Do whatever the fuck it is to be part of something. To insert herself up there, to send shit back to Trashy Pants, then to go get on YouTube and be YouTube famous for 5 minutes for having been at the Wells. And much like we see, like, Don B and all them recently with the one that was inserted helping again, right, with the recent construction stuff inside the home at the Wells, because that's what they were all fucking doing at that time. And half of them were fucking dopeheads and shit who just wanted to be part of something, wanted to be this, easily given $20, $50 cash apps to go the fuck up there. Get y'all information, hang out, do whatever, and run back the fuck. Stir shit, help y'all get drama, Jerry Springer, where the fuck you want it online. Same shit, different days since summer finished. Miss me with y'all's bullshit panel right.
Dude, like I said, I came over here because I wanted it needs to be fair. People can't point fingers, especially when, right. And I was explaining to her too, and that's this is, and to the people that were talking about it last night. And if they don't look at it that way, then something's wrong. How can you in faith say that this person, by name or whatever, this individual that they're claiming it to be is who it is because of the back of their clothes? Now, what if are they trying to justify that by saying he ran to Jody Sue and she said he was shaking the mouth, so that's how they knew who it was? I don't know, but still, that's neither here nor there either. Just because he was up there doesn't mean anything. I mean, for real. I mean, it could be basically, look, I was throwing a stick for the dog and I threw it too far up there and I was going to get it.
Right.
Anything.
And once again, during this described incident that Scott H., Squall, Michelle, Cam, the rest played in, make it make sense. Because during the described incident, I was in the goddamn car. So, was little. Much like they skip over that shit with the scream, too, and all this other shit. You telling me I was just hanging out in the car in the middle of the fucking road while eldest was just whatever? Is that what the fuck you're telling me? And it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because it's a narrative. It's being spun, whatever at the time, to target my son again, by Squall again, and Scott H. again, and this group again. Bullshit, right? Like, at that point, it was like the fucking 400th time they'd done this. Oh, always leading back to Squall and Scott. And Penny, of course.
I just, it has to be properly, there has to be more before we can especially throw claims like this on people. It's a lot.
Yeah.
Not fair.
Says the guy with an
that girl says, look at how people have threatened Jody Sue and her family since she spoke out. That's why I wouldn't want to be identified if I gave info. Right, that girl. But no. I'm just speaking on basically what I'm doing is I'm just making a point is all. That's all. All right, let me press play. Thank you, Cam, for sitting
No problem.
here for this.
I'm going to say WTF. I'm making to back up to visit the context of both.
It's breaking up really bad.
Of course it is.
It is?
Yeah.
Shit, hold on a sec. Oh, I know why. Okay. Give me 2 seconds. Will you keep my chat busy for a second?
Do what? Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Will you read my chat for just a second?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, I mean, so basically, that's what I'm trying. That's all I'm came up here to do. Just try to be fair, just like we are trying to do with every aspect of this case. Everybody knows. Somebody again said they don't necessarily follow my opinion. it's not that we even have an opinion. I just go with what I know that they have, the evidence that's at hand from property owners, what they said, everything. And I'm not saying that was a stranger abduction. I wasn't saying that. I'm not saying it's an abduction, period. I'm just saying nothing is off the table. So we can't necessarily put a finger on one thing here or there. That's where people get misunderstood with what we're doing. Do I have my own personal theories? Yes, but I don't put them out publicly. I have multiple ones, and we try to just go through them. And as the time comes, the more law enforcement talks about, try to check things off. But it's all been the same. So what can you check off? We're just trying to look at everything open-mindedly. So
Right.
that's all I'm gonna say.
Right.
Another ploy to deflect. Who said that?
Ploy to deflect from what?
No, it's all good. I'll find them real quick.
Thank you, my three healers. This sounds like another. Jessica. If people are going to tell each other stories, they need to take responsibility for what is said. My three healers, I agree with you. That was basically my point. I totally agree with you. Thank you for your super chat. Kim is a local and has spent a lot of time. Let me see what this says.
Thank you.
With a lot of people involved. I'm grateful they're sharing some info with us. Yeah, this is important. This affects Jody Sue. It affects her son. It's not, this is not to be taken lightly, guys. And it's not fair. Yeah, 3 months later, emergency.
From Candace and Dawn, Cynthia Bird.
Well, that's another thing. It's not, I don't think it's so much deflecting from Candace and Dawn, but because Candace and Dawn are laying low, who's catching the wrath? Jody Sue. You would think Jody Sue gave birth to Summer. Like, come on, people. It's ridiculous.
If people are going to go this route, then they should have really went on Sherfy Jr. If that was the same, if you're really going to go start pointing fingers, and now you're changing your opinion from the parents to this when there's far less information the fingers are being pointed at him. Why weren't they so gung-ho on?
The tweakers did chase the shadow people down towards Overbees after all.
On the guy that has, it's not even convicted yet for all his, charges against, images of minors and stuff. That's ridiculous. I don't know. I'm just saying that whole hill is surrounded by creeps.
Yeah, you've got convicted, sex offenders over there, but you're pointing the finger at a kid. And he is a kid. He's still a kid. Like, yeah, he's of age, but he's still he's a baby. He's young. It's okay when there's a car accident and a 24-year-old, someone's 24-year-old daughter or son is killed in a car wreck, and they're like, oh, they were just a baby, they were just a kid. But in this case, no, Jody Sue's son is not a kid. Come on, be for real. He's still young.
Jody Sue's ridiculous to consider. That's if she did say that, that's okay. That's neither, that's her opinion. Constance said didn't check. Well, if she did, that's her opinion. But I think different. That just the simple fact that I find it strange is we were, what was it, 8-9 months in, and confirmed he hadn't been questioned.
In all fairness, what I think Jody was trying to say is that maybe the location, of course I can't speak for her. I don't know where her mind's at. She lives there. I don't know what all of her viewpoints are. But maybe she was speaking in terms of actual people she would think were responsible. Do you know what I'm saying? Like in proximity to the house, Don Sherfy's
Very close. And
girlfriend.
that's where the footprints were found on his property where he stayed.
It was on his property, or was
On
it his girlfriend?
on his mother-in-law or his
His mother-in-law.
girlfriend's mom. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So maybe that's like what I'm saying. All right, Constance, can you just like stick with we're trying to clear things up and not muddy the waters here. Try to make things a little bit easier, not make them more difficult. Try and get to the bottom of some rumors. All right. Hold on. So I'll press play on this.
The conversation kind of got off that. And I don't recall them coming back to the time when this occurred. If this occurred after Summer disappeared, well, yeah, the question remains, what was he doing on the Wells property? He wouldn't have anything to do.
Wow.
He had permission to be up there. Prior to all this, unless, it was said otherwise, but when I was told, when it was brought up that it was potentially him to Candace, she said, well, he wouldn't cut through the woods, so he comes right up the driveway. That's what I was told this morning. And I thought...
Y'all want to rewind that? What he was told the morning of this live.
Be up there.
On the Wells property, he wouldn't have anything to do.
Wow.
He had permission to be up there. Prior to all this, unless, it was said otherwise, but when I was told, when it was brought up that it was potentially him to Candace, she said, well, he wouldn't cut through the woods, so he comes right up the driveway. That's what I was told this morning. And I thought that was interesting.
That's what he was told the morning of this live. Y'all want to hear it again?
And she didn't even, like I said, he comes right up the driveway. That's what I was. When I was told, when it was brought up that he had permission to be up there. Prior to all this, unless, it was said otherwise, but when I was told, when it was brought up that it was potentially him to Candace, she said, well, he wouldn't cut through the woods, so he comes right up the driveway. That's what I was told this morning. And I thought that was interesting. And she didn't even, like I said, she didn't even report it because she thought it.
Just like Candace sent pictures of the real person in a white shirt and khakis and the hat to Jenna. On cameras came a few minutes ago, swore didn't exist. And told Jenna it was not my son. Just like we all knew from the beginning, wasn't. But old Squall and Scott, Cam, right?
If it was him that. So obviously she didn't have any. I don't know. That's just, I thought that was interesting when I was told that this morning.
Well, you know what I think is interesting? Michelle, who is a staunch advocate for Summer, is asking, what would Jody Sue's son be doing over there on the Wells property? I don't know, Michelle. Maybe he was looking for answers. Like I would. Because right. I'm not going to sit here and say, I might not sneak over there to look around a little bit. What was he doing over there? If he was even over there. I mean, we're just going to take people's word for it that he was. We don't even know it to be true.
They just said they saw clothes.
Right. They saw the same clothes. But, Michelle is saying, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say
Michelle.
too, and
It must have been his mom again on the phone. Uh-oh.
yes, they did search all 11 acres.
Like, I can't
Wait, what?
Michelle is saying, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say too, and yes, they did search all 11 acres.
Oh, so Cam already knew 10 months ago. They already searched all 11 acres. But yet these tragedy pimps still keep going to search. They need to all go and lay hands on pilgrimage there and search and search and search.
Like, I can't believe that Michelle is asking that question. Like, what would he be doing over there? I don't know. Looking for Summer, looking for answers, trying to figure out, what could have possibly happened. Is there something over there that maybe, like I said, if that boy found something that mattered, you'd all be praising him. But he didn't, so we're going to crucify him instead. That's infuriating.
It shouldn't even get blown out of proportion like this. It should have just been like, well, it's some, and this, if, with the two different occasions of this, you can't tell me that since Summer went missing, there hasn't been people. Well, we know there has. There's been people like Nerdy Attic before he can't. He was out, walking around out there, flying drones and stuff. There's people that have constantly been up around that property that probably wasn't supposed to be. So, I don't know. I just think this might be going quite overboard, or not mine, but it is.
It is overboard, and I'm like wondering.
Cam thinks the shit with my son at that point is going way fucking overboard. There were many other people trespassing, crossing, much like Juanita's people and everybody else around. Oh, yeah, he thinks it's gone way overboard, says the guy who's had a bullshit intro video up about my son targeting the fuck out of him for a year. Yeah, that guy.
Wondering, maybe is Michelle changing her stance on things? Something has changed here, because
yeah, Scott,
this is a really, really long way from where she once was, and I don't know. I'm not, like I said, I'm not trying to cause issues with her. I'm just trying to understand what the fuck it is here that I listened to today. And Jody's beside herself. She's devastated that, and I can say this. I remember very well when Michelle started paying attention to Jody's streams and she started speaking on them. Jody was so thankful. She was so grateful. She was so grateful. And, she said,
not really. I watch that woman every morning. Watch my lives and then just parrot the shit out of him or pretend she was, and then to make free dog bones across the pond and tens of thousands of views on it. And then months later, what I knew would happen happened. I'd had some faith in her, but knew from the get-go she was part of the Tragedy Pimp group. But I'd watched her once fight back against them and put out a retraction for what she did to us. So I had some hope lying there. I was totally wrong in that hope. But all she did later on was take the same exact shit and then stand it on its head and say the opposite. That's all it was, and it was when Scott directed her to do so, along with the rest of the group. It's as simple as that. Because Scott was the one behind the scenes with Michelle Walks as well, feeding everything.
Out of all the creators, she thanked Michelle the most because she felt like Michelle really understood her and she really broke down her streams really well and explained them so people could understand them. And Jody Sue was so grateful to her. And to see her this morning, it broke my fucking heart. It really did. Like, I cried. This sucks. This sucks. I really feel that it's come to the point where if we're going to be attacking the only person speaking out on this platform for Summer that lived there, we've got a problem. We've got a really big problem. I know, and you know, Jody will be the first to say, no, I'm not the only one. There's a lot of good people in Beech Creek. You know, there's a lot of people who do speak out for Summer. You just don't see it happening because you don't live here. And she loves the people.
I never, guilty
that live
knowledge,
there.
I was not speaking badly about Nerdy Addict. I actually agree with a lot of stuff he's done. Oh my lord. What I was saying was people have been all over that property flying during doing what they were doing. Regardless, it doesn't matter what they were doing. It's not what I was saying. It was that you took that completely wrong. We're not speaking bad about any other creator. He actually did good with finding, who was it, Noah?
Yes.
Yeah, he did a great job. That was taken completely wrong. What I was saying is just the number of people that have probably been up there, you know, on that property, even when they probably had never been seen, is probably, you know, in, you know, big numbers. So, you know what I'm saying? I was hoping, I wasn't trying to be rude to you. I was, guilty. No, I was just trying to explain what I was saying there. What is she?
So bitter pill to swallow. Good Lord, GM claims
Yes.
not to be starting problems, all while causing problems. No, I didn't do this. Bitter pill to swallow. This was not
They're
my
just trying
doing.
to get to you. Don't listen to them. They're just trying to get you going.
Scott H. Okay, and Michelle After Dark went and took this and ran with it and put it out to the whole community. And I'm going to speak against it. So I'm not causing problems. I'm trying to clear up another shit show that's going to take off and take form for the next year. Okay? I'm not the one causing problems, you fucking asshole. How many people in this community are only here to cause problems?
A lot.
And so much so, they're sucking Michelle After Dark into it too. Go fuck yourself. And then Laura Ruane. This is about Jody Sue. Today, it is about Jody Sue. It is about Jody Sue. This is my stream. This stream is not about Summer today. I do Summer streams all the time. Everything here is about Summer. Today, it is about Jody Sue. It's about Jody Sue being targeted along with her kids. Laura Ruane. Can somebody block her? She comes from the drama community. Get out of here. Okay? I don't know why you're here. I don't know why you people follow me. Leave. Goodbye. I left the drama community a long time ago. Why do you continue to follow me around? Get
Heard that,
out.
didn't you? Heard that, turd burglar? Get out of here. People are stupid.
Yeah, Audrey, someone has to stand up for Jody Sue. Who the hell else is? Now we've got creators who always have been there to, you know, speak on behalf of Jody Sue and what she's... Now they're going to put a fucking target on her kid's back. If that was me, I would want someone to be there. So I'm going to do what I would want to be done for me. These people are sick. They really are sick. Sick in the head. They need to stop targeting all these kids. How many kids are you going to go after? Leave these kids alone. Leave the kids alone. And I don't care if he's 20. He's still her kid. That's Jody Sue's born son. Leave him alone. Something is wrong with you. Thank you, my 3 healers. Like, I'm pissed. I'm so sick and tired of this bullshit. And it's always the kids, whether it's Summer's brothers. Hold on, I'm going to open the door. It's always the kids. They attack all the kids.
Eden Knight, they did do that to that Ethan kid, and
Yep.
I got jumped on for taking up for that kid too, and saying that there was nothing to that, and that kid didn't deserve it. I got all sorts of hell for doing that too, just like I'm trying to take up for this young man. And how old is he, Jody Sue? You say he's not 20. I know
I'm
he's
sorry. I probably have his age wrong. I apologize. How old is he?
younger than that, I believe. It's like 18, 19.
Do not dox that goddamn neighbor. They want to be left alone. Who doxed a neighbor? Did someone dox a neighbor?
What neighbor?
I don't know. Is there something in chat?
Yep.
Who dogs the neighbor?
I wouldn't even know if someone was doxed because I don't know their names. Here, Jody. Jody, where are you at? I'm gonna give Jody a wrench so she can take care.
God, it happened again today, too. Wrenches, man.
Of anything if she sees. Jody, you have a wrench. If you see any kind of dox or something, just get rid of it. You have the knowledge of the community, so you go ahead and take care of it if you need to. Okay, so let me press play here.
Why do I need to go to Squall's channel?
Squall's channel? What happened?
They said I need to go to Squall's channel.
All right. Oh, listen, do not put 911 in my chat. Thank you. Please. Constance, what's going on with you? All right. We're not going to do this.
Oh, they're talking.
Constance Sue has something to say. And there comes the ranting for, well, Cam to be on his way to Squall's channel to then change his whole fucking story and start.
Talking hella crap. That's okay. Let them. I didn't say anything.
Okay, no. I'm just, Constance, for the rest of the live, I'm just going to remove you. I haven't.
No, she was warning me. No, listen, Tiffany. She was warning me because they're over there, like, bashing us now, I guess.
Oh. All right, whatever. Oh, sorry. Okay, so she's looking out. I just blocked her. I didn't know. Sorry. I'm so confused with these people. I'm so sorry. All right, hold on.
With the disappearance of Summer, would it? Would it? So, for me, if this is to be taken...
You don't have to. You shouldn't have to have receipts for that, Jody Sue.
The disappearance of Summer, then we have to know when this was. Scrolled it, then went on to say this.
Do you remember when I told you about the Chris McDonough thing?
She's hysterical.
Huh?
They're saying she's hysterical. Look, she did this prior, and I'll tell you. So you want to know my opinions on Squall there. So me and Squall was, I heard through the grapevine. You know, I tried to be kind to her and tried to get along with her for a long time, and so I'd heard that she was telling people that, you know, there was secrets between me, Cher, and Benny, and they were gruesome, they were vile. And I talked to her on the phone, and I said, because she tagged me when I talked about the campsite. She said that I was putting all of Frank Light's victims in danger by talking about the campsite. And I said, I never said that was even Frank Light's. Where did you get that? I said, well, nobody knows whose campsite that is. And I said, by the way, so where is this gruesome evidence between us three creators? And she said, well, I heard it or saw it somewhere, but I don't have it. I said, well, I'd like to see it. I want to see the proof. And so that, you know, that all went to crap, and it was just constant things of always trying to throw shade and say things that were inaccurate. So I don't understand why she's flipping. I'm just saying that we have to be fair and look at this objectively, like everybody should. The tweakers, what'd she say?
I'm chewing. Hold on.
Tweakers, I got to get my kids off the bus in a minute. Talked to help put me in an ambulance that same day. Wow.
See, my shit ain't changed. Shit ain't changed, but as they've learned it, they've moved with it.
What I think she means is, hold on.
Look, this wasn't. This is getting thrown out. This was not to attack. It wasn't to try to discredit or do anything to anybody. We're just.
I have not even brought up
Not fair.
Like, I talked about Scott and Michelle After Dark, honestly, and that was it.
No, I've talked.
Something transpired, actually. Something transpired yesterday. Well, over the course of a couple weeks. I'm going to wait till Cam's not here because I don't want to bring him into it. I've actually left Squall's name out of this completely because something happened, and I am beside myself over that situation as well. I've kind of wanted to avoid the topic of Squall. I don't know Squall. I do know that I'm playing here. What I was playing is her voice. I know this took place on her panel. I was really hoping that, why can't they issue an apology? Why does it have to turn into a psychopathic rant and rage? Like, why?
It's impossible for them to say. It's impossible for them to sit back and say, you know what? That's right. That's probably fair. We should look at until there's more, or there's something that would be more, more, I guess, evidentiary and pointing that kind of blame at somebody. Then we should probably step back and say, hey, maybe you shouldn't put that on a young man. It's just barely 18.
Like, why can't Squall say, you know what? I wrongfully put a target on Jody Sue's son's back, and I shouldn't have done that. Or, I don't.
She wouldn't ever do any such thing as issue an apology, because that wasn't the first time Squall did that to my son. Wasn't the first time. With the same fucking group.
I don't understand. Why is it? So there's got to be, think about it. If you really think about it and get down to the heart of the matter, there's a reason for this. And whatever that reason is important. Do you know what I'm saying? No, Jody, I know. What I'm saying is, I'm more so trying to avoid the topic of Squall altogether because of another situation that I'm so stressed out. You guys have no idea.
I gotta go get my kids. My phone's blowing up too.
Thank you for coming up. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. And listen, y'all be good. This might use this for reference if that's cool with you sometime.
Absolutely, go right ahead.
All right, I'll talk to y'all later. Thank you guys in chat. Thank y'all for the ones being respectful. Later, guys.
Okay. I'm not giving Squall any passes when it comes to this. What I'm saying is, I've tried to avoid the topic of Squall because, fuck my life. I might as well just say what I gotta say and get offline. Hold on, I have to blow my nose. I have allergies. Hold on. Okay. So, I think, all right, before I get into this, I think that was really helpful. Now, what people choose to do with it, I don't know. I hope that it was made very clear that they fucked this up royally. I think Michelle After Dark owes an apology. Whether she'll issue one, I don't know. she might end up saying, well, no, I'm not going to issue an apology because it's what I heard and I was reporting what I heard. If she chooses to go that route, I'm very disappointed. I believe that Michelle used what she could of Jody's information when it worked for her, when it was good for her.
And
And for that,
and
to turn around and do this to Jody and her son is despicable.
Yeah.
I think to be a creator, right, and to come out or bring something forward and say, you know, I heard this or whatever is one thing. But when you spin a narrative and you place blame on the only woman in Beach Creek that has ever come to this platform to give Summer a voice, and Jody Sue is the only woman in Beach Creek that has ever come to this platform to give Summer a voice. There's no disputing that. Everybody knows.
And we touched on how I feel about that just a little bit ago. I've said it a million times otherwise, so I'll save us all some time and not repeat myself.
Do that to the one and only person.
Candace is Summer's mother. Summer has her own voice.
And it's so shameful. It's so shameful. I didn't expect this from Michelle After Dark. I don't know what's going on. I really don't. I think maybe the case has just gotten so blown out of proportion and things are just so rocky and so messy that it's driving people nuts, and I get that. But to do this to somebody's son, Jody, if you're here, I'm so sorry. I really am. I would ask that you guys as a community look out for each other. You don't have to like Jody, right? People can come in here and say, well, Jody this or Jody that. That's fine. You don't have to like Jody, but you don't need to hurt her son. You don't need to hurt her. I mean, there's people who came in here today and said, you know what, I'm not fond of Jody, but I don't agree with this. There's people that left comments under my community post that said, I'm not fond of Jody, but this is not okay. To attack her son is not okay. There's a lot of really upset people that don't even like Jody, so imagine that. That's when you know it's wrong. Okay? So moving on. Fuck. I really don't want to do this. I said I wasn't going to do this. I'm going to try to keep this really short and to the point. And if people are probably going to attack me for it, go ahead, whatever. I owe people an explanation. And I owe an apology. I let someone come up here months ago and I gave somebody a platform. I did not seek this person out.
I don't know where that's going. Anyway, here's the thing. there's something to be said for cookie cutters and shadow people. Anyway, the thing is, I want you to think, alright, about this. Scott made his appearance here on YouTube. A little bit everywhere, but he was trying to get to Chris in. First place he did panels at was TN's. Okay. But he was trying to get to Chris in. After, Chris M had gotten there. People were maybe a little upset about the way things were done. A lot. He finds himself pretty quickly with Penny. But him and Squall obviously already have contact. Right? From the very earliest days. Well, Squall and several people and Scott have contact. Squall's asked to be placed on my Facebook by certain people. I'm asked to do a live with her by certain people. She warns me about BK and Cher, but then suddenly wants it to be the case. Squall's also the first one that, for blackmail efforts by Penny and Scott and the rest, and for who knows what other reasons, starts making my son look like, as a way to try to get me to shut up, and to give about the scamathon, and to give everything I know about Summer to Penny and Scott and his group. Right. Scott's also the one that makes contact with Michelle after dark, starts feeding her all the information from the locals, etc., blah, blah, blah. Like he is one, like he is all the things. Oh my. Scott's also the first Penny, obviously. Line goes, Squall, Scott, Penny, Squall, Scott, Penny, Squall, Squat. Yeah, we're just gonna call her fucking Squat at this point. That's their Brangelina name, really. Squat. Squall. Scott. Penny. Squall. Scott. Penny. What do all these people have in common? Where do they keep targeting? Seems to be anywhere that people could be a little displeased with, or want silenced, or tampered with. Targeted, made to look certain ways, discredited. Wonder why. Where do they lead back to? Ask yourselves that. Because I know, shouldn't be that big of a leap for any of y'all. Who in the fuck is using them to target the shit out of anybody that may displease anybody? To discredit, tamper, create conflicts, chaos, suspects. Where do they lead back? You know, the one thing that always confused me was a giant red flag for me on Ben Hill, and it's always stuck with me. And when it was said to me, I was like so fucking confused. A certain person turned to me and went, no, don't do that. They'll eat you alive. I could not, for the life of me, figure out what in the fuck they meant by that statement. In my head, I was like, who the fuck is they? And why would they eat me alive? And what the fuck would they eat me alive for? Huh? And how would this person know that preemptively when I didn't even know who the fuck a they was? Especially when I'd been also begged to speak in order to help Candace and Dawn and Summer. Just like I was asked to have Squall on my Facebook. Didn't make sense. Till a little bit late. I mean, I have questions, y'all. But I also have goddamn receipts. Thing is, this is no different. It's just an extreme amount of it. It's no different than what was happening inside of that goddamn road in real time from second window. Why? Where's the truth? And for once, I'll ask the same question you all do. Where's Summer? Where's Summer? And that's how I'm gonna end. Please be your own little lights, your own little pebbles in the pond to break up the darkness. Guys. Be a light in the dark. It's a small thing. It's always a small thing. Right? Be a light in the dark. Remember your local and state legislators, platforms, contacting them all to stop this shit around open and active investigations, crimes against you all, crimes and real life terror rained down upon everybody in and around open and active cases. Please share Summer's picture, information, call her by her name. And I'm talking about her legit. From law enforcement, feds, local journalists, right? Warn people about this tragedy. And you don't have to believe any of us about what they get up to in our lives in real life cases. You can go all the way back to Watts and all the way forward to the current ones. Summers included. Even the babysitter and Quentin's is still getting terrorized and tormented. All the others, Idaho 4, etc. Article from Vanity Fair, just a week ago. Large media, small media, federal, state, local, police have been calling them out for years. Same group that's doing this has been doing this in Summers and may be being used to do this. By who? Anyway, ask the questions. But you don't have to believe none of us. Go look for yourselves at law enforcement, feds, large media, small media, family after family, after community after neighbor, after babysitter, after fry guy around each case. It's not any of us lying. It's a tragedy, man. And I think sometimes they're very much being used on purpose. Much like I think they were used in Quentin's case to try to do something. It's about as close as I can get to what's been happening in some cases. Same crew there too. Cher, Blowhorn, Reds. Right in the ears of instant. In this case, it all really comes back down to a Squall, a Scott, and a Penny. And I guess just magical directors everywhere. They will eat you, said the not so big bad wolf. Everybody's wanting it back in that days. Night, y'all.
to be lying in bed from the previous night. I'll stay out here and drink myself a beer all night long, sing this song and go worry. Yeah, tomorrow will come and the sun will shine. Well, I'll be sitting here by your side. So let the music soothe your soul. Let the music take control. You know to say about you. When things don't work out right, you're gonna come through. So keep on running, keep on moving. Everything's gonna be alright. So keep on smiling, keep on laughing. Every little thing's gonna be alright. If you love this choice after me, don't tell me what you got, girl, baby, please tell me what you need. Well, I must confess I'm a blessed, but I'll never say never. Cause I could die today, but this music lasts forever. And nothing is impossible, and nothing is out of your reach. It's just another love song, just another melody. So keep believing in your dreams. Life's not what it seems sometimes. I love the air you breathe. Got everything you need for tonight. Far from this place, running away. So keep on running, keep on moving, yeah. Everything's gonna be alright. So keep on smiling, keep on laughing, yeah. Every little thing's gonna be alright. Playing on your radio, coming through your stereo, and everybody's getting down. You can't seem to let it go, running like a video. You're haunted by the weight of the sound. In your eyes, you focus on the light. And for tonight, just relax and let's get high. The sun it is sinking low. I'm thinking that it's time to go, and everybody's heading home. Watch them as they come and go. Listen to your soul and bones. Can you feel the weight of the sound? It's just love. There's nothing that's more real. This love, the way it makes you feel. pray for peace before you let us in. My jettison is full of carnivores and lettuce men. You pushing positive, then we can be the best of friends. We drink the fire from the fountain and piss excellence. Open stores, open doors like a Trojan horse. No remorse, I make lore fact like college course. Making seconds to records, the textures you could never touch the circle I roll and you overstepped your effort. I'm the shepherd of leopards, I'll pull you back together. You fall apart, I'll build it back with better. I'm a scoundrel with my pen works adventures. My punchlines are too raw for glass jars and dentures. You think you've seen madness? Well, I am the center. I'm only happy in the summer. Fuck the weather. Watch out now. Come and be water. It's I now. Not going under. Oh, not gonna let you go. Oh, parent, you watch out now. Come and be water. Man, namaste. It's marijuana, damn, namaste. And Dolly mama, cause I'm searching for better days. Tijuana, I'm cutting through this bullshit with my switchblades and katanas, cause I've learned something from years ahead hunting. If I got something to say, then I'ma say something. I'm glutton for all these beatings and fighting for what I'm loving. If the whole world's throwing us sparks, I keep on trucking, yeah. I ain't got time for y'all to get your heads right. And Dolly mama, cause I'm searching for better days. Tijuana, I'm cutting through this bullshit with my switchblades and katanas, cause I've learned something from years ahead hunting. If I got something to say, then I'ma say something. I'm glutton for all these beatings and fighting for what I'm loving. If the whole world's throwing us, man, be watching. Man, namaste. It's marijuana, damn, namaste. And Dolly mama, cause I'm searching for better days. Tijuana, I'm cutting through this bullshit with my switchblades and katanas, cause I've learned something from years ahead hunting. If I got something to say, then I'ma say something. I'm glutton for all these beatings and fighting for what I'm loving. If the whole world's throwing us sparks, I keep on trucking, yeah. I ain't got time for y'all to get your heads right. I'll find some rope and you can go and hang tight. It's getting dark as fucking midnight. His feet swinging so hard, we in a fist fight. Tippy toe, watch me dip and roll around the corner, run another level, watch my indigo. I'll be switching colors, red, green, and gold. I'm speaking the truth, and now I'm spitting heavy waters on the floor and the birds. Let's go. Come and be water. It's I now, not going under. Oh, not gonna let you go. Oh, parent, you watch out now. Come and be water. Listen to me. Gonna run down a bad man today. Gonna run down, gonna hunt down a bad man like prey. When the sun down, gonna come round, set fire ablaze. Gonna run down a bad man today. Set a ragamuffin man, then not play. My bloodline everywhere, I got it coming anyways. You know the struggling ain't living, so the hustle comes easy. So listen up when they hear me say, watch out now. Come and be walking. Get down now. Not going under. Oh, not gonna let you go. Oh, can't you come and be walking.